Chapter 8:19. Once the rank 8 Gu immortal old ancestor Xuehu was mentioned, the central continent immortals went silent. These people had rank 7 cultivation level, they had outstanding battle strength, they were among the top 5 in their sections. But against a rank 8 Gu immortal they would only lose. Even though Feng Jioge could fight rank 8 Gu immortals, he had rank 7 cultivation level. As for the demonic path old ancestor Xuehu, he had terrifying battle strength. In Central Continent's information, he seemed to be the number 1 rank 8 Gu immortal in Northern Plains. While the Central Continent immortals were silent, 3 demonic path Gu immortals stealthily entered the ambush of the Central Continent Gu immortals. They went underground, arriving at the place where Feng Yuan killed Dongfang Naganori, revealing themselves. Among these 3 Gu immortals, the leader was tall and gave off a valiant aura. He had a pair of long eyebrows, an aquiline nose, and a sharp light shining in his eyes. His ears were not human ears, they were shaped like wings, shining with golden light. He was Northern Plains' snowy mountain blessed land, the 4th Peak's lord, Li Peng King. Although the one on his left was shorter than Li Peng King by a head, he had a sturdy figure. As he looked around, he exuded a domineering aura and an icy dragon might. He was the 5th Peak's Peak Master, demonic Lord Long Dan, who owned the Ice Lake Palace. The final Gu immortal walked on Li Peng King's right. His eyes were like paint, he wore a white robe and had a tall body. He was also dressed like a scholar, but he was less casual than free scholar. He had a grand aura. He was the 6th Peak's Lord, Gong Zmo. Central Continent's Gu immortals were lying in ambush, they had powerful methods, but these 3 demonic path Gu immortals did not discover them. They focused their attention, staring at the scene in front of them. There was nothing in front of them. However, under their perception, they discovered that there was a blessed land hidden in there. This is the blessed land that was left behind after Dongfang Naganori's death. And the blessed land he left behind? Let's attack. The longer we drag on, the more variables there are. Nearby is the blessed land left behind by Che Shimin. Since old ancestor Xuehu gave the order, we will use all our strength to take down this blessed land. Let's begin. The 3 of them were swift and decisive. They had also prepared some special methods. After making some superficial arrangements in the outside world, they immediately broke through the space and killed their way into the blessed land. After seeing these 3 enter, the Central Continent Gu immortals continued to communicate with their divine senses. Good heavens! The 4th, 5th, and 6th Peak Lords of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land have all moved out. The first 3 peaks of the Great Snowy Mountain are all stable. As for the rest, they could compete for ranking. These 3 have always been fighting openly and covertly. Now that they are attacking together, only old ancestor Xuehu can command them. That immortal zombie didn't come, but the people from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land came. Should we capture them? That's not appropriate. The combat strength of these 3 immortals is extraordinary, even surpassing the likes of the Free Scholar. They are equivalent to us. Although we have the advantage in numbers, we lack coordination. Defeating the 3 of them was easy, but killing them was very difficult. Capturing it alive is even more difficult. Regarding this, Kanyang Laojun sighed deeply. That's right, Northern Plains is a land of long wars, it has the strongest battle strength in the 5 regions. All of the Gu immortals have rich battle experience. They have many unique methods and their survival skills far surpass our Central Continent. They are all extremely slippery. Earlier in the Battle of Taichio and Jade Pool Blessed Land, the number of Gu immortals who lost their lives can be counted on one hand. If this were in the other 4 regions, the number of casualties would definitely be 2 to 3 times higher. It is not impossible to capture them alive. As long as Lord Feng Jioge takes action personally. A Gu immortal said. In this trip to Northern Plains, Feng Jioge's powerful battle strength left a deep impression on the Central Continent Gu immortals. But Feng Jioge said, let's retreat. Saying so without giving the immortals a chance to ask, he retreated first. It was extremely secretive and did not leave any traces. The immortals looked at each other, they could only follow him secretly. The group gathered far away, the immortals expressed their confusion towards Feng Jioge. The ambush earlier was Feng Jioge's idea. Now that the 3 demonic path Gu immortals had arrived, Feng Jioge was the first to retreat. We are united, why would we be afraid of the 3 of them? Retreating without fighting, it will damage the reputation of our Central Continent's 10 great sects. Going back and forth, what are they trying to achieve? The Gu immortals moved further and further away from Jade Pool Blessed Land. Their voices were filled with resentment, but because of Feng Jioge's reputation, they could not express it. Feng Jioge looked at everyone, saying something shocking. Fairy Li Shan obtained Minuscule Mountain and has returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to recuperate. I have already received news that Northern Plains Righteous Path Rank 8 Gu Immortal Yao Huang has already set off to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to ask for Minuscule Mountain from old ancestor Shuehu. What? There is such a thing. 2 Rank 8s are going to fight. This Northern Plains is really... Rank 8 Gu Immortals have always been the dominant force, but because of Minuscule Mountain they are moving out so casually. They are really warlike. Back then, during the battle for Danghun Mountain, our central continent's 10 great sects only sent disciples. The immortals discussed among themselves, their expressions changed as they digested this shocking news. At this time, Feng Jioge smiled lightly, saying, "That Strength Path Immortal zombie is very vigilant. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's 3 demonic path immortals are just him using them to probe us, he or the force behind him. If we take this bait, we will fall into the enemy's trap instead. Why don't we go to Snowy Mountain and see if there is a chance to forcefully attack and capture Fairy Li Shan?" The immortals were speechless, they could not say anything for a while. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the #1 demonic path base in Northern Plains. It was not inferior to the headquarters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Feng Jioge was so daring he actually dared to target Snowy Mountain. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, First Peak. Old ancestor Shuehu sat on a large chair. He held a small mountain in his hand, rotating it as he observed it quietly. The surface of this small mountain was full of cracks, and it was a terrible sight to behold. Corpses were strewn all over the mountain, all of them were the corpses of midgets. Blood flowed everywhere, and the faint wails and cries of the survivors could be heard. It was none other than Minuscule Mountain. Fairy Li Shan chased after Minuscule Mountain and fought with the Miniman Gu Immortal. In the end, other Gu Immortals attacked. There were both righteous and demonic Gu Immortals. After a chaotic battle, the Miniman Gu Immortal was on the brink of death. He fled with Minuscule Mountain, but was caught by He Lulan, who was at the edge of the battlefield. He Lulan killed the Miniman Gu Immortal. She fought with Fairy Li Shan to protect the spoils of war. They fought along the way, they barely survived and returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. This caused Minuscule Mountain to be on the brink of collapse. The Miniman on the mountain suffered even greater casualties. This is Minuscule Mountain? At this time, a female immortal walked out from behind. She was called Lady Wanshou. She was old ancestor Shuehu's wife. She had rank 7 cultivation level. She was one of the 4 great refinement path Gu Immortals of Northern Plains. The moment she appeared, she looked at Minuscule Mountain. She was very interested in this legendary mountain. "Madam, did you gain anything from this comprehension?" Old ancestor Shuehu turned around, asking warmly as he passed Minuscule Mountain to her. Lady Wanshou nodded. "I have already comprehended all the steps to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, but I still need some time to familiarize myself with it." She said this as she received Minuscule Mountain, inspecting it carefully. On Minuscule Mountain, because the Miniman Gu Immortal was dead, there was no longer a pillar. The surviving Minimans were shivering in fear, huddling together. "Monster! So scary, so scary. Don't eat me, I have too little flesh, I won't even be enough to fill your teeth." Lady Wanshou was beautiful and dignified, her eyes shining brightly, but in the eyes of the Miniman she was a terrifying monster. Lady Wanshou looked at it for a while before moving Minuscule Mountain away from her, smiling lightly. "Sister Li Shan is blessed. She was an Earth Path Gu Immortal in her early years. She cultivated Earth Path on the side. Later, because she obtained Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu, she changed it to her core Immortal Gu and became an Information Path Gu Immortal. But her blessed land was still a Wood Path Blessed Land. She managed flowers and plants. With the help of the Miniman tribe, they complemented each other. Sister Li Shan is a member of our Snowy Mountain. Now that Minuscule Mountain is in our hands, this proves that our Snowy Mountain's luck is flourishing. We are flourishing." "Lady, you are wrong." Old ancestor Shuehu shook his head. "On the contrary, this is a sign of our luck declining. I want to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu and use Mahong Yun as the main Gu refinement material. Thus, the luck attacked me, causing me to face an obstacle. Look at this Minuscule Mountain, it is on the verge of collapse. To repair it, a huge price will be needed. Since this is third leader's possession, we will not give it up. We will make her pay a huge price. This indirectly affects my plan to gather Gu refinement materials." This time she had snatched away Fangtsuan Mountain, causing conflict and enmity between them. She even caused a commotion, causing the righteous path to take action. "Look, this is Yao Huang's letter." Yao Huang's letter? Lady Wanshou was shocked and hurriedly opened the letter to read the contents. In the letter, Yao Huang said, "Minuscule Mountain was located in Jade Pool Blessed Land. It originally belonged to Dongfang tribe. Now that Dongfang tribe was exterminated, the world is shaken. As people of the same bloodline, descendants of Giant Sun Immortal, I, Yao Huang, am responding to the request of the righteous path. I want to discuss with old ancestor Xuehu about returning minuscule mountain to the righteous path. In the letter, Yao Huang's words were very polite and gentle, but Lady Wanshou knew that this was the style of the righteous path. The righteous path had always been like this. Even if they fought to the death or gritted their teeth in hatred, they would still be polite and reserved on the surface, maintaining their elegant demeanor. Lady Wanshou could sense Yao Huang's aggressiveness. She looked at old ancestor Xuehu worriedly. Husband, you are only 10 years away from the next myriad tribulation. You cannot act rashly. If you make a mistake in battle and injure your origin, your foundation will be damaged. Even if you refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu, it will be hard to recover. The losses outweigh the gains. When the myriad tribulation arrives, if you fail because of these losses. Old ancestor Xuehu laughed heartily. Wife, you are still the same. Yao Huang's letter is a tribulation for me, but it is also an opportunity for me. I need to grasp it and face the difficulties head-on. Old ancestor Xuehu said this and suddenly paused. His expression changed as he showed a trace of determination. It's great that he's here. Chapter 820. Lady Wanshou raised her head, her gaze piercing through snowy mountain-blessed land. She could see the outside world of northern plains. Originally, the sky above snowy mountain-blessed land was clear and blue. There were no clouds in sight. But now Yao Huang had arrived with a huge commotion. The wind and clouds were blowing, the sky was dyed orange. Yao Huang was nowhere to be seen, but his voice was transmitted. Old friend Xuehu, I hope you can forgive me for my abrupt visit. His voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth, entering snowy mountain-blessed land, causing countless snowy peaks to shake and snow to fall. Some peaks even had small avalanches. Ha ha ha. Old ancestor Xuehu laughed loudly as he flew into the sky, leaving snowy mountain-blessed land, bringing along surging frost energy as he flew into the sky. Immediately the sky changed. Half of it was orange light while the other half was frost energy. They were evenly matched. But right at this time, a black ink cloud appeared from the west. The ink cloud rumbled and spread rapidly. It was not inferior to old ancestor Xuehu and Yao Huang, forcefully creating a territory in the sky. Lady Wanshou saw this and her expression changed. Her heart sank as she cried out, What, Heavenly Lord Baizu is here too? Inky clouds, frost air and orange light surged mightily. They were in a deadlock with each other, dividing the vast expanse of sky into three parts. Old ancestor Xuehu sneered, Heavenly Lord, instead of managing your force properly, you are here to join in the fun? Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed dryly, Old friend Xuehu, this is just minuscule mountain. How can it enter your eyes? Why don't we return it to the righteous path and save this trouble? Lady Wanshou's expression turned ashen. The demonic path Gu immortals left behind in snowy mountain-blessed land were also paying attention to the sky. Their breathing was stifled. Heavenly Lord Baizu was originally a lone cultivator, but after the auction he had been planning to establish a righteous path force. Right now he was working with Yao Huang. It was 2 against 1. Old ancestor Xuehu was alone. The situation was bad. But at the next moment, old ancestor Xuehu raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with heroism. Then both of you can come together, let's fight. With that said, with a loud boom, old ancestor Xuehu smashed through the heavenly constellation energy wall and entered the white sky. Rank 8 Gu immortals, when they make a move, their power is vast and terrifying. The earth cannot bear it. Normally, when making a move, they would tacitly enter deep into the immemorial 9 heavens to prevent the living beings on the ground from suffering a boundless calamity. My good friend is in the mood. In that case, this emperor will naturally accompany you. The eyes of the medicine sovereign flashed as he swiftly followed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was stunned for a moment, then he smiled bitterly. Since old friend Xuehu insists, then forgive this heavenly lord for offending you. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals entered white heaven. Soon a series of explosions rang out in the sky. The 3 of them are fighting in the day. A central continent Gu immortal shouted. They had yet to reach the snowy mountain-blessed land. They were still thousands of miles away. At this moment they raised their heads to look at the sky. He saw that the high altitude of 10,000 li was shaking endlessly, with black clouds surging. Pure white frost gushed out while orange light filled the air. The rumbling sound was endless. It was like a bolt from the blue, causing people's hearts to tremble. Quick, while they are fighting, let's enter snowy mountain-blessed land. Feng Jioge took a look before retracting his gaze, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The Central Continent Gu immortals breathed in deeply. These were all experts with great courage. When they heard Feng Jioge's order, they felt a sense of nervousness and excitement that they had not felt in a long time. They quickly increased their speed. Oh! Midway through the flight, an ancient desolate beast suddenly fell from the sky with a wail. The Central Continent Gu immortals quickly dodged. This is the remnant heavenly hound. The immortals recognized the origin of this ancient desolate beast. Their gazes were fixed. With a loud sound, the remnant heavenly hound crashed into the ground like a meteor, creating a huge crater. It struggled for a while before becoming motionless. The remnant heavenly hound actually fell from white heaven. How can the might of a rank 8 be so fierce? Just the aftermath of the battle caused the remnant heavenly hound to die so tragically. Be careful. As soon as the warning sounded, hailstones began to fall from the sky. These hailstones were as large as mountains. They covered an area of 1,000 li. The cold air was bone-chilling. All living beings were frozen to death. The Central Continent Gu immortals had no choice but to take a detour. Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, brushing past the sleeves of the Central Continent Gu immortal Old Oracle. Old Oracle let out a scream. He quickly pulled himself out of the dazzling lightning. His body was almost gone. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death. After a while, as they got closer to snowy mountain-blessed land, a small burst of eerie wind blew. The Central Continent Gu immortals' souls swayed. They were almost falling out of their bodies. The higher the Gu immortals' cultivation level, the greater the difference between one rank. The difference between rank 8 and 7 was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was rare to see a rank 7 fight against a rank 8 since ancient times. For so many years, the huge Central Continent only had one person like Feng Jioge. The Central Continent Gu immortals were blown all over the place. They barely managed to avoid being exposed, but their expressions were very ugly. All sorts of signs showed that the battle strength of Northern Plains rank 8 Gu immortals surpassed Central Continent's rank 8s. Central Continent had more rank 8 Gu immortals than Northern Plains. Among the 5 regions, Northern Plains had the least rank 8 Gu immortals. This was because Northern Plains had frequent battles. Among the 5 regions, Northern Plains Gu immortals had the highest death rate. In Northern Plains, those who could carve a bloody path out of encirclement and stand at the peak of rank 8 were naturally not ordinary people. He had to be a hero among heroes. It was impossible for him to have a single strand of luck. Just the aftermath of the battle from White Heaven caused the Central Continent Gu immortals to be in a pitiful state. Old Oracle barely escaped death. He regained his human form. His face was still filled with disbelief as he muttered, "How can this be? I actually did not anticipate this lightning strike?" Bu Feiyan's gaze wavered. She put herself in Old Oracle's shoes. If she was in his shoes with her movement ability, she would not be able to escape that lightning strike. She could not help but ask, "Are we still moving forward?" Chen Jinchi raised his head. The sky above him seemed to have turned into a cloth made of countless patches. Lumps of strength. They covered a large or small area, intertwining with each other. Some had dark clouds. Some had dark winds blowing. Some had lightning striking down. Some had hailstones crashing down. It was a scene akin to the end of the world. These Central Continent Gu immortals were not ordinary people. They had great foresight. They could see that in these small areas the Dao marks of heaven and earth had completely changed. Some were filled with ice path Dao marks, some were filled with lightning path Dao marks, some were filled with wind path and soul path Dao marks. Even though they were less than 1,000 li away from snowy mountain blessed land. But this area was filled with killing intent. It was filled with dangerous and fatal traps. Is this the difference between rank 7 and rank 8? The Dao marks in each area are much more than what we obtain through our hard work. Life and death are not up to us. I have not felt this for many years. Too dangerous, it is not worth it to sacrifice our lives to capture a captive. The Central Continent Gu immortals started to retreat. Only Feng Jioge was unmoved. He took the lead from the start. His gaze was calm as if he could not see the dangers around him. The Central Continent Gu immortals saw Feng Jioge like this. Waves rose in their hearts. This guy is really amazing. He can fight rank 8 with rank 7 cultivation level. I did not think so before, but now that I think about it, Feng Jioge is truly terrifying. No, even if he can fight rank 8s, it is only temporary. Once our identities are exposed. If 3 Northern Plains rank 8 Gu immortals attack us, we will definitely die. This guy Feng Jioge. He disregards life and death, advancing courageously. I almost forgot that he is from the demonic path. He only switched to the righteous path midway. The Central Continent Gu immortals followed behind Feng Jioge. They exchanged glances and wanted to retreat, but because of their reputation and the reputation of their sects, they could not speak. They wanted others to speak first. Every second was becoming more and more difficult to endure. Just as the Gu immortals were in a dilemma, the leader, Feng Jioge, suddenly stopped. He stood at a low altitude and waved his hand. Everyone stop. The immortals quickly stopped, only to see Feng Jioge looking up with a solemn expression. They followed his gaze, only to see that the sky was still filled with all sorts of powers that were repelling each other. The Gu immortals who had some comprehension activated their immortal killer moves. Their gazes pierced through these obstructions and saw the scene in White Heaven. The Gu immortals who saw this gasped in shock. They saw that in White Heaven the three sides were no longer evenly matched. Old Ancestor Shui who had the upper hand, he was the sole victor. The pure white frost energy suppressed Yao Huang's orange-yellow light and forced it to retreat. Heavenly Lord Baizu's ink cloud was forced to retreat. What a formidable Old Ancestor Shui Hu. I never expected that his combat strength would be so formidable. It has only been such a short period of time, yet the outcome has already been decided in a 1 versus 2 battle. Feng Jioge let out a long sigh, and an expression of admiration and regret surged onto his face. Retreat. The opportunity was lost. He did not hesitate. He immediately flew away, retreating from the original path. The immortals were eager to see this. They did not speak. They quickly left this dangerous area. A moment later, Heavenly Lord Baizu could not take it anymore. He spoke. Old friend Shui Hu, you have great methods. I admit defeat in this battle. Yao Huang also spoke. Northern Plains is currently in turmoil. There are many undercurrents. Old friend Shui Hu, this is not the time for us to decide victory. Since you want to go to Minuscule Mountain, I will forget about my earlier suggestion. See you in the future. Yao Huang was still trying to maintain his face. Old Ancestor Shui Hu heard this and laughed loudly. He took the chance to say, you two can come and go as you please. What do you take my place for? Just as he said that, heaven and earth shook, the earth shook and mountains shook. Boundless frost energy descended, sweeping away all impurities. The sky was clear. There was no more eerie wind or lightning. Hundreds of thousands of li of heaven and earth were instantly covered in a layer of ice and snow. The temperature plummeted. It was as if Northern Plains had returned from a warm spring to a cold winter. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions could be heard in the sky. The sounds reverberated in heaven and earth. It was deafening. It was like thunder was roaring in one's ears. Central Continent's Gu immortals were all blown away by this sound. They were exposed and staggered. Other than Feng Jioge, blood was flowing out of their ears. Their eardrums had been ruptured. Go quickly. The Gu immortals were pale and bloodless. Their fighting spirit had fallen to rock bottom. They could only focus on flying. There was also a huge earthquake in snowy mountain-blessed land. The primeval energy was fluctuating intensely. The Gu immortals inside were shaking. Their bodies were shaking intensely. A long while later the earthquake slowly subsided. Snowy mountain-blessed land had 6 mountains that were half destroyed. There were huge ravines in the ground. The countless resources that were planted and stored inside were severely damaged. But the demonic path Gu immortals in snowy mountain-blessed land were all flushed with excitement, their eyes shining brightly. They looked up and saw a man's imposing figure slowly descending from the clouds. It was Old Ancestor Shui Hu. Above his head, there was a pure white powder that was translucent like a crystal, drifting with the wind. Feng Jioge looked back and saw this scene. His pupils shrunk as he muttered, sky-splitting powder. It even split White Heaven. The demonic path Gu immortals in snowy mountain-blessed land were overjoyed. They flew out of the blessed land and welcomed him. We welcome Old Ancestor's arrival. After this battle, the debate of who is the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains has finally been settled. Old Ancestor's strength is boundless. He is number 1 in Northern Plains. Even Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu had to flee with their tails between their legs. As they got closer, the other demonic path Gu immortals stopped in the air. Only Lady Wanshou went up alone. Husband. She was gentle, her expression was moving, there was pride and worry. Don't worry, I have my misgivings. Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang also have their own misgivings. These two are also coveting fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. They do not want me to refine it. Now that I have defeated them, let's see who in Northern Plains dares to disturb me. Old Ancestor Shui Hu smiled lightly, saying, but this time the white heaven above was broken. I will have to trouble you to repair it. Otherwise, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts will come down from the crack. Even though I am not afraid, it is still troublesome. After confirming that her husband was fine, Lady Wanshou relaxed. She pointed at old ancestor Shuehu's broad chest and rolled her eyes. "Oh you." Chapter 821. Old ancestor Shuehu fought 1 against 2, defeating Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu. This battle shook Northern Plains. The news spread like a hurricane. Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world was in chaos. Furthermore, under the witness of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, the news spread to Central Continent at the first moment. The leaders of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were alerted. They all remembered old ancestor Shuehu's name in the deepest part of their hearts. Several days later. Central Continent, Hu Immortal blessed land. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan visited, bringing first-hand information. Fang Yuan held this information path mortal Gu. He closed his eyes. It was like he was in snowy mountain blessed land. He was watching from Fairy Li Shan's perspective. At the top of the sky, the scene of 3 rank 8 great experts sparring with each other was being shown. From start to finish, it was grand and majestic. His mind was shaken by it. Even though they were far away, the 3 sides were deep in white heaven. Watching from afar, he could feel the vast might of rank 8s. Among Gu Immortals, the higher their rank, the greater the gap. Between rank 6 and 7, there were still elites who could occasionally fight rank 7s. But between rank 7 and rank 8, the difference was like heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud. To be able to fight rank 8s with rank 7 cultivation level, this was rarely seen in the history of humanity. At rank 9 they could sweep through the world with their own strength. Nobody could stop them. They were unrivaled, number 1 in the world. Rank 8 Gu Immortals were simply not rank 9's match. They had all suffered huge losses. There had never been an exception. After watching this scene 3 times, Fang Yuan returned the Gu worm to Fairy Li Shan. His eyes were calm as he opened them. Fang Yuan had expected old ancestor Shuehu's strength. In his previous life's memories, Central Continent had suffered several huge defeats. He even killed many Central Continent rank 8s. After witnessing it with his own eyes, Fang Yuan's understanding of Northern Plains' situation had deepened once again. Northern Plains' righteous path has 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. They are Yao Huang and Princess Impatience. In terms of prestige, Yao Huang is the number 1 righteous path expert. But the Princess Impatience has connections with Jianghu State, and is the biggest secret of Jianghu State in the Northern Plains. The collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court blessed land has caused Northern Plains to be in turmoil. The arrangement that the Giant Sun Immortal had painstakingly arranged collapsed. Order collapsed, and because of the fight for immortal Gu, righteous and demonic factions fought intensely. New and old grudges and conflicts arose. Although Qin Baisheng organized the auction, the immortals were only busy digesting the spoils of war. They stopped for a short period of time, but the conflict has deepened. The destruction of Imperial Court blessed land is the greatest loss to Northern Plains' righteous path. The fiendish Dao, on the other hand, benefited greatly. All along, the arrangements of the Giant Sun Immortal had been for the sake of his family's ambition to rule the world. Northern Plains' righteous path members all had Huangjin bloodline. The demonic cultivators and itinerant cultivators were suppressed to the point where they could barely lift their heads. Now that the 88-point Jinyang Tower had collapsed, the demonic path and rogue cultivators had one less mountain on their heads. Be it in his previous life's memories or his current life, Heavenly Lord Baizu had only established his super faction after Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed. He was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. But not all Huangjin bloodlines had to be like this. It was because he was afraid of being suppressed by the Huangjin super forces. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to establish a righteous path force. He naturally had to build a good relationship with Yao Huang and the rest, to draw a clear line between himself and the demonic path and express his stance. Thus, when Yao Huang went to ask for Minuscule Mountain, he took the initiative to go. But he did not expect old ancestor Shuehu to be so ferocious, actually defeating him and Yao Huang. To old ancestor Shuehu, refining the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu was like a tall tree that attracted the attention of countless people. The Fangjing path did not want him to succeed. Especially after the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, the righteous path forces were even more suspicious and wary of the demonic path. They were afraid of these outsiders gaining power. But old ancestor Shuehu needed a lot of resources to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. He sent many demonic path Gu immortals to gather Gu refinement immortal materials from all over the place. There were many conflicts. In the future there will definitely be more conflicts and obstacles. Old ancestor Shuehu's main motive in making this move was to intimidate Northern Plains Gu immortal world. He wanted to get rid of the obstacles in the future when he refines fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Northern Plains' situation was originally chaotic and turbulent, it was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Now that old ancestor Shui who defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu, the impact was huge. He simply swept away the dust, directly skipping the large-scale battle between the righteous path and demonic path, immediately leading the demonic path to a strong position, suppressing the righteous path. In the following days, the demonic path in Northern Plains Gu immortal world became arrogant, while the righteous path lowered their heads. This is the aftermath of this battle, the general trend of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan was old and experienced, he could see clearly. Even though rank 6 was extraordinary, it was only the lowest level of Gu immortals. Rank 7 was the core strength. At rank 8, they usually did not act rashly, every action they made or even a careless word they said would have a huge impact on their surroundings. What was the general trend? Every rank 8 Gu immortal was the general trend. Rank 6 and rank 7 can only follow the general trend. When can I become such a general trend and create such a trend? Fang Yuan could not help but yearn for such a great opportunity. Alright, Fang Yuan. We came this time to bring you the things you wanted to complete the transaction. Now we will hand everything over to you. Fairy Li Shan spoke. She brought a group of white lotus giant silkworm Gu and a large number of star thought Gu to Fang Yuan. It turned out that Snowy Mountain knew the exact location of Dongfang Naganori's blessed land after his death because of Fang Yuan. Dongfang Naganori had just become an immortal after possession. No matter how high-grade his immortal aperture was, there were almost no resources inside. The blessed land formed after Dongfang Naganori's death was tightly integrated, it was one with heaven and earth. Its defense was not something that public blessed lands could compare to. If it became a land spirit, it would most likely be an obsession for revenge against Fang Yuan. It hated Fang Yuan to the core. Including those forces investigating Fang Yuan did not want to put himself in danger because of cleansed soul immortal Gu. So, through Fairy Li Shan he borrowed the power of Snowy Mountain to help him achieve his goal. The value of a blessed land was extremely huge. Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan made an agreement. Fang Yuan provided the information and told them the exact location of the blessed land. He gave this blessed land to Fairy Li Shan. What he needed was the white lotus giant silkworm Gu inside. An ordinary star-thought mortal Gu. As for those immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had already learned from Dongfang Naganori's soul that they had all been destroyed by Dongfang Naganori with a thought. Fang Yuan obtained the white lotus giant silkworm Gu and suppressed the joy in his heart. When he saw that there were so many star-thought Gu, as many as 50,000, the joy in his heart could no longer be concealed, it leaked out from his eyes. These 50,000 star-thought Gu. They came at the right time. It was truly a timely rain. Fairy Li Shan observed his expression and purposely coughed twice. She spoke, "Congratulations Fang Yuan, in this extermination of Dongfang tribe, your gains were the highest. You actually obtained Dongfang Naganori's soul, this was not just a complete wisdom path inheritance. Dongfang Naganori had the secret of his operations. This was an extremely huge value. Moreover, you had already plundered a lot in Jade Pool blessed land." Fairy Li Shan said this, not concealing her envy. Because the Snowy Mountain Alliance had not reached its time limit, allies had to speak the truth. Fang Yuan did not conceal the fact that he had captured Dongfang Naganori's soul. Actually, he could not hide it. Many clues could reveal the truth. Fang Yuan directly informed Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan afterwards. He did not conceal it. At this moment he said, "Fairy, you obtained Minuscule Mountain, that is something recorded in the legends of Rinzu. Its value is not lower than mine. No need to flatter me, you have Danghun Mountain, you do not care about Minuscule Mountain. Hehe, everyone knows that you're the biggest winner this time. Furthermore, this Minuscule Mountain." Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly, "I was about to ask you for help. I'm asking you for help." Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. "Oh, I would like to hear the details." So, Fairy Li Shan had signed an alliance agreement with Dongfang tribe, they were allies and could not attack each other. But in order to snatch Minuscule Mountain, Fairy Li Shan had violated this oath. Although Fairy Li Shan had only started learning information path halfway, to guard against situations where she had no choice but to violate the oath, she had asked someone to use a time path immortal killer move many years ago. This time path killer move's effect was that if Fairy Li Shan violated the alliance agreement with Mountain Pledge Gu, the backlash would be delayed for a period of time before it would erupt. Minuscule Mountain's Miniman tribe and Dongfang Naganori were only allies, they did not belong to Dongfang tribe in the truest sense. Even so, the backlash of violating the oath was still terrifying. Fairy Li Shan was already heavily injured, she did not have much confidence in resisting this backlash. Thus He Lulan thought of a method for Fairy Li Shan. Back then, when Fairy Li Shan and Dongfang Naganori made an alliance agreement, they used Mountain Pledge Gu. The agreement was on Minuscule Mountain. If Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, the agreement would no doubt lose effect. There would naturally be no backlash. If Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's risk of life and effort would all be for naught. This was not possible. He Lulan's idea was, after Minuscule Mountain is destroyed, when the Time Path Killer move's effect disappears and the backlash of violating the oath takes effect, she would ask Tai Bai Yunxing to use landscape as before to rebuild Minuscule Mountain. This way Minuscule Mountain would return to its original state, even though Fairy Li Shan and Dongfang tribes still had an alliance agreement, as long as they did not violate it in the future, it would be fine. Fairy Li Shan ingeniously avoided the backlash of violating the oath, she even got a repaired Minuscule Mountain. As for why she asked Fang Yuan for help, it was because He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan knew that between Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, Fang Yuan was the leader. Fang Yuan smiled, agreeing, "This is indeed a good plan, I am willing to act as the middleman. As for the remuneration, we can discuss it in detail." Fairy Li Shan saw Fang Yuan smile and her heart sank. She thought, "It's coming." She knew that Fang Yuan was thick-skinned and black-hearted, it was clear that she was going to be extorted. She nodded with a bitter smile. He Lulan seemed to be prepared. She spoke, "Fang Yuan, if I am not wrong, your Hu Immortal Blessed Land's earthly calamity is about to descend? How about this? I will stay behind to help you defend Hu Immortal Blessed Land and resist the heavenly tribulation. Treat it as the remuneration for Tai Bai Yunxing restoring Minuscule Mountain. How about it?" Chapter 822. Fang Yuan was an astute person. He immediately shook his head. These two matters have completely different values. To you, Tai Bai Yunxing's landscape as before is necessary. To us, it can defend against the earthly calamity. Furthermore, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is under old ancestor Shuehu's control. He Lulan did not join Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. You are only an outsider, you can no longer stay there. You can use the excuse of defending against the earthly calamity to temporarily stay in my Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I have not collected your rent yet, but you want to use this to pay the price of Tai Bai Yunxing's help. Fang Yuan immediately exposed He Lulan's awkward situation. He Lulan had thick skin, she laughed and continued to argue with Fang Yuan. Both sides argued. After a while they finally came to an agreement. He Lulan would stay with Fang Yuan for this period of time, contributing her strength for free. During this period of time, He Lulan did not have a share in the Guts Gu gains. At the same time, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was facing the earthly calamity. He Lulan had to do her best to help Fang Yuan defend against it. This transaction was completed, but Fairy Li Shan was not in a hurry to leave. She talked to Fang Yuan about immortal materials. Fang Yuan obtained countless immortal materials in the auction. Fairy Li Shan wanted to buy them to deal with old ancestor Shuehu's resource collection mission. Fairy Li Shan obtained Minuscule Mountain. Old ancestor Shuehu only borrowed it to take a look, he did not take it for himself. After old ancestor Shuehu defeated the two rank 8s, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land status immediately rose. Its reputation in the Gu Immortal world reached an unprecedented peak. Old ancestor Shuehu summoned Fairy Li Shan. He thought that she blocked Yao Huang and protected Minuscule Mountain. He requested Fairy Li Shan to increase her contribution points and gave her many missions to collect immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan was in an awkward situation. He had just obtained Fangsuan Mountain. Although he had asked Tai Bai Yunxing to help him restore Fangsuan Mountain, he still had a large sum of money left. However, he was still heavily injured. Originally, she had used Mountain Pledge Gu to accumulate a lot of savings and was very wealthy. However, due to the fact that he had invested heavily in He Lulan, his savings had been rapidly depleted and had already dried up. Cultivating on one's own would consume countless resources. It was already very difficult. Many Gu Immortals did not have a source of income, they could not make ends meet, they could only work for others and run around. Even if there was a financial pillar, there would always be profits and losses in business. Things like Mountain Alliance vows and Guts Gu transactions were rare, how could they be common? Most importantly, there were also natural disasters and earthly tribulations. After a single one, many of their operations and efforts would be for naught. Heavenly tribulations and earthly disasters occurred one after another. Even if the Gu Immortals made it through, they would usually feel disheartened when they see the ruined immortal aperture. Fairy Li Shan was very bold, she supported herself. He also strongly supported He Lulan. He Lulan did not have a source of income. The huge demand for the two of them to cultivate was all on her. No matter how bold she was, her financial resources were also starting to run out. However, other than immortal yuan stone and immortal materials, Fairy Li Shan still had many other things. A lot of precious information. The value was very high. Fairy Li Shan had a lot of connections. She was the most outstanding information collector. The immortal materials that Fang Yuan had. He wanted to use them for the refinement path convention. But since he had enough of them, he could sell some to Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement, but his request was for one of Fairy Li Shan's immortal killer moves. He had been coveting this immortal killer move for a long time. Now was the best time to extort her. Fang Yuan naturally had to grab hold of this opportunity. Fairy Li Shan heard Fang Yuan's request and thought to herself, he really did mention this. Her mouth was filled with bitterness. But the situation was beyond her control. Even if Fairy Li Shan was unwilling, what could she do? Time made luck. This was the name of the immortal killer move that Fang Yuan obtained from Fairy Li Shan. This immortal killer move used time luck immortal goo as the core to plunder other people's lifespan and obtain a temporary increase in luck. Fang Yuan obtained time luck immortal goo from Fairy Li Shan. He had wanted to use inch of time goo to replace lifespan, and use it with time luck immortal goo, but it failed. Inch of time and time luck immortal goo could be used together, but the former's expenditure was too high. Later, Fang Yuan wanted to deduce an immortal killer move to reduce inch of time goo's expenditure. But he failed again. Even though he could use wisdom goo's light and had unlimited inspiration, he had too few thoughts in his mind, he could not use them. He had been refining malicious thought goo and memory thought goo, but they were not enough, he did not have enough left. Even if he had enough thoughts, Fang Yuan's time path attainment level was not high enough. To obtain the fruits of success there was very little hope. But Fang Yuan already knew that Fairy Li Shan had such an immortal killer move, using time luck immortal goo as the core. If used well, it would be a source of income that would not lose to mountain pledge goo. Thus, Fang Yuan used this rare opportunity to ask for this immortal killer move. After obtaining it, he immediately inspected it. Feeling a little strange, he asked Fairy Li Shan, "Where did you get this killer move from?" "I cannot reveal that." Fairy Li Shan had a cold expression, she was in a bad mood. Fang Yuan was taking advantage of her, but she had to ask for his help, she had to compromise. The concept of this killer move is very familiar. Could it be Northern Plains lone cultivator Yi Qiuzi? This person displayed his brilliance during the Five Regions War. He was a secluded person who did not care about worldly matters, but when a battle broke out between Northern Plains and Central Continent's Gu Immortals, the battle affected his residence, causing him to attack in anger and capture 3 Gu Immortals alive in an instant. Northern Plains asked him to help, but he refused, but because of the alliance he used a time path killer move on the Northern Plains Gu Immortals to protect themselves. That killer move's name was very strange, it was very short, only one word. Not long after, it spread throughout the 5 regions. Fang Yuan had heard of it in his previous life. It was called Kai. The effect of the killer move was to delay the damage, giving the Gu Immortals some time to find a way to heal themselves. For example, if a Gu Immortal was implanted with Kai and suffered a fatal blow, the injury would not act up immediately, it would only erupt after some time. This would give the Gu Immortal a lot of chances to find help. During this time the Gu Immortal could escape, to get a chance to rest and save themselves, to fly back to their comrades, to get help from others. Even if they had to die, they could give their own cultivation resources to their juniors, placing their blessed land in a hidden location. They would not be helping the enemy. Northern Plains Gu Immortals had great battle strength, but they were fewer in numbers than Central Continent. Central Continent had taken the initiative to attack first. They set up traps and killed a group of Northern Plains Gu Immortals, causing Northern Plains Gu Immortals to be suppressed and defeated. But with the appearance of Kai, Northern Plains Gu Immortal casualties fell sharply. It affected the battle situation to a large extent. In the end, it caused Central Continent and Northern Plains to be in a deadlock, causing Central Continent's plan to quickly attack Northern Plains and take over this region to be destroyed. If it is really Night King Z, then Fairy Li Shan's immortal killer move that can delay the damage from violating the oath is probably Kai. Fairy Li Shan's connections really cannot be underestimated. To be able to get this lone cultivator to help, I wonder what price she paid? Fang Yuan felt that this possibility was not small. Among Gu Immortals there were many who hid their tracks. They did not participate in battles, they did not gather, they cultivated in seclusion. Many people, even though they had obtained many astonishing achievements, died and fell. They were not known by the world. For example, the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he had hidden himself deeply when he was alive, his reputation was unknown. Only when Starry Sky Grotto Heaven appeared did his profound cultivation level show. There were actually many such Gu immortals. Rank 6, rank 7. There were even rank 8s. At least, Fang Yuan knew that Northern Plains had more than 5 rank 8 Gu immortals. But they were hidden. Fang Yuan thought of Zishan Makoto. This mysterious Gu immortal did not show any traces of him even during the 5 regions' chaotic war. He could not help but sigh, there are so many rivers and rivers, there are so many experts in the world. Fairy Li Shan did not reveal any information about Night King Z from start to finish. This transaction was settled. No matter what price she had to pay, she had achieved her original goal. Fairy Li Shan brought a batch of immortal materials back to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. In the following period of time, she would focus on recuperating and dealing with the backlash from violating the alliance agreement. She would also go around collecting information on how to raise mini-man tribes, hoping to gain benefits as soon as possible. As for He Lulan, she stayed behind. Fang Yuan brought her along as they flew. In a short while, they arrived at their destination. The two looked down from the sky. They saw that on the wide ground, there were lush green grass. There were 3 gigantic black and gray buildings. These were the 3 stone nests in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. There were countless rooms in the stone nests. Each room had at least one hairy man who was refining Gu continuously. It was bustling with activity and order. This was a large-scale Gu refinement base created using the concept of an industrial assembly line on Earth. The refinement process of a Gu worm was divided into dozens or even hundreds of steps. Each hairy man was only in charge of one step of the refinement. Not only could the Gu recipe be kept a secret, it could also raise the proficiency of the Gu refinement, thus increasing the success rate and output of the Gu refinement. At the bottom of the stone nests, air sac Gu were produced one after another. Of course, there were explosions in the stone nests from time to time. The explosions varied in size, some even caused fires. The hairy men were covered in flames as they screamed in pain. But their screams would not spread, they would not disturb the other hairy men's refinement. Each room had a sound isolation device. Not only was it to prevent interference, it was also to prevent the hairy men from communicating. To increase their control, they could only refine Gu obediently. Gu refinement had its risks, it was not lower than battle. But once something like an explosion occurred, Gu worms would fly out of the room, spray water to put out the fire, heal the wounds and so on. If the Gu refinement failed, the hairy men would suffer backlash. They would be considered lucky if they could preserve their lives. The price of some failures was death on the spot. Or their brains would atrophy, they would have a mental breakdown, their limbs would be crippled, they would no longer be able to refine Gu worms. For those with light injuries, Fang Yuan would heal them. If the injuries were severe and they became vegetative, the cost of healing them would be too high. Fang Yuan would directly give them up and euthanize them. Chapter 823. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Mortal Gu contained a trace of laws, while immortal Gu were fragments of the Great Tao. Gu refinement involved the fusion and collision of the laws of the Great Tao. It was more mysterious than chemistry, and more dangerous than handling gunpowder. Fang Yuan stood in the sky and observed for a while. More than 10 hairy men failed in the Gu refinement and were injured, some even died on the spot. He could not help but sigh internally, as my business expands, the loss of hairy men is also becoming more prominent. Hairy man slaves were the most expensive slaves, even more expensive than human Gu masters. This was somewhat inconceivable. Why was the price of humans lower than hairy men? It was easy to understand. Humans were the spirit of all living beings, the human heart was fickle and not easy to control. Variant humans, on the other hand, had simpler thoughts. Fang Yuan could control so many hairy men and refine Gu day and night, giving them limited time to eat and sleep with no entertainment. If these hairy men were replaced by human Gu masters, it would be impossible. Human Gu masters had to work in such a dangerous environment for a long time, without rest or entertainment. They would definitely be filled with resentment and would have thoughts of rebelling. The simple arrangements in the stone nests could not resist human wisdom. They would definitely destroy them secretly and quickly collude with each other. When they think the time is ripe, they would rebel against Yuxing or even use force to rebel. Thus, Fang Yuan would rather buy the most expensive hairy man slaves than the human Gu master slaves. Thus, Fairy Li Shan wanted to obtain Minuscule Mountain by all means. Not only because Minuscule Mountain had rare Gu refinement materials, but also because it was the headquarters of the Mini-Man tribe. She could control the Mini-Man tribe. The benefits were huge. Otherwise, the crafty Dongfang Naganori would not have formed an alliance with the Mini-Man tribe. I did not feel the loss of hairy men before. That was because the scale was small and now there are 3 stone nests. The workload of Gu refinement has always been huge, thus it is becoming more obvious. If this goes on and no changes are made, it will not be a good thing. Fang Yuan thought rapidly in his heart. At this time He Lulan also suggested, Fang Yuan, your hairy men are losing quite a lot. In a month, hundreds of hairy men would lose their lives. Thinking about it carefully, it made one's heart ache. If this number could be reduced, the cost would be reduced. The Guts Gu trade will earn even more. If she had not been pulled in by Fang Yuan to participate in the Guts Gu transaction, she might not have said anything. But now, the Guts Gu trade was also related to He Lulan's benefits, so she immediately raised the issue. Fang Yuan nodded. To solve this problem we have to start from 2 aspects. The first was to modify the Gu recipe to reduce the risk and refine the steps. It made every step safer and had a higher success rate. Secondly, you can raise your own hairy men so you don't need to buy them at a high price. He Lulan shook her head. The first method is too difficult. Gu recipes were refined and refined, they had to be modified on such a foundation. Breaking down the steps was difficult. The energy spent. I'm afraid that the amount of resources invested in the experiment is not a small amount. She modified the Gu recipe. She did not think highly of it at all. But she did not know that Fang Yuan had wisdom Gu. Although he could not use it directly, he could use the light of wisdom to gain unlimited inspiration. For Fang Yuan, the difficulty of modifying a Gu recipe was whether he had enough thoughts in his mind to expend. Fang Yuan naturally would not say this, he said without changing his expression. The second method is not easy either. I do not have any methods to raise hairy men. The ones sold in the market outside are all male hairy men, there are very few females and children, this is to prevent other Gu immortals from raising them. Raising hairy men and variant humans was much more difficult than raising fierce beasts or planting plants. A country is difficult to govern because the people have too much intelligence. Although this sentence was biased, there was a certain degree of truth in it. The more intelligence they had, the harder it was to control them. Hairy men would move around, they would find loopholes, they would gather and cause trouble. Fang Yuan was well aware. With his foundation, if he wanted to raise hairy men, he would definitely suffer a huge loss. His previous life's memories were not of any help. He could vaguely remember his life on Earth in his previous life. When he raised goldfish, he did not change the water frequently, did not provide oxygen, and fed them too much food. One would die every 2 to 3 days, half a month later, all the goldfish were dead. Raising hairy men was naturally much harder than raising goldfish. Hairy men's habits, living environment and other aspects that required attention were even more complicated. Fang Yuan had raised rockmen before, the rockman tribe in whose immortal blessed land was once very strong. But that was because Guts Gu could make the rockmen's souls grow rapidly, allowing them to split and reproduce. Thus, this was purely a cheating method if Fang Yuan were to raise rockmen. 2 to 3 years later, no matter how many rockmen there were, they would all be dead. Of course, the experience of raising hairy men could be bought from other Gu immortals. Back then, when Fang Yuan was cultivating star fragment grass, he had bought some shallow experience of planting. But the value of these two was simply like heaven and earth. If he wanted to buy the experience of raising hairy men, the price would be extremely high. It was like buying one of the top 100 companies on Earth. How much money would he have to pay? Fang Yuan did not eat, drink or spend with his earning speed, he would need many years to accumulate. I only have 20 to 30 pieces of immortal yuan stone left in my inventory. Although I obtained the dragonfish, regretful spiders, eerie fire dragon pythons, and obtained the method of raising them from Dongfang Naganori's soul, I still need to invest in them. Even if I do, I cannot sell them to Jewel Yellow Skies, I would need to resell them to other places. After all, I still need to lie low for a while. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. In other words, the future was bright, but the situation was awkward. Fang Yuan tossed aside the complicated thoughts in his mind and said to He Lulan, "All right, I have already informed Little Hu Immortal and made the arrangements, I will not send you off. For the next period of time, you will eat and live in the stone nests. I have already given the order to refine air sac Gu in the 3 stone nests, you will need to help. When the earthly calamity arrives and I need your help, I will call for you." He Lulan heard this and immediately felt that something was amiss. Hearing Fang Yuan's tone, he was completely using her as a laborer. Fang Yuan saw that her expression was somewhat ugly, but did not say anything. He pretended not to see it. If he did not squeeze He Lulan's greatest value out of her, how could it be his style? After making the arrangements for He Lulan, Fang Yuan returned to Danghun Palace. He opened the secret door and entered the secret room. He once again saw Dongfang Naganori's soul. The soul was extremely weak and was firmly imprisoned here. Even when it saw Fang Yuan, it did not move. Fang Yuan had intentionally weakened it, so Dongfang Naganori's soul was extremely weak. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He was very wary of this old fox. But now he had to search its soul again. But he had to replenish it first. Immediately, Fang Yuan crushed a few air sac goo and used guts goo on Dongfang Naganori's soul. The soul quickly recovered in the blink of an eye. It had recovered by more than half. Fang Yuan stretched out his monstrous claw and pressed on the soul searching it. Dongfang Naganori did not resist at all. After all, Fang Yuan had already searched it thoroughly. He had no secrets from Fang Yuan. He seemed to have completely accepted his fate. His heart was dead. A legendary figure. Falling to such a state, it was truly a pity. Fang Yuan, however, remained vigilant. After soul searching, he checked the goo worm arrangements in the secret room. To prevent any accidents from happening, he did not leave any hope for Dongfang Naganori's soul. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw all these actions. His heart was cold to the bone. He thought, how did I end up in the hands of such a person? There was no path to heaven, no door to earth. A hopeless situation was a path. There was no chance of survival. While feeling despair in his heart, he also felt a strange sense of admiration. On Fang Yuan's body, Dongfang Naganori felt like he was looking at another version of himself. Fang Yuan left the secret room and closed the secret door, inspecting it carefully and making sure there were no mistakes before returning to the main hall. He sat cross-legged on the bed, star thoughts surging in his mind as he fell into deep contemplation. Dongfang Naganori had no more secrets. He had basically been squeezed dry. But Fang Yuan still kept him alive, mainly to set a trap for Minuscule Mountain. Currently, even though Minuscule Mountain was owned by Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan could not snatch it due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance. But the alliance agreement was not impossible. For example, Fairy Li Shan's Time Path Killer move could delay the damage from breaking the oath. Furthermore, the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. Dongfang Naganori had established an alliance agreement with Minuscule Mountain. From Dongfang Naganori, Fang Yuan learned that this alliance agreement also used Mountain Pledge Goo. It should be on Minuscule Mountain. The two sides of the alliance agreement were not just Dongfang Naganori and the Miniman Goo Immortal, but the whole of Dongfang tribe and Miniman tribe. The Miniman tribe, Fairy Li Shan was definitely going to raise them and make use of them. This way Dongfang Naganori's soul still had some value. It was a useful weapon. But this weapon could not be used now. There might not be a chance to use it in the future. But Fang Yuan was hiding it. He was just casually laying down a chess piece. It was better to be prepared. He was thinking about the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo now. This time he soul-searched Dongfang Naganori for the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo. Cleansed Soul Immortal Goo's feeding required the flesh of tens of thousands of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo, but Fang Yuan did not have this amount. Although he had checked before, this time Fang Yuan confirmed once again. Dongfang Naganori's White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo was just an unexpected gain. That place was a natural cave. The heavenly power of nature created it. It was an environment suitable for the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo to live in. Furthermore, Dongfang Naganori captured all of these goo worms. He did not miss any. A large portion of them were used in the Phantom Formation. They played a crucial role. The remaining White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo were now in Fang Yuan's hands. Now those who lost to Fang Yuan had two choices. One was to use the limited amount of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo in his hands to research and experiment, reverse deduce the goo recipe, and even reverse deduce the method to nurture White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo. If this method succeeded, there would be an endless supply of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo in the future. But if it failed, these White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo would be used up in experiments. There was not enough to feed them. The remaining ones would not even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Cleansed Soul Immortal Goo would starve to death. The other choice was to feed it directly. Don't care about experiments or long-term plans. But even so, the amount of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo was not enough. At most, it could only allow Cleansed Soul Immortal Goo to escape from the brink of starvation and be in a half-full state. Fang Yuan originally had a vague hope. He hoped to obtain some new White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo from the place where Dongfang Naganori obtained them. However, the reality of this soul search had shattered his illusions. Fang Yuan thought for a while before opening his eyes. He finally made up his mind. Chapter 824. Forget it. To be safe, I will use all of these to feed it. Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo is already very hungry, it is very weak. If I don't feed it now, it will starve to death. As for the next feeding, I can only wait for the future. Fang Yuan was a demonic path cultivator. He liked to take risks, but he did not take risks blindly. He had to weigh the benefits and risks. Holding on to a fluke mentality, thinking that his luck was good and taking risks, he would often be taught a lesson by the cruel reality. Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo was in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. It was only the size of an adult's fist. It was like a tadpole. Its entire body was gray and shriveled. It was lying on the ground motionlessly. Fang Yuan willed, using the power of goo worms, he cut open the white lotus giant silkworm goo, taking out the flesh and blood and sending it to Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo. Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo's body shook slightly. It did not have any strength to climb up and eat. Fang Yuan could only place Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo on the flesh. Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo moved restlessly for a moment. Before calming down, it quietly swallowed the blood on the flesh bit by bit. After a while, the blood entered its stomach. It finally had some strength. It opened its mouth wider and started to eat the white lotus giant silkworm goo's tender flesh and blood. It ate more and more. Its shriveled body was like an inflated balloon, gradually recovering its plumpness. His grayish-white body also showed a trace of gloomy luster. When all of the white lotus giant silkworm goo were killed, and Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo finished eating their flesh and blood, Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo was no longer as weak as before. It could already fly freely in the air. It was like a gray tadpole. Its round head was like a half-blown balloon. Its tail was wagging behind its head. It was swimming slowly. It was like an old man, weak and feeble. It opened its mouth occasionally. Its mouth took up half of its head. Now it could open its mouth completely and make some noises. Fang Yuan knew that it was not satisfied. It still wanted to eat. Unfortunately, the white lotus giant silkworm goo were all used up. Not a single one was left. Even though he could not satisfy Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan still let out a sigh of relief. At least Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo was temporarily out of the awkward situation of starving to death. Fang Yuan had already decided to abandon it. Now that it was still alive, it could be considered a happy ending. More importantly, he had one precious time. No one could say for sure what would happen in the future, but it was indeed full of possibilities. Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo was not full yet. Fang Yuan kept it and tried not to use it. After solving the problem of Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo's feeding problem, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief, but he did not rest. Instead, he made the best use of his time and rushed to the underground cave. In the underground cave there was a small forest. The tallest Ganoderma lucidum king was over 20 feet tall. He directly pushed against the cave wall. The Ganoderma lucidum was like a giant umbrella, covering the left and right. When Fang Yuan arrived, he found the rank 9 wisdom goo. It was flying around the Ganoderma lucidum king like a child playing. Flapping its wings, it flew up and down in midair. Occasionally, it would hit the Ganoderma lucidum king. It was sent flying by the latter's elastic body. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He already had many immortal goo, but compared to these immortal goo, the rank 9 wisdom goo seemed to have a lot of intelligence. It was very different from others. Thinking back to the legends of Renzu, wisdom goo, strength goo and others could even converse with Renzu. Of course, this could be a rhetorical exaggeration of fables. But Fang Yuan also knew that wisdom goo could be communicated with. It was because he could communicate with it that he took away wisdom goo at the crucial moment of Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction, and now he could use its light of wisdom. Seeing Fang Yuan's arrival, wisdom goo stopped flying. It stopped on the Ganoderma lucidum king's trunk. When Fang Yuan found a short and thick Ganoderma lucidum and sat down on it, wisdom goo started to emit the light of wisdom quietly, enveloping Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan activated Star Thought Goo. Star Thought Goo was a one-time consumable goo. As Star Thought Goo were expended one after another, thoughts appeared in Fang Yuan's mind continuously. At once, it was like starlight was shining in his mind. After a while, it became like a summer night sky. Countless stars were shining together. It was a beautiful sight. Fang Yuan tried to deduce. Immediately, the star thoughts in his mind became excited. It was like pouring a large basin of hot water into a pot. Stars filled the sky, shining brightly. They collided with each other and bounced away. Unlimited inspiration, unparalleled possibilities, all sorts of answers and complex processes were formed in an instant. Fang Yuan stopped and opened his eyes, his gaze revealing deep joy. Earlier he was just testing his skills. This wisdom path inheritance did not disappoint him. It was even better than he had expected. Dongfang Naginori's wisdom path inheritance is indeed very good at deduction. Star thoughts are very durable. According to initial estimates, one star thought can resist 3 to 4 evil thoughts and memory thoughts. Fang Yuan compared in his mind. In wisdom path there were thoughts, wills and emotions. In terms of thoughts, there were many types and types. It was not an exaggeration to say that there were thousands of them. Thoughts were differentiated from each other. They had their own advantages and disadvantages. For example, evil thoughts were good at scheming against others, while memory thoughts were good at excavating information from memories. But these two were very ordinary when used to deduce things. Star thoughts were not good at scheming against others. They were also not good at excavating information from memories, but they were very useful when used to deduce things. One star thought could resist 3 to 4 other thoughts. This ratio was not very impressive. But think about it, how many thoughts would one need to deduce an immortal goo recipe or immortal killer move? After this number was magnified, the difference was huge. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands or even millions of thoughts were expended. The advantage of using star thoughts to deduce was simply too huge. It could be said that the star thought wisdom path inheritance was the most suitable for Fang Yuan. All along, Fang Yuan had hated not having enough thoughts. The light of wisdom expended a lot of thoughts. No matter how many thoughts he had, they would all be expended. Fang Yuan had a lot of deductions in his hands. First was to deduce the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. Previously he did not succeed, he only completed a small portion. Second was to perfect the immortal goo recipe blood deity. He did not succeed either. Just a little. Third was to deduce an immortal killer move, using time luck immortal goo and minute light mortal goo together. Reducing the expenditure of minute light and temporarily increasing one's luck. Fang Yuan had tried this before, but he failed completely. The reason was that his time path attainment level was too low. Now there was no need to deduce it, because Fang Yuan had already obtained an even better immortal killer move, time assist luck, from Fairy Li Shan. Fourth was to fuse pulling mountain and pulling water, these two strength path immortal goo, into the immortal killer move myriad self, to increase the power of myriad self. Fifth was to modify the refinement recipes of air sac goo and others. Dividing the steps into smaller steps would lower the risk of the goo refinement, and reduce the loss of hairy men. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, gradually calming his mind. Vaguely familiar face had to be deduced first, because the situation was getting more and more tense. Fang Yuan had to travel outside. He needed an immortal disguise to prevent his identity from being exposed. Modifying the recipes of air sac goo and others was not an urgent matter. Moreover, this plan involved too many things. In the future, Fang Yuan would refine goo on a large scale, not just air sac goo, malicious thought goo, memory thought goo and star thought goo. As for blood deity, it was only a long-term plan, it was not even necessary. After all, Fang Yuan was walking strength path now. He planned to cultivate time path or wisdom path, he did not want to develop blood path. If it were before, Fang Yuan would naturally focus on deducing the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. But now that Hu immortal blessed land was facing an impending earthly calamity, Fang Yuan had to consider it first. He had to fuse pulling mountain immortal goo into the killer move myriad self. Fang Yuan closed his eyes tightly. He calmed down and started to deduce. The starlight in his mind responded, countless star thoughts were boiling. Time passed, an hour, 4 hours, half a day, 1 day, 2 days. Only on the afternoon of the 3rd day did Fang Yuan open his eyes. Even though he had an immortal zombie body, his face was filled with weariness and exhaustion. I finally fused pulling mountain immortal goo into the killer move myriad self. Myriad self's power has increased by 10%. If it is used against earth path goo immortals or some mountain or meteorite, the effect will be even higher, the power will increase by 20%. Fang Yuan inspected star thought goo again. There were close to 40,000 star thought goo left in his immortal aperture. There were originally over 50,000 star thought goo, that was to say, this deduction only used over 10,000 star thought goo. Star thought goo was truly durable. Of course, this durability is used to deduce things. Using star thought to plot against others and think of schemes is still better than malicious thought. In terms of memory, star thought goo is not as durable as memory thought goo. Be it star thought goo, memory thought goo, or malicious thought goo, he still needed to refine and stock them up. This plan had a long way to go. Looking at the time, it was not time for Hu immortal blessed land's tribulation yet. But if he used this time to deduce the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face, there was not enough time, he would not be able to deduce anything. Fang Yuan returned to Danghun Palace and continued to research on the wisdom path inheritance. This immortal level wisdom path inheritance had a huge amount of content. It included hundreds of mortal goo recipes, more than 10 immortal goo recipes, dozens of mortal killer moves, and close to 10 immortal killer moves. They involved offense, defense, advancement and retreat, storage, healing, and other aspects. Other than that, there were all sorts of wisdom path methods and techniques. For example, cultivation methods to expand the mind space, and methods to modify the heart and form the heart aperture. There was also knowledge of astronomy and geography, the distribution of resources in the 5 regions, the general situation of Northern Plains forces, as well as introducing the dangers one would encounter in cultivation and how to resolve them. There was also information on Goo Master's immortal ascension, the introduction of all sorts of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, as well as how to deal with them. Of course, there were also introductions of other paths like fire path, metal path, space path, time path, and others, the strengths and weaknesses of the Goo immortals of these paths, their needs, and how to deal with them in battle. There was also discussion on management methods, how to manage a Goo immortal blessed land to allow one to survive and advance in cultivation. It could be said that this was a Goo Master's encyclopedia of cultivation. It allowed one to have a foothold in reality, distinguish between right and wrong, grasp methods to survive and deal with enemies, and cultivate to become stronger. This inheritance was not the work of the Creator, that star path Goo immortal of the Celestial Court alone. Instead, every Goo immortal who inherited this inheritance and used it to cultivate continued to add and improve on the content. Generation after generation, they expended a lot of effort and finally formed a cultivation manual. Fang Yuan could see a lot of the ancient history of Central Continent and Northern Plains from it. At the end of the immortal killer move, he found that the last inheritor, Dongfang Naganori, added a new immortal killer move, Hataru. Chapter 825. The value of this inheritance was self-evident. It was even more valuable than the blood path true inheritance that Fang Yuan obtained in his previous life. Even Fang Yuan sighed, if I could obtain this inheritance earlier, be it in my previous life or current life, I would have become a Goo immortal long ago. Fang Yuan had wasted so many years, stumbling along the path of cultivation, carefully crossing the river while feeling the rocks. Only then did he have today's achievement. In comparison, Dongfang Naganori obtained this inheritance when he was still a Goo Master. His luck was truly enviable. Eastern Sea Yulu blessed land. The drizzle continued, hazy like smoke. A group of Goo immortals from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters were trapped inside, cautiously looking for a way out. Damn it, don't let the drizzle fall on you, it has the ability to weaken immortal essence. The leading immortal zombie, Shark Demon, suddenly had a change in expression as he shouted to warn the immortals behind him. Shark Demon could be said to be very experienced. His reaction was extremely fast. The moment this seemingly harmless drizzle appeared, he immediately realized that he was being attacked. Hearing his warning, the immortals quickly used all sorts of methods to erect defenses against the drizzle. But it was useless. This drizzle is actually pervasive. Is this Fairy Yulu's famous immortal killer move, Vanishing Immortal Essence Scattering Rain? One of the immortal zombies suddenly thought of a crucial piece of information, his expression turning ugly. Even if it is the famous Vanishing Immortal Powder, it can't be this strange and powerful, our defensive methods are all useless. Another immortal zombie shouted. His tone was filled with fear. I know. In the previous round we were all hit by that immortal killer move Rain Dew Stain. Thus we came to this round. We were hit by the Vanishing Immortal Powder but could not defend against it, we could only let it fall on us. Immortal zombie Su Baiman's eyes shined brightly. Suddenly he said. The immortals quickly conversed. After getting the answer, their moods also turned heavy. This was not the first time they had attacked Yulu Blessed Land. There were many rounds in Yulu Blessed Land, and between the rounds they were very difficult to deal with. This group of Goo immortals were mostly immortal zombies. A total of 7 people, 5 of them were immortal zombies. Since the immortal aperture of an immortal zombie was already dead, the blessed land could not be operated. It was lifeless and could not produce immortal essence at all. Thus, in order for immortal zombies to obtain immortal essence, they could only convert it from the immortal Yuan stone. An immortal zombie's immortal essence was much more precious than ordinary Goo immortals. It was not easy to obtain. Now that the immortals entered this trial before the battle even began, there was already immortal scattering primordial rain that fell, melting away their immortal essence, simply hitting right at their weak point. He watched as the immortal essence that he had painstakingly accumulated melted away one by one. The immortal zombies all felt their hearts ache. They hurriedly discussed and quickly reached a consensus. They had to get through this hurdle as soon as possible and find a way out. Otherwise they would be in danger. The immortals displayed their various methods. However, an hour passed and there was no progress. Not good, this battlefield killer move is so hard to unravel. More than 30 beads of my immortal essence have already been melted away. Fairy Yulu is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's second disciple. Rank 8 Great Expert. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was most proficient in battlefield killer moves. Fairy Yulu was his disciple. She has already learned the essence. Not only did she grasp many well-known battlefield killer moves, he even introduced the old and brought forth the new, creating his own original creation. This battlefield killer move is her original creation. There is no record of it in history. This battlefield killer move does not seem to have any offensive power, but it has a huge space inside. Together with Immortal Scattering Primordial Rain, it is simply exhausting us to death. What should we do? Almost all of their methods were used. The Gu Immortals were panicking. The leader, Shark Demon, had an ashen expression. He stared at the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in the group and shouted, "Budan, what are you doing? After so long, you still can't deduce the flaw of this battlefield killer move." Budan was scolded and quickly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, saying anxiously, "I am useless. This battlefield killer move is profound and profound. It surpasses the previous battlefield killer moves by a huge level. My Wisdom Path inheritance is already mostly incomplete. I cannot think of a way to decipher it." This Budan was actually a living person, a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, but he was scolded by the immortal zombie Shark Demon, like an obedient child, obeying obediently. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the headquarters of Zombie Alliance. It was different from the other 4 regions. It was a huge force that surpassed ordinary super forces. Zombie Alliance's headquarters not only had many immortal zombie experts, there were also living Gu Immortals. These living Gu Immortals had lower statuses than immortal zombies. Shark Demon's anger dissipated after scolding. He said in a dejected tone, "Budan is useless. We can only use Profound Ice House and forcefully blast it, see if we can create a path." The other Gu Immortals were overjoyed. Some had shining eyes. To think that Lord Shark Demon would actually use Profound Ice House in this trip. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes were also shining brightly. In Eastern Sea, Zombie Alliance was extremely powerful. It was a dominating force. It was the leader of the super forces. Forget about others, it had 3 immortal Gu houses. Of course, only one was complete, the other 2 were damaged beyond repair. But even if it was an incomplete immortal Gu house, it could barely be activated. Its power was extraordinary. Shark Demon was a rank 7 expert. Ever since Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters took the mission to attack Yulu Blessed Land, he had entered the Blessed Land many times and passed many rounds. The more rounds he passed, the more importance he placed on Yulu Blessed Land. In this trip to the Blessed Land, under the persuasion of his wife, Su Baiman, he spent a lot of money to rent Profound Ice House from Zombie Alliance. Shark Demon immediately took out Profound Ice House. It was not big, it was round like a sphere, the outside seemed to be made of thick ice bricks. Once it was taken out, it gave off a cold aura, causing the surrounding Gu Immortals to shiver. Shark Demon was silent. He opened the door of the ice house and entered. Next came his beloved wife, Su Baiman, and then the remaining 5 people entered in a single file. When they entered the house, it was a huge spherical space without any furnishings. The immortals floated inside. They were surrounded by a layer of cold white light. Within the white light, there were traces of golden light. After a few breaths of time, the golden light stabilized. It was like golden threads were intertwining, forming a formation diagram. Shark Demon commanded the immortals to their positions. Standing on the formation core, he ordered, "Everyone expend your immortal essence. Activate this immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house will record how much immortal essence you expend." Everyone knew that activating this immortal Gu house expended a lot of immortal essence. Activating it this time would cause them to expend even more immortal essence than before. If not for this flaw, Shark Demon would have activated the immortal Gu house long ago. The immortals had entered Yulu Blessed Land this time. They had not killed any strong enemies or encountered any battles. They had already suffered huge losses. They had expended a lot of immortal essence. They were feeling stifled. But after hearing this, they put away their dark thoughts. They had to put in their best effort. 15 minutes later, on the calm surface of Eastern Sea, a huge icy meteor suddenly shot out. The meteor had an extremely strong momentum. It broke through the surface of the sea. In the blink of an eye, it shot up hundreds of feet into the sky. In the sky, this meteor suddenly stopped. It turned from extreme motion to extreme stillness, revealing its true form. It was the rank 6 Immortal Goo House, Profound Ice Incomplete House. Come out. Inside the house. Shark Demon had a defeated expression, he shouted. Shortly after, the door opened. The immortals flew out, floating in the sky. In the sky. The immortals looked down. Waves were surging on the surface of the sea, breaking the calm. It was caused by Profound Ice Incomplete House breaking through the surface of the sea. But the immortals' thoughts were focused on that Yulu blessed land at the bottom of the sea. The immortals had already attacked Yulu blessed land more than once. They had won and lost. This was not the first time he had suffered such a setback, but it was the most depressing one he had ever experienced. To attack Yulu blessed land, the key was not to force their way in, they had to consider a balance. This Yulu blessed land was already under the control of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Without competition from other forces, the proper way to attack it was to take it one step at a time. Facing such a profound battlefield killer move, even if they used Profound Ice Incomplete House, the immortals could only charge out of the blessed land, they could not break it. In that case, how should he break through this stage next? Shark Demon was the last to walk out. He put away Profound Ice Incomplete House, feeling dejected as he thought, this is a huge loss. Not only did we not gain anything from attacking Yulu blessed land, we even used Profound Ice Incomplete House. When we return to Zombie Alliance, we will have to pay a huge sum of contribution points. Thankfully we had this Profound Ice Incomplete House, otherwise we would still be trapped there. Gu Immortal Budan spoke, feeling some lingering fear. Shark Demon stared at him fiercely, the latter kept quiet. The other Gu Immortals nodded slightly, they felt very fortunate that Shark Demon had brought Profound Ice Incomplete House with him. This vanishing immortal scattered essence rain killer move is too powerful. Even the Immortal Goo House could not defend against it, it landed on us directly. At the side, Tai Bai Yunxing, who had participated in this trip, suddenly spoke. Seeing that it was Tai Bai Yunxing who spoke, Shark Demon's expression softened. He replied, that is because this Profound Ice Incomplete House's greatest use is to help Ice Path Goo Immortals cultivate. Don't look at how it looks on the outside, the inside is very damaged, it was barely repaired to a usable state. If it was a complete Immortal Goo House, even if we were hit by it, we would definitely be able to defend against it. So that's the case. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, not saying anything else. Alright, this exploration of Yulu blessed land is over, everyone is dismissed. Shark Demon waved his hand as he announced. The immortals quickly dispersed. Tai Bai Yunxing, however, was not in a hurry to leave. Sir Tai Bai, what's the matter? Su Baiman asked. This immortal zombie couple had a very good attitude towards Tai Bai Yunxing. The reason was naturally because of the man as before Immortal Goo in Tai Bai Yunxing's possession. Tai Bai Yunxing smiled. Both of you know that I am a Northern Plains Goo Immortal, I have been in Eastern Sea for some time now. Shark Demon and Su Baiman looked at each other, nodding. They had known this long ago. Tai Bai Yunxing did not have methods like Kanyang Laojun, he could not conceal his aura, it could not be faked. Thus, his identity as a Northern Plains Goo Immortal was exposed long ago. But this was not strange. Because Eastern Sea had earth tides. Every once in a while, boundless earth force would surge from the depths of the trench. It was a grand and majestic force of nature. It was powerful and terrifying, far exceeding the limits of rank 8 Goo Immortals. When the earth force surged and stirred the seawater, it formed an earth tide. The earth tide was extremely powerful. It could easily create a tsunami that was 1,000 feet tall. Chapter 826. When Goo Immortals passed through the regional wall, it was extremely difficult and arduous. But every year at this time, because of the earth tide, Eastern Sea's regional wall would become weak. There would be Goo Immortals from Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border who would take the chance to enter Eastern Sea. Of course, a small number of Eastern Sea Goo Immortals would take the chance to enter Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border. Thus, it was not strange for Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border Goo Immortals to come to Eastern Sea. Only Western Desert Goo Immortals were truly rare in Eastern Sea. Because Western Desert and Eastern Sea were not connected, they were separated by Central Continent. Once Western Desert Goo Immortals appeared in Eastern Sea, they would definitely attract attention. There were 5 regions in the world: Central Continent, Northern Plains, Southern Border, Western Desert and Eastern Sea. Among them, Central Continent had the strongest overall strength with countless Goo Master sections. Southern Border had a myriad of mountains and mountain ranges. Northern Plains grassland was flat and boundless. The tribes were the most mobile and battle-hungry. And Eastern Sea had the most abundant resources. In the vast sea area, in the deep sea, there were countless fish, prawns and sea beasts, as well as countless minerals and precious stones. Gu immortals from Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border came to Eastern Sea mostly for these resources. It was a common situation. Especially in Northern Plains, it was a battlefield with the most scarce resources. There were many Northern Plains Gu immortals who came to Eastern Sea to seek opportunities to develop or to seek shelter. Tai Bai Yunxing continued, "Thanks to the two of you, I have developed well in Eastern Sea, thus my immortal aperture is gradually becoming unstable. The earth tide is coming. I am going to use this chance to return to Northern Plains and place down my blessed land. I will stabilize my immortal aperture and face the earthly calamity." "So that's it." Shark Demon nodded. "We should have thought of it, Sir Tai Bai. You need to be careful when you go. Maybe you can let us escort you?" Su Baiman smiled and suggested. Tai Bai Yunxing waved his hand, "No need, no need." Shark Demon and Su Baiman saw Tai Bai Yunxing's rejection and did not mention it. Even though the earth tide would cause the regional walls. But weak points. There was also a formless tidal force entrenched, like countless submerged reefs and whirlpools. It was still very dangerous. To pass through there must be a correct route map. This route map was very precious. It was fine if there was a wisdom path Gu immortal to deduce it, but if there was no wisdom path method it would be useless. He could only rely on himself to continuously explore. If they were escorted by Shark Demon and his wife, wouldn't the route map in Tai Bai Yunxing's hands be leaked? Therefore, when the Shark Demon couple saw that Tai Bai Yunxing refused, they couldn't force him. "Once Northern Plains is settled properly, I will take advantage of the next earth tide to return. Who knows, he might even persuade a few of his good friends to come here as well." Tai Bai Yunxing spoke again, laying the groundwork for Fang Yuan's appearance. "Good. Tai Bai Bro's friends are our friends, of course we welcome them." Shark Demon laughed. He was very forthright and enthusiastic. Only then did Tai Bai Yunxing leave. Looking at Tai Bai Yunxing's back that had shrunk to the size of an ant, Su Baiman frowned, transmitting to Shark Demon, "Even though the regional walls are weak, the earth tide is too terrifying. If one is careless and gets hit by the formless tidal force, it is a small matter to injure one's muscles and bones, one might even die on the spot. Look at how calm Tai Bai Yunxing is, he must be very confident in the route map in his hands. Are we really not going to follow him? With this route map we can enter Northern Plains. Even if we don't need it, we can hand it over to Zombie Alliance and exchange it for a large number of contribution points, reducing our losses this time." Shark Demon waved his hand, firmly rejecting, "No need. The route map is not constant. After a few earth tides, the formless tidal force will have a huge change. At that time the old route map will lose its value. Our main goal is to cooperate with him and use man as before Immortal Gu to achieve our goal of rebirth. This is a long-term plan. We cannot ruin the good relationship we had with him with great difficulty just for some short-term benefits." "Alright, I will listen to you." Su Baiman immediately dispelled her thoughts. She looked at her husband with a gentle gaze, but her zombie face was somewhat terrifying. Shark Demon did not mind. He affectionately embraced Su Baiman, letting her lean on his chest, consoling her gently. "I know what my wife is worried about. That's right, we were the ones who took the mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land. This time we used Profound Ice House, our losses were huge. But it doesn't matter in this world who doesn't have setbacks and failures. We still have a foundation that can support us. Now we have hope of rebirth. Don't be afraid, no matter what happens in the future, no matter how difficult it is, I will always be by your side to protect you." Husband, Eastern Sea's blue waves stretched for thousands of li, the sky was clear, the sea and the sky merged into one, occasionally white seagulls could be seen flying. Tai Bai Yunxing flew all the way, tearing through the sky. He was surrounded by clouds and mist. He was flying very fast, but he was silent. Of course, this was only a mortal flying killer move. It could not compare to Fang Yuan's 3 pairs of true solid bat wings. Once Fang Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu burst out, he would be able to leave it far behind in an instant. But this killer move had an advantage. It was wrapped in clouds and mist. Mortals could not see through it. This was not the time of the 5 Regions War. There was still a gap between Gu immortals and mortals. Most mortal Gu masters had only heard of immortals, they had never seen one. Many even thought that immortals were only a legend. Tai Bai Yunxing was a Northern Plains Gu immortal after all. In Eastern Sea he was only an outsider, thus he kept a low profile. First, he was guided by Fang Yuan. He took on the mission of healing the sea area in Haishur Blessed Land. After making some reputation he came into contact with Shark Demon and the rest. Every time they attacked Yulu blessed land he was there. Shark Demon and his wife treated him very well, they naturally wanted his man as before. Shark Demon had Time Anchor Immortal Goo, when used with man as before, it was the hope of rebirth. Of course, Shark Demon and his wife had thought of snatching the Immortal Goo man as before. But unless they had methods like Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, it was almost impossible to snatch the Immortal Goo. Dongfang Naganori was so weak, while Fang Yuan had such a huge advantage. In the end, Dongfang Naganori self-detonated at a thought, causing Fang Yuan to not even get a single Immortal Goo. The difficulty of snatching Immortal Goo. It was easy to see how important it was. Tai Bai Yunxing flew for a long time before he finally saw a gray spot on the sea surface. As the distance shortened, the gray spot gradually expanded in his vision. It was a small island. This island did not have a spirit spring, there was little vegetation, it was basically barren gray-brown rocks, even seabirds rarely visited it. In a place like Eastern Sea that was rich in resources, it was considered a barren land. But Tai Bai Yunxing was a Goo immortal. He did not care, he only treated it as a temporary residence. A lone island. Barren land, naturally no one coveted it. There was less attention and trouble. Tai Bai Yunxing slowly descended from the sky, entering the island. He first inspected the Goo formation that he had set up, to see if there were any changes. There were still some Goo formations on the island, but they were all his simple arrangements. Simple surveillance was one layer of meaning. If he encountered other Goo immortals, the Goo formation would indicate that this place was not ownerless, that was the second layer of meaning. After a round of inspection, Tai Bai Yunxing had close to 10 Goo worms in his hands. These were all information path Goo worms, they carried information. It turned out that even though Tai Bai Yunxing kept a low profile as a time path healing Goo immortal, the immortal Goo he had were too outstanding. They were like needles in a bag, they could not be hidden for long. These information path Goo worms came from all sorts of people. Some were super forces, some were demonic path people, some were immortal zombies, and some were righteous path lone cultivators. Most of them invited Tai Bai Yunxing to heal some things. A small portion did not invite Tai Bai Yunxing to heal them, they wanted to form good karma. What if something unexpected happened in the future? Wouldn't this good karma be useful then? Tai Bai Yunxing was a good person, he also had 2-time path immortal Goo. He was very popular in Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunxing took these information path Goo worms and entered the cave. This cave was only created by him temporarily, he did not spend much effort on it, thus it was very crude and simple. Tai Bai Yunxing first replied to these information path Goo worms one by one, rejecting their invitations before falling into deep thought. Even though I have a Stargate and can easily return to Hu immortal blessed land. But in this situation I cannot directly open the Stargate, that will ruin things. Tai Bai Yunxing could be considered a celebrity now, his actions were secretly watched by many people. Thus, returning to Hu immortal blessed land was more troublesome than before. He really had to first go to the regional wall and use the Stargate when no one was paying attention. Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan studied the wisdom path inheritance for 3 days and 3 nights. He did not know how many thoughts were spent in his mind, but he gained a lot of insights. Dongfang Naganori is overflowing with talent. This wisdom path inheritance is mainly used for deduction, it is not good at fighting. But the immortal killer move Hataru that he came up with is unique, it uses the deduction advantage of the inheritance and almost perfectly transforms it into an offensive attack. Looking at the entire inheritance, the myriad star fireflies is without a doubt the #1 offensive killing move. This was Fang Yuan's greatest emotion. His nature was different from Tai Bai Yunxing, he had a strong sense of aggression. The first thing he paid attention to was the offensive methods in the inheritance. Why did this Hataru make Fang Yuan feel so emotional? The foundation of this move was still Star Thought Goo. Each starlight firefly had a star thought wrapped around it. Using this move expended an astonishing amount of energy. Not only did it expend immortal essence, it also expended the wisdom path Dao marks on the Goo immortal's body. Goo immortals had Dao marks on their bodies, Fang Yuan had strength path Dao marks, while fire path Goo immortals had fire path Dao marks. Dongfang Naganori naturally had wisdom path Dao marks. Every time he used this move, he would expend at least 16 wisdom path Dao marks. One had to know that Dao marks were extremely rare. If Goo immortals wanted to obtain Dao marks, other than rare and unique methods, the most orthodox and mainstream method was to undergo heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Every time they underwent one, they would obtain Dao marks on their body. The number of Dao marks depended on the strength of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The stronger the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the more Tao marks they would obtain. Chapter 827. Hataru expended at least 16 Tao marks to use this move, and there was no upper limit. The wider Hataru's range, the more powerful it was, and the more Tao marks it expended. But precisely because of this move was exceptionally powerful. Tao marks were embedded in the air, forming a special battlefield that was hard to destroy. When a Gu immortal enters it, their thoughts would turn into star thoughts and form Hataru. The more time passed, the stronger Hataru would become. This was to transform the enemy's power into one's own and then attack the enemy. To the enemy Gu immortals, it would be extremely disgusting. It was like lifting a rock to smash one's own foot, or stabbing oneself with one's own blade. After understanding the secret behind Hataru's usage, Feng Yuan understood something else. No wonder Dongfang Naganori in history had always been scheming. Only when he had no other choice would he make a move and use this 10,000 star fireflies. Because even Dongfang Naganori, the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in northern plains, could not use Hataru as a regular method. Its expenditure was too high. Once Tao marks were expended, they would not recover themselves. The source of Tao marks was also very narrow. Most Gu immortals could only obtain large numbers of Tao marks from tribulations. This Hataru is almost on par with my current myriad self-killer move. Of course, my myriad self-killer move has a lot of potential. Hataru cannot compare to it in this aspect. I have no wisdom path Tao marks. Unless I walk the wisdom path in the future, I might not be able to use this killer move in my entire life. Of course, other than that, there was another crucial factor. This Hataru killer move needed 3 wisdom path immortal Gu as the cores. Feng Yuan did not have any. When Dongfang Naganori was defeated, all of the immortal Gu were detonated, not a single one was left for Feng Yuan. Among these 3 wisdom path immortal Gu, the one Feng Yuan wanted the most was Star Thought immortal Gu. In this wisdom path inheritance, there were more than 10 immortal Gu recipes. Among them was the recipe for Star Thought immortal Gu. There were even the refinement experiences of the past inheritors, as well as many of their failures. Once he had Star Thought immortal Gu, Feng Yuan would not need to waste so much effort. Slowly accumulating Star Thought mortal Gu. According to the records in the inheritance, 1 bead of green grape immortal essence was used to produce at least 100,000 star thoughts through the effect of Star Thought immortal Gu. Of course, if Feng Yuan used Star Thought immortal Gu, he would obtain less than 100,000 star thoughts. Because the inheritors of wisdom path Gu immortals all had wisdom path Tao marks on them, which amplified the effect of Star Thought immortal Gu. Just like how Feng Yuan had the strength to use the Mahamudra. It could increase one's power by 20%. 20% was considered low. Ordinary Gu immortal experts had Tao marks that could increase the power of their immortal Gu and immortal killer moves by several times. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, even 10 times. 100 times. Why was the difference between rank 8 and 7 so huge? Tao marks were one of the main reasons. The higher the cultivation level, the more terrifying the tribulations and calamities. Once they passed, the more Tao marks they would obtain. Fortune came with misfortune, misfortune came with misfortune. From another perspective, the stronger the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, it was also a good thing. It could be said that once he had Star Thought immortal Gu, Feng Yuan's deductions would be greatly reduced. He would no longer need to carefully plan and carefully expend star thoughts. And with Feng Yuan's current wealth, he could afford it. But unfortunately, Feng Yuan could afford to use immortal Gu, but he did not have the wealth to refine immortal Gu. Even if he made some money, he was still far from being able to refine immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique, they were fragments of the laws of the great Tao. Refining immortal Gu required a lot of immortal materials and immortal Yuan stone. And most importantly, when refining immortal Gu, one could not just prepare one set of materials, one had to prepare many sets, because the success rate of refining immortal Gu was too low. Dongfang Naganori was a formidable person. He was the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in northern plains. He had been in charge of a super force for many years, and had secretly transacted with Crane Gate, obtaining a lot of funding. Even so, he only had 8 immortal Gu at his peak. Among the 8, there were side methods like Mince Blood immortal Gu and Split Shadow immortal Gu. There were more than 10 immortal Gu recipes recorded in the wisdom path inheritance, but he had only refined less than half of them. Like old ancestor Xuehu and Lady Wan Shou, the former was the #1 rank 8 battle strength in northern plains, while the latter was one of the 4 great refinement path Gu immortals. They could be considered to have a deep foundation and a large family business. But to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, even with Ma Hongyun they could save a lot of time and resources, but to do so, they would need to expend almost all of their assets. It was a gamble. With Fang Yuan's current situation, there was no way he could refine an immortal Gu, it was just wishful thinking. Other than Star Thought Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had another immortal killer move that he wanted the most, it was called Star Fog Concealment. This move allowed the Gu immortal to be shrouded in a thin layer of starlight fog, concealing their appearance and body, outsiders would not be able to see them clearly. Of course, this was only the effect on the surface. The real effect was that it could conceal heaven's secrets. When other wisdom path Gu immortals tried to deduce the Gu immortal, they would be able to get vague answers. This was almost the same effect as Dark Limit Immortal Gu. Dark Limit Immortal Gu was actually obscured, it could not be deduced. Star Fog Concealment was vague, it was difficult to deduce, the answer would not be accurate. This Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move was one of the more obscure ones in the entire Wisdom Path inheritance. Many inheritors did not have experience in using it, thus there were very few records of it. Because Wisdom Path Gu immortals were rare to begin with, Wisdom Path Gu immortals had even fewer chances of scheming against each other. In most situations, even if they used it, they would not be able to get a deduction from the enemy. But for Fang Yuan it was very suitable. One of the reasons why he obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance was to resist other Wisdom Path Gu immortals, and delay the truth of his crimes from being dug out. Unfortunately, this immortal killer move needed 2 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu as the cores. Thus, the problem came down to one point: Fang Yuan did not have the wealth to refine Immortal Gu. Eventually, Fang Yuan looked at the entire Wisdom Path inheritance, he could learn and use it. There was only one part that was suitable for him. That was how to deal with the enemy's will. There was a lot of content in this part. How to defend against the enemy's will, how to distinguish the type of will, how to control the enemy's will, how to counter-control the enemy's will if he is controlled by the enemy's will, how to use wills to attack, things to note in a battle of wills, how to investigate wills, how to heal wills, how to amplify wills, how to weaken wills, and so on. Why did Fang Yuan want to learn this part? Because he still had a portion of Mo Yao's will locked up in his hands. Mo Yao had shocking refinement path attainment in her life, she was also an Inkman and knew many Inkman secrets. She also had a relationship with Bo Qin, she was the fairy of that generation in Spirit Affinity House. The historical secrets she knew were naturally very valuable. Among them, what moved Fang Yuan the most was the clues to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance that she had. Fang Yuan's first vital Gu, Spring Autumn Cicada, was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital Gu. Thus, in this part of the inheritance, Fang Yuan focused on learning how to search wills. Soul searching and will searching had completely different levels of difficulty. The former was easy, it was like eating food, everyone had a mouth. Fang Yuan was not a soul path Gu immortal, but he could still search Tai by Yunxing's soul. Even a layman could get involved. But searching wills was like a chef eating a dish, one needed to taste the main ingredients of the dish. Auxiliary ingredients, seasonings. One also needed to taste the steps of the dish. This was very difficult. In other words, this was a technical job, only a wisdom path professional could do it. Thus, when Tai Bai Yunxing returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan was in Danghun Palace, diligently practicing multiple search methods. He had just started learning, he did not have the experience of his previous life to help him, he was still a distance away from using them. Junior brother, how have you been? Tai Bai Yunxing smiled, he was under a lot of pressure in Eastern Sea, now that he was facing Fang Yuan, he could truly relax. A friend in need is a friend indeed, to him, Hu Immortal Blessed Land with Fang Yuan was like home. Fang Yuan gestured for him to sit down, seeing his tattered clothes, he was surprised. You are injured. Tai Bai Yunxing smiled bitterly, he said with lingering fear, I am different now, I have just entered Eastern Sea, I am already attracting attention, I cannot return through the star door, so I went to the regional wall to pretend. To think that someone was actually following me, I have thoroughly witnessed the terrifying power of the earth tide in this trip. Although the regional wall is weak because of the earth tide, the formless tide force is entrenched near the regional wall, it is impossible to defend against it. I have only been at the periphery but I have already suffered a few times. Only defensive immortal killer moves are effective, my 9-cloud hoop is like paper in front of the formless tide force. Let's not talk about this, I heard junior brother had great gains this time? Ah. Fang Yuan laughed. He naturally would not tell Tai Bai Yunxing that his fake junior brother had killed his real senior brother. But Fang Yuan only concealed some things. He told most of the truth to Tai Bai Yunxing. After Tai Bai Yunxing heard this, he also sighed towards a person like Dongfang Naganori. He also talked about his recent situation with Fang Yuan. All in all, Tai Bai Yunxing was very popular in Eastern Sea. His development was really good. At this rate he would become another fairy Li Shan. Tai Bai Yunxing then talked about Yulu Blessed Land. Shark Demon had attacked it many times, he had encountered countless difficulties, but until now he had not truly entered Yulu Blessed Land, he was obstructed by the outskirts. Fang Yuan sighed. Fairy Yulu was a rank 8 Gu immortal back then, her master was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Yulu Grotto Heaven fell to become Yulu Blessed Land, but its might is still there. It is probably one of the most difficult blessed lands to attack in this world. Actually, there are many factors that affect the defense of a blessed land. First, the source of the blessed land is the same. Second, whether there is a land spirit. Third, whether there is sufficient immortal essence. Fourth, whether there are desolate beasts and other guards. Fifth, whether there are immortal Gu. Sixth, immortal killer moves. Seventh, whether there are immortal Gu houses. Eighth, whether there are Gu immortals, and so on. However, in my opinion, the attack and defense of a blessed land can only be determined by one thing, the quantity of Dao marks. Tai Bai Yunxing listened to Fang Yuan's words. He had only nodded, because the words were old news. But when he heard Fang Yuan's final sentence, which seemed to be the finishing touch, his heart jolted. He showed an interested expression as he said, "I would like to hear the details." Fang Yuan did not answer. Instead he asked Tai Bai Yunxing, "Old Bai, do you know the saying man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu are the essence of heaven and earth?" Chapter 828. Tai Bai Yunxing leaned back on his chair. His expression was blank before he scolded with a smile. "Junior brother, you are making fun of me. I have heard these words so many times, they have filled my ears since I started cultivating as a Gu master. Even mortals are familiar with them." Fang Yuan nodded, his tone revealing a trace of pride as he spoke again. The origin of these words is the first rank 9 Gu immortal in human history, primordial origin immortal venerable. He was also the one who created the dominance of Central Continent's celestial court, which has stood until now. Even with the passage of time, it has not fallen. These words are extremely incisive and can be said to be the golden rule of Gu master cultivation. It has spread far and wide, even surpassing the legends of Renzu. But in my opinion these words are not incisive. I will summarize them into one word, that is, Dao. Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and sat up straight, his gaze shining as he looked at Fang Yuan, saying again, "I would like to hear the details." Fang Yuan spoke frankly. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Among all living beings in nature, humans have the most intelligence and comprehension. They can sense heaven and earth and comprehend the great Tao. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Gu are very unique among all living beings. Mortal Gu contain some tiny fragments of the great Tao, while immortal Gu contain fragments of the great Tao. Thus, they can be said to be the essence of heaven and earth. What is Tao? Water flows downwards. Humans will starve to death if they do not eat. Green trees thrive because of rain and fertile soil. These are Tao. Gu masters use Gu worms to start a fire, reverse the flow of water, create lightning, heal injuries. These are also Tao. Humans nurture Gu, use Gu, and refine Gu. They use Gu worms to use a portion of the might of heaven and earth to survive and reproduce, finally comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. After becoming a Gu immortal, the aperture turns into an immortal aperture and Tao marks are carved on the body. It could be said that Gu masters nurturing Gu were nurturing Tao. Gu masters using Gu were using Tao. Gu masters refining Gu were refining Tao. Gu masters have a myriad of paths: strength path, fire path, time path, poison path. They are all cultivation paths created by our predecessors in the vast and unknown world. Saying so, Fang Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. So in one sentence, Gu master cultivation is the same as cultivating the Tao. A Gu master's cultivation is to cultivate the Tao. Tai Bai Yunxing sat on the chair, frowning as he ruminated over Fang Yuan's words. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Fang Yuan's conclusion was extremely incisive. To him, it was as if the clouds and mist had parted and he could see the clear sky. At this time, Fang Yuan spoke again. "Let's talk about the foundation of a Gu immortal's cultivation, the immortal aperture." The immortal aperture was a blessed land, a grotto heaven, a small world that contained the Tao. Of course, this Tao cannot be compared to the 5 regions heavens and earth. It only has Tao marks at most. Take Maihu immortal blessed land for example. It has the most basic time path Tao marks. that is why it can draw in a tributary of the river of time. The blessed land has the concept of time, it has the flow of time. It also has a lot of space path Dao marks, so the blessed land has a large area. Even if it loses the northern area, it can still hold a lot of resources. Little Hu immortal land spirit can teleport at will. A blessed land with few space path Dao marks usually has a small area, but the land spirit cannot teleport. It has the most enslavement path Dao marks. It is because of these Dao marks that it is easier to raise foxes in Hu immortal blessed land. It is more effective to control similar beast groups and even desolate beasts. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded repeatedly, agreeing, "That's right, that is the reason. My Tai Bai blessed land has the most time path Dao marks, thus it has the most time resources. 1 day in the outside world is 33 days in my blessed land. Earth path Dao marks are the least, thus there are no mountains in the blessed land, the soil is not fertile. Space path Dao marks are ordinary, but when combined together the land is not huge but the sky is very high." As he said this, his eyes shined with bright light. He had already understood something. That is why I said that a blessed land's offense and defense can only be judged by one thing, that is the number of Dao marks in the blessed land. Fang Yuan continued. A blessed land is a world of its own. Why can it suppress enemies and imprison Gu worms? The reason is that the blessed land has a large number of Dao marks. It is like a pond. The remnant Dao marks of mortal Gu are like a drop of water that ignites a fire. When a drop of water enters the pond, it will be melted. When a fire enters the pond, it will be extinguished. Thus, once the Dao marks in the blessed land are activated, the heavenly power will be formed, mortal Gu will be useless. Why can immortal Gu not be restricted by the blessed land? Because immortal Gu are fragments of laws, they have their own bodies like rocks. When they fall into the pond, even though the water ripples, they cannot stop the rocks from moving forward. But even though they cannot be imprisoned, they can still be suppressed. When immortal Gu fight in the blessed land, their power will be amplified and weakened by the blessed land's Dao marks. Let's talk about Gu immortals. When Gu immortals enter the blessed land, they will also be suppressed by the Dao marks. But Gu immortals have immortal bodies, they are fundamentally different from mortals. What is an immortal body? To put it simply, it is nothing more than the Dao marks on the body. When a Gu immortal invades the blessed land, the more Dao marks there are, the more the Gu immortal will be suppressed. On the contrary, the more Dao marks there are, the less the blessed land's suppression will be. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was a blood path Gu immortal. He could not enter many fragment worlds of the immemorial 9 heavens. Because these fragment worlds had sparse Dao marks, they were much fewer than the Dao marks on his body. When Fang Yuan entered them, he was like a tiger entering a rabbit's cage. The only consequence was that the fragment world would explode, the Dao marks of the fragment world would be destroyed and the winds of assimilation would blow, destroying all the resources in the fragment world. For example, the group of demons and Dongfang Naganori fought in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Dongfang Naganori used his terrain advantage to prevent the Gu immortals from using mortal Gu, but he could not stop immortal killer moves. This was because Jade Pool Blessed Land was a public blessed land. Even though there were many Dao marks, they were mixed. Dongfang Naganori could not use all of his Dao marks, he could only use the portion of the blessed land he controlled, thus his power was limited. He could not even make the flying Gu immortals fall to the ground. It was impossible for all Gu immortals to use immortal killer moves to fly. But Gu immortals also had Dao marks on them, they could resist the suppression of the blessed land's Dao marks. The demonic path Gu immortals' mortal killer moves against Dongfang Naganori were ineffective, but their mortal amplification was still effective. Penetrating insight. Tai Bai Yunxing was enlightened as he sighed. I understand now. Public blessed lands usually have weak defenses. Why is that? Because they are formed by countless Gu immortals cutting out a small portion of their private blessed lands and piecing them together. These blessed lands have many Dao marks, they restrict each other, they cannot be completely unified. It is like a person's 5 fingers, they can only move alone, they cannot be clenched into a fist. A blessed land that has a unified origin also has Dao marks as a whole. If there is a land spirit, it can expend immortal essence and mobilize Dao marks to form the heavenly power of heaven and earth. Immortal Gu are truth fragments, desolate beasts have Dao marks, Gu immortals are even more so. Immortal Gu houses are the combination of many immortal Gu, immortal killer moves are the combination of several types of Dao marks, they can form many effects or amplify a certain ability. Thus, be it blessed lands or grotto heavens, the purer the Dao marks, the harder it is to take down. Land spirit and immortal essence are things that can help in unleashing the power of Tao marks. Think about that imperial court blessed land. If not for the land spirit fighting with 88-point Jianghu Tower, it would have been impregnable. How could it have been destroyed? After saying this, Tai Bai Yunxing got up from his seat. He stood up straight and faced Fang Yuan, bowing. Listening to Fang Yuan's words today, my vision is truly clear. I have gained a lot. From today onwards, I will not dare to call you junior brother anymore. On the path of cultivation, you are ahead of me. Yi old Bai, we were just having a casual conversation today. You don't need to be humble. I believe you have some understanding of this principle. It is just that it is not as clear as mine. Fang Yuan waved his hand lightly. Tai Bai Yunxing had a solemn expression. No, this principle seems simple, but it is very important. The word Tao is indeed more profound than the phrase, man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. I was ignorant in the past, but now I realize the essence of Gu master cultivation. Ordinary Gu immortals might not be able to comprehend this principle. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Tai Bai Yunxing's words were not exaggerated. In fact, the reason he could understand this principle was because of the advantage of his transmigration. In his previous life, science was prevalent on Earth. The principles of mechanics, trigonometric formulas, acceleration, density, specific heat capacity and so on, weren't they the principles of heaven and earth? From this point of view, science was also a way of cultivation. Give me a fulcrum, I can move the earth. Such a famous saying in the world of Gu masters was nothing more than, give me a Gu worm, I can radiate light and heat. Give me all the Gu worms, I can do anything. Precisely because of the contrast between the two worlds, Fang Yuan had a different angle to observe this world. He could comprehend principles that others could not. And in the world of Gu masters, was there no one who could comprehend this principle? How could that be? There were many people who comprehended this principle. Primordial origin immortal venerable was one of them. Man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu are the essence of heaven and earth, was a more detailed explanation of Tao. Primordial origin immortal venerable said this because he did not discriminate in teaching, he merely had a different starting point for inheritances. But those who could comprehend this principle were basically big shots, Gu immortals at the peak. They could comprehend it after looking back on their entire life of cultivation. Ordinary Gu masters lived in the mortal world. Ordinary Gu immortals had to worry about calamities and tribulations. Where would they have the time and energy to think about these useless things? Whether they comprehended this principle or not, it did not affect their survival. In the end, it was the angle of thinking. But this angle of thinking could not be underestimated. Gunpowder was used for pill refinement in ancient times in China. When it spread out, it became guns and cannons. The brilliance of China's civilization was undeniable, but Earth's modern natural science was flourishing because of Western civilization's greatest contribution. Looking at nature and all living beings from different angles of thinking could form two different civilizations. It was hard to judge between civilizations, they could only say that they specialized in different things. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing, who was in the Gu master civilization, heard Fang Yuan's words and felt deeply moved. From his perspective, he could feel that Fang Yuan's attainment level was far higher than his. Thus, he did not dare to call Fang Yuan junior brother anymore. As the saying goes, the accomplished are the teachers. If he called Fang Yuan junior brother again, Tai Bai Yunxing would feel ashamed. There was a feeling called being ashamed of one's inferiority. It was referring to Tai Bai Yunxing's current state. The two conversed for a while more before Tai Bai Yunxing bid farewell to Fang Yuan. Although the two had been communicating with each other before, after the face-to-face exchange, the vague barrier between them had already vanished. Fang Yuan had lived two lives, his enslavement methods were quite impressive. Just a simple Tao debate had left a deep impression on Tai Bai Yunxing, causing him to concede defeat. Chapter 829. After knowing that Tai Bai Yunxing had returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fairy Li Shan used her fastest speed to rush to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Right now, old ancestor Shui who was in charge of Snowy Mountain, Tai Bai Yunxing was an outsider with a sensitive identity, it was not convenient for him to go there. Thus, the best location was still Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Because Tai Bai Yunxing already had the experience of saving Danghun Mountain, the entire process was not dangerous, it passed smoothly. The pale-faced Fairy Li Shan finally let out a sigh of relief. After surviving this calamity, the heavy burden in her heart had finally been lifted off the ground. However, the injuries on her body were still not light, and she still needed time to slowly recover. Fairy, wait. Just as Fairy Li Shan was about to return to snowy mountain-blessed land, Fang Yuan stopped her. I have a huge transaction, I wonder if Fairy is interested? Fang Yuan spoke of his plan. He did not have the financial resources to refine immortal goo. But that did not mean that even if Tai Bai Yunxing, Fang Yuan, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan gathered together, they did not have the financial resources to do so. Right now, Fairy Jianghu's whereabouts are unknown. To snatch dark limit immortal goo, we do not have thieving heaven demon venerables methods, it is very difficult. I obtained an immortal killer move from Dongfang Naganori, it is called Star Fog Concealment, it can obscure heaven's secrets, it is very suitable for us. Fang Yuan's words immediately moved Fairy Li Shan as well as He Lulan. But when they heard about Star Fog Concealment, it required 2 immortal goo as the cores to activate. Fairy Li Shan shook her head and smiled bitterly. Refining 1 immortal goo is already beyond our limits. Refining 2 immortal goo is impossible. This time, by restoring minuscule mountain back to its original state, Fairy Li Shan had saved a lot of expenses. But she was injured, she needed to ask other goo immortals to heal her. There was also the heavy task that old ancestor Xuehu had given her. She had been helping He Lulan in her cultivation earlier, her deep financial resources were almost depleted. She fell into the same predicament as Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no choice but to change to another financing plan. He suggested, gather the wealth of the 4 of them by the experience of raising hairy men, and by a large number of hairy man slaves. From there he could increase the size of the stone nest and increase the production of air sac goo. Thus they increased the trade of guts goo. After that, the 4 of them would divide the profits among themselves. The expenditure of this plan was naturally far less than refining immortal goo. But he was rejected by Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan, have you thought about the reaction of the Crane Gate? Your business of monopolizing guts goo can be said to be very popular, many people are coveting it. If you increase the scale of the trade, Crane Gate will become even more envious. If the balance in their hearts is broken, they will come to take back your immortal blessed land. What should you do? We already have enough troubles on our hands. It's better to have less trouble than less trouble. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before saying, Fairy is right, let's forget about it. Fairy Li Shan returned to snowy mountain-blessed land. He Lulan continued to stay in the stone nest, refining air sac goo for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's 2 suggestions did not succeed. He was not resigned to it. After returning to Danghun Palace, he contacted the land spirit of Langya. The hairy men in Langya blessed land. They were the highest quality hairy men that Fang Yuan had ever seen. Even in a high-end market like Jewel Yellow Skies, they were not as good as the hairy men in Langya blessed land. From this, it could be easily deduced. The land spirit of Langya definitely had the best experience in raising hairy men. Fang Yuan did not have immortal Yuan stone, but he had a wisdom path inheritance. He had many immortal goo recipes and a large number of immortal materials. They were what the land spirit of Langya desired. Could he use these things to transact with the land spirit of Langya? Fang Yuan went with hope, but he ended up with a swollen face. The land spirit of Langya had a firm attitude, it was like an iron wall, there was no room for negotiation. You want to get hairy men? Don't even think about it. If you want to transact with me, there is only one way, that is to complete the mission. The land spirit of Langya brought up the matter again, he still wanted that rank 6 poisonous flowers petals. Fang Yuan was a little moved this time, he thought about it and asked, if I obtain these goo refinement immortal materials for you, can you sell them to me as hairy man slaves, or a portion of your experience in raising hairy men? The land spirit of Langya waved his sleeves, rejecting him. Impossible, anything related to hairy men is not for sale, you better give up on this idea. But if you can obtain the immortal materials I want, I can give you the goo recipe of all-out effort goo. In fact, not only do I have the rank 1 to 5 all-out effort mortal goo recipes, I also have the rank 6 all-out effort immortal goo recipe. Isn't this what you want? The land spirit of Langya threw out this bait. Fang Yuan was indeed moved, but Fang Yuan was a little angry. The land spirit of Langya was using Fang Yuan as a tool, but how could it be so easy to obtain the immortal material flower petals? The risk was too high, Fang Yuan was risking his life for it. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. How many times had Fang Yuan taken advantage of the land spirit of Langya? But during the Northern Plains auction, the land spirit had suffered a huge loss, it was so painful that it woke up. Thus, the reason why the land spirit of Langya was so difficult to deal with was because of Fang Yuan. Only with effort would there be gains, conversely, there was a price to pay for the gains. Fang Yuan obtained so many immortal materials without any effort. The price was that his relationship with the land spirit of Langya fell to a freezing point. But the land spirit was formed from the combination of obsession and heavenly power. It was very stubborn. Even though it would not lie, it would not change its mind easily once it made up its mind. Thus, at this moment, Fang Yuan could not think of anything else. Langya blessed land could not help him much, not to mention getting financing from the land spirit of Langya. The plan failed. Fang Yuan could only sigh deeply. He focused his attention on the blessed land's tribulation. 2 days later. Myriad Self-Giant Hand Rise. Fang Yuan activated an immortal killer move. 4 of the 8 strength path hands grabbed onto the 4 corners of Danghun Mountain, lifting it up, while the remaining 4 held onto the bottom of Danghun Mountain, lifting it up. Danghun Mountain rose rapidly. Soon, it was 50 to 60 feet above the ground. Tai Bai Yunxing stood in the sky. Seeing this, he was dumbfounded. Inside the stone nest, He Lulan looked from afar, seeing the huge Danghun Mountain floating in the sky. She muttered, "In such a short time he became stronger again." This time, Fang Yuan lifted Danghun Mountain much more easily than before. Not only because of the 8 strength path hands, but also because pulling mountain immortal goo had completely fused into the killer move Myriad Self, becoming the core. Myriad Self's core was Cleanse Soul immortal goo originally. But after Cleanse Soul was hungry, it could not be used, so Self-Strength was used instead. Now Myriad Self was the core of the killer move. There were already 2, one was Self-Strength, the other was pulling mountain. "Don't be dazed, receive it," Fang Yuan shouted. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly opened his immortal aperture, as the 8 strength path hands lightly placed Danghun Mountain into his immortal aperture blessed land. "Alright, the land spirit will lead you to collect some resources in the blessed land," Fang Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, and was led by Little Hu Immortal. She disappeared in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan landed on the ground. Without Danghun Mountain, the blessed land was empty. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes and activating Time Luck Immortal Goo. Next, in his immortal aperture's dead land, countless mortal goo also flew up. Beads of green grape immortal essence were expended, with Time Luck Immortal Goo as the core. With immortal goo as support, countless goo worms gathered to form a white gold fog of light. The fog of light flew up. It flew across the gray sky, and after flying for several li, it arrived beside a group of goo master captives. These captives were from Dongfang tribe. They had been imprisoned in the underground prison by Fang Yuan, but now they were taken out and placed in his immortal aperture. As the fog of light shrouded them, these captives shouted in fear, "What is this?" A bad feeling arose in their hearts. They wanted to dodge, but they were restrained and couldn't move a single step. The white gold fog of light revolved around them, from slow to fast. It rotated until it formed into a white gold whirlpool. The white gold whirlpool brewed for a while, and suddenly with a loud sound, a white gold pillar of light burst out. Immortal killer move, Time Aid Luck. The pillar of light pierced out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, moving up along his spine and shooting out of Fang Yuan's head, straight into the sky. After a few breaths of time, the pillar of light vanished. At the same time, the white gold whirlpool in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture also vanished completely. On the rotten ground, the corpses of Dongfang tribe captives were strewn all over. These corpses were all old and withered, most of them were young, but now they were old beyond recognition. Time Aid Luck had such an effect. By snatching the lifespan of others, the Goo Immortal could temporarily increase their luck. "I am not resigned to this. You killed us, murderer, we will turn into malicious ghosts to haunt you. For your own selfishness you slaughtered innocent living beings, you are a sinner, you are a murderer. Ah, eat him, eat him." Suddenly, countless vicious remnant souls appeared in Fang Yuan's body. They surrounded Fang Yuan's soul and attacked. Fang Yuan sneered, his tall immortal zombie body was unmoving like a mountain. The soul in his body, however, retaliated, clashing fiercely with the remnant souls. These souls were very tattered, they came from mortals and should not be worth mentioning. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's soul was suppressed by these remnant souls. But thankfully they did not have any intelligence and could not cooperate with each other. Fang Yuan mobilized his soul and concentrated his attacks, paying a huge price before finally exterminating these remnant souls. After the battle, Fang Yuan's soul was only left with 30% of its original size. It was dim and lightless, like a candle in the wind on its last breath. His injuries were extremely severe. But thankfully he had guts goo. Right now he crushed air sac goo, the guts goo inside also shattered, turning into the best resources in the world to strengthen his soul. A moment later, Fang Yuan's soul completely recovered, returning to its peak state. Compared to before, his soul was more condensed, it was like a piece of metal that had been forged, it was more compact. Chapter 830. The killer move Time Assist Luck did not consume the user's lifespan and could increase their luck, but it had two flaws. The first flaw was the backlash of the remnant soul. Because of the immortal killer move, the remnant soul was very fierce, soul battles were very dangerous, but the user could not use any soul path methods, they could only rely on their own soul to fight. Thus, even soul path Gu immortals would often suffer heavy injuries to their soul after a soul battle. The second flaw was that the immortal body could only use Time Assist Luck once a month. What was the time of the immortal body? Blessed lands and grotto heavens had different time flows compared to the outside world. For example, 1 day in the outside world was 15 days in the blessed land. If the Gu immortal was in the outside world, the immortal body would experience 1 day. If the immortal body was in the blessed land, the immortal body would experience 15 days. The lifespan of a Gu immortal, from death to life, was the total amount of time the immortal body had experienced. Fang Yuan kept time luck immortal Gu and the other mortal Gu, before subconsciously raising his head to look at the sky. It is a pity that I do not have luck inspection immortal Gu, I cannot see the changes in my luck, I cannot see the effect of Time Assist Luck. No, I cannot see my own luck, but I can see others. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration, he thought of a method. He had luck inspection mortal Gu, he could not see an immortal zombie like himself. But don't forget he had already connected his luck with Yi Fan, Han Li, and Hong Yi. Once their luck was connected, the four's luck was like 4 bowls of water, the amount was the same. Fang Yuan's bowl suddenly had more water, he would immediately divide it into 4 portions. 1 portion would be left in his bowl, while the other 3 would flow to the other 3. Fang Yuan could not see himself, but he could see the other 3. After all, these 3 were still mortals. Southern border. In a dense forest, Yi Fan was like a monkey moving rapidly on the mountain. He jumped and jumped over huge rocks, at times he climbed and grabbed long vines flying between tall trees. His movements were extremely fast, it was as if he was possessed by a monkey. In fact, fine monkey hair had grown out of his nose, cheeks, the back of his hands and other places. Yi Fan's eyes were no longer black and white. Instead they had turned golden. He stared at the speck of blue light in front of him, and his eyes gradually became anxious. This blue-face Gu is really slippery, so hard to catch. No, I have to catch it, it is a transformation path rank 3 Gu, it can change the appearance of a male Gu master. I am currently being hunted down, this Gu worm is extremely important to me. Suddenly, a strange itch attacked the depths of Yi Fan's heart. Yi Fan took a quick glance and saw that the back of his hand was covered with thick monkey fur. His heart sank. Oh no. I forcefully activated the killer move monkey transformation, the longer I use it, the more monkey hair there will be, after the time limit I might turn into a half-man half-monkey monster. But if I dispel this killer move, my speed will fall sharply, and I can only let this wild blue-face Gu escape. Just as Yi Fan was in a dilemma, the sky quickly darkened and dark clouds covered the sky. Soon, bean-sized raindrops began to fall. After a dozen breaths of time, a torrential downpour formed. The torrential downpour obscured his vision. Yi Fan completely lost the blue light that he was barely tracking. Damn it, after so many days and nights of effort, I still failed in the end. Sigh, without a Gu worm that specializes in capturing wild Gu, it is like being empty-handed, this is so troublesome. Yi Fan was in the torrential downpour and was soon drenched, he was extremely disappointed. Right at this time, with a crackling sound, lightning struck a tree in the middle of the mountain. The tree fell, flames rose and spread rapidly, even the torrential downpour could not extinguish the flames. This tung oil mountain is filled with tung oil trees, the flames easily spread and are hard to extinguish. I have to quickly leave this place, otherwise, it will form a huge fire and seal the path, it will be too late to leave by then. Yi Fan quickly left. 15 minutes later, he stood at the foot of the mountain, looking at the huge fire that was burning fiercely, even the torrential downpour could not extinguish it. He sighed and was about to leave when suddenly, a speck of blue light flew towards him. Yi Fan saw it clearly and his eyes opened wide. It was actually that blue-face Gu. But this blue-face Gu had thick soot on it, it was clearly heavily injured. Yi Fan hurriedly rushed over and grabbed it. Normally, when refining a wild Gu worm, there would be strong resistance from the Gu worm's will, but now that the Gu worm was extremely weak, Yi Fan was able to refine it in a few breaths of time. To think that I actually obtained the blue face goo like this. Yi Fan sighed, feeling that this was a miracle of fate. This pleasant surprise made him satisfied, and just as he was about to leave, his body suddenly stiffened and froze on the spot like a stone statue. It turned out that after the blue face goo, there were 3 other wild goo worms that escaped the fire, flying towards him while on their last breaths. Western Desert. On the rock beach, rocks of all sizes were piled up and spread out, forming a natural rock field that was thousands of li in radius. Han Li breathed heavily, his feet were in pain as he stepped on the rocks, but he still ran crazily. Brat, put down those 3 nodding stones. Behind Han Li, a rank 3 goo master shouted angrily, chasing after him. Han Li heard this and ran even faster. In his field of vision, a huge rock group was getting closer and closer. Han Li couldn't help but show joy on his face. These rocks were huge and thick, and the gaps between the rocks varied in size, making them the best hiding spots. The rank 3 goo master chasing after Han Li was extremely anxious. Han Li was only a youth, his body was thin and weak. If he entered the gaps, he would quickly leave the goo master's sight. But the intense battle earlier had exhausted the rank 3 goo master's primeval essence. He could not even activate his rank 3 movement goo, thus he could only chase on foot. Damn it, am I going to let him escape like this? No, I am a grand rank 3 goo master elder, the other party is only a mortal. If I let him escape and this matter spreads, how can I show my face in the future? Those 3 nodding stones are extremely valuable, they are materials for refining rank 5 goo. They are sold. The rank 3 goo master was extremely unwilling, he gritted his teeth and finally used his trump card goo worm. Immediately, his heart emptied, his lifespan was reduced by 2 years in exchange for 20% of his rank 3 primeval essence. He used 10% of his primeval essence to activate his movement goo worm, his speed increased sharply, and in a few breaths of time he was behind Han Li. He then used the other 10% of primeval essence to activate a stone fist, which he shot out. The stone fist would definitely kill Han Li. But the goo master's eyes flashed and he dispelled this thought. On one hand he was afraid of breaking the nodding stones on Han Li, on the other hand, the goo master hated Han Li and wanted to kill him to vent his anger. Thus, this stone fist brushed past Han Li's right leg and flew out, crashing into a group of tall and thick rocks. A series of muffled sounds rang out, causing dust to rise and rocks to fly everywhere. Han Li was heavily injured, his right leg was fractured. But he had a strong heart, he knew his life was hanging by a thread, he screamed and pounced forward with all his strength. His body was small and thin, he just happened to get close to the rock gap. The rank 3 goo master was shocked, his primeval essence was completely exhausted, he had no other choice, could he really let this brat escape? But soon the goo master calmed down. Although Han Li jumped into the rock gap, his head was bleeding and his right leg was fractured, he was dizzy and couldn't get up. Brat, you really know how to run. Run again. The rank 3 goo master had a fierce expression, he slowly walked towards Han Li. Han Li felt despair, he subconsciously moved backwards, but his speed was extremely slow. The rank 3 goo master thought of countless cruel methods to torture Han Li. He laughed sinisterly as he entered the rock gap. Boom. Suddenly, the few tall rocks that formed the crevice collapsed, pressing the rank 3 goo master under the rocks. The rank 3 goo master's ribs were crushed, his organs were pierced. After struggling for a while, he died on the spot. Han Li was left standing there in a daze. Central Continent. Universal Life Academy. This goo refinement competition had already reached its final stage. 16 young goo masters sat cross-legged in the square, refining goo at the same time under everyone's gazes. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was getting closer and closer. Although Universal Life Academy was only a small sect, all Central Continent sects had a quota to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. In Universal Life Academy, there were only 3 quotas, they were reserved for disciples, elders and external elders. Right now, 16 goo master disciples were competing for the sole quota. This competition is reaching its crucial moment. That's right, there is a final hurdle in refining beauty goo. It tests the goo master's control over their mind. They have to unite their palms to prevent the fire from going out of control. Look, Qiao Yu has already reached this hurdle. He is purposely slowing down his refinement speed to give himself enough time to react. The spectating disciples discussed in low voices, analyzing the situation in the field. A moment later, 2 more people reached the final hurdle. As expected, it is Xiaolan and Lu Wen. The two of them and Qiao Yu are publicly recognized as the three most talented disciples of our academy in terms of refinement path. The final winner of this competition should be one of the three of them. Maybe a dark horse will jump out. That is not possible. Refinement path cultivation requires a lot of practice. It cannot be done in one go. Even if someone practices secretly, they will expend a huge amount of resources. The process of buying Gu refinement materials cannot be concealed. On the stage, with the dean at the lead, 6 elders were sitting and observing the competition, preventing any cheating. As time passed, the 4th, 5th and 6th young Gu masters reached the final crucial step one by one. It is basically confirmed the winner will be one of Qiao Yu, Xialan and Lu Wen. As long as they do not make any mistakes, they will be the top 3. Although the other Gu masters have also reached the final hurdle, they have already taken too much time. While the spectators were discussing, the elders were also secretly communicating. Chapter 831. The Refinement Hall elders spent a lot of effort in nurturing them. These 3 standards are above average even in Central Continent. As the saying goes, great teachers produce great disciples. An elder praised. You flatter me. These 3 children have talent, but more importantly they have the dean's support, otherwise they would not have such proficiency. The Refinement Hall elder had a humble attitude. The dean was silent. The Refinement Hall elder changed the topic, talking about Hong Yi. Speaking of which, the dean's son Hong Yi also has such talent, he has entered the finals. Most importantly, he is not a Refinement Hall disciple, he does not practice much to be able to obtain such results. It is truly impressive. The elders looked at each other. They were secretly disdainful of the Refinement Hall elder's blatant flattery, but they also agreed. That's right, that's right. With the dean's bloodline flowing in his veins, how weak can he be? When he first entered the academy, he was insignificant. But now, Hong Yi is already the leader of a group of disciples, he will definitely become a leader in the future. The dean snorted. Can't I see that my son is trying to please the crowd? He was extremely lucky to be able to enter the finals. He dabbles in a wide range of things, he does not know his limits. He is proficient in many things, but he is lacking in many things. After this competition ends, let him go into seclusion for 7 days to reflect on himself. All the elders were silent. The dean had many sons, Hong Yi was the best one, but he was born from a concubine, he did not have a good relationship with his father, he had a rebellious personality, thus he was often bullied by the dean. This time, Hong Yi was participating in the refinement path competition behind his father's back. At this moment, Hong Yi was sweating profusely. He stared at the lump of flame in his hand. Within the flame, the Gu worm was gradually taking shape. Finally, I have reached the final step. It is a pity that I wasted too much time. Hong Yi observed others while he was busy. When he saw that Qiao Yu, Xialan and Lu Wen's flames had shrunk to the size of a wick, Hong Yi knew that he had no hope of winning. As a matter of fact, he did have some talent in the path of refinement, even more so than Qiao Yu and the other 2. However, he rarely practiced. First of all, this was not his main focus. His energy was scattered and his time was limited. Secondly, he had no financial support. Although he had some fortuitous encounters, his father had not supported him and had only allowed him to focus on his main Dao. Damn it. Father had already sensed my intentions. I wanted to put mother's memorial tablet in the ancestral hall. Father abided by the rules of the ancestors. How could he agree? He hoped that I would be like my other brothers and sisters, obedient and not offend his majesty. But the Hong family is really unfair to my mother, unfair. If I don't avenge my mother, then I'm not worthy of being a son. Fine. Now I can only take a risk and take a gamble. This was the final step of refining the Red Beauty Gu, and it could be done in one step by a refinement master. However, the flames were difficult to control, so they deliberately slowed down. Of course, I can't do it in one go, but if I'm faster than them, I still have a chance to win. Hong Yi made up his mind and immediately acted. Whether it was the spectating disciples or the elders on the stage, they quickly noticed Hong Yi's actions. Everyone shook their heads. So naive. Hong Yi wants to take a risk, but how can he turn the situation around? Unless he is a refinement path master. Of course he is not a refinement path master, he is courting death. Quickly look, his flames are out of control. Oh no! Hong Yi shouted in his heart. The flames in his hands were flickering, crackling as they burned, as if they were going to explode at any moment. The explosion was not terrifying. After all, the academy had set a test. They had to consider the safety of the disciples. Failed? Hong Yi's heart sank. The flames in his hands had completely left his control. They even flew out of his hands. At once, Hong Yi felt bitter. I still failed in the end. Zhu. He had been practicing Gu refinement at night recently. He had been cramming at the last minute, but now that he was relaxed, he was covered in sweat and sneezed. As he sneezed at the flames in front of him, they were extinguished. A fully refined red beauty Gu fell on the floor of the square with a bang. Refined. Hong Yi was stunned. Everyone was petrified. An elder who was drinking tea spat out the tea in his mouth. Even the academy's headmaster, Hong Yi's father, subconsciously stood up. He had a strange expression. He was extremely shocked. This sneeze, it was like a refinement path master's technique. It actually passed the final hurdle in one go and refined the red beauty Gu successfully. Hong Yi, this kid, what kind of dog shit luck does he have? Who immortal blessed land? Fang Yuan, Tai by Yunxing, He Lulan and the land spirit, little Hu immortal, stood together in the sky, silently waiting for the arrival of the earthly calamity. What earthly calamity will it be this time? Little Hu immortal looked at her master. Fang Yuan patted her head. Don't worry, this tribulation is different from the previous one. We have 3 Gu immortals and moved away Danghun Mountain. We have taken away many resources, greatly reducing the blessed land's foundation. Furthermore, I have also increased my luck. My chance of passing the tribulation has increased to 80%. The heavenly Tao takes away excess and makes up for deficiency. It is about balance. The deeper the blessed land's foundation, the stronger the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation. Thus, Fang Yuan moved Danghun Mountain and the rest of the precious resources into Tai by Yunxing's immortal aperture. This way he reduced his luck and lowered the difficulty of the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation. In the trip to Imperial Court Blessed Land, he once again experienced the wonders of luck path. He knew that the stronger his master's luck was, the weaker the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be. It could be said that Fang Yuan had already made all the necessary preparations. But even so, there was still a 20% chance that Fang Yuan would fail to resist the earthly calamity. The reason was that there were many types of earthly calamities. Normally no one would know what an earthly calamity was. Earthly calamities came in all kinds of strange forms. When encountering a rare one or even one that had never been seen before, the difficulty of resisting it would be very high. While waiting silently, the earth chi surged. The earthly calamity had finally begun. Flower buds after flower buds drilled out of the ground of Hu immortal blessed land, growing sharp horns and growing rapidly in a few breaths of time. Bright red flower buds spread all over Hu immortal blessed land. This is. While the immortals were hesitating, the flowers bloomed completely. These flowers were very large, like wash basins. The petals were soft like silk, stacked in layers. One flower had at least 6 layers of petals, a total of over 100 petals. This is blood poison tangerine, Fang Yuan said in a deep voice. He recognized the flower and his heart was filled with helplessness. To think that this earthly calamity was actually a type of blood calamity. This blood poison tangerine only took 10 breaths of time to grow, bloom and wither. After it withered, its petals and roots would melt into a pool of poisonous blood. The poisonous blood would pollute the blessed land, causing a large number of life forms to die. The losses would usually be huge. To counter this blood poison tangerine, one could only use wood path methods. Other than that, if the blooming blood poison tangerine was destroyed, this flower would immediately turn into a pool of poisonous blood. But in fact, even if Fang Yuan had wood path methods, it would be too late. There were so many blood poison tangerines spread all over Hu immortal blessed land, how could he counter them? Thus, even though Fang Yuan had 3 Gu immortals, they were helpless against this sea of blood poison tangerine flowers. The blood poison tangerine quickly withered, the pool of poisonous blood fusing into a thin water surface. The water surface was not high, only reaching an adult's ankle, but it spread all over Hu immortal blessed land. The lakes in the eastern part of the blessed land were all contaminated. The fox groups and wolf groups in the western part were continuously poisoned. Countless fox and wolf groups died. Their corpses fell into a pool of blood. The blood flowed down, adding new poisonous blood. The Rockman slaves in the southern part were awakened from their sleep. Many Rockmen had blood poison tangerines growing out of their bodies. After the flowers withered, the poisonous blood flowed. The Rockmen let out cries of agony, but very few died. Tai by Yunxing felt a chill in his heart. He could not help but look at the sky, sighing, "Heaven really won't let us have an easy time." Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. He Lulan comforted, passing the tribulation is dangerous, it is not bad now. This poisonous blood is everywhere, although it is corroding the earth and the losses are severe. Look, the earth chi has already calmed down, this earthly calamity is over. Little Hu Immortal had tears in her eyes. Master, we need to quickly get rid of this poisonous blood. The soil has already been contaminated, we will not be able to grow anything in the next few years. The pink flower rabbits, wolf groups and fox groups have all suffered heavy losses. Fang Yuan immediately made his move. He activated pulling water immortal goo, continuously absorbing the poisonous blood into his immortal aperture. His immortal aperture was already a dead land, it was filled with death aura, there was no life in it, he was not afraid of being contaminated by the poisonous blood. But the poisonous blood spread all over the blessed land, the range was too large, even if Fang Yuan used pulling water immortal goo the efficiency was low. He could not help but feel some regret. If I had known this, I would not have fused pulling mountain immortal goo into the killer move myriad self, I would have fused pulling water immortal goo first. This way, my efficiency would be greatly increased. In another aspect, I would be able to reduce immortal essence expenditure. Man proposes but God disposes, this was the current situation. After spending an entire day and night, Fang Yuan finally extracted all the poisonous blood in the blessed land, placing it in his immortal aperture. During this period he did not stop, he did not rest at all. The amount of green grape immortal essence expended was not small. The poisonous blood was spreading, this could not be delayed. The longer it was delayed, the deeper the corrosion and the greater the repercussions. Although the poisonous blood was extracted, the layer of soil on the surface of the blessed land was already filled with blood poison. When one pinched it, it was corroded red. If it was not dealt with, this layer of soil would completely rot after a few days, turning into poisonous blood and contaminating the other soil. Fang Yuan immediately decided to get rid of this layer of soil. Tai Bai Yunxing had landscape as before and could restore the soil to its previous state. But Fang Yuan did not use this method. Like this, Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan worked together, and after several days they finally got rid of this layer of soil. Fang Yuan placed all the poisonous soil into his immortal aperture. Even with his immortal zombie body, he felt extremely tired. The amount of work was too large. From this point of view, it was actually a good thing that Fang Yuan gave up the northern part of the blessed land. Chapter 832. Who Immortal Blessed Land's seventh earthly calamity was finally over. Looking back at this earthly calamity, if one were to talk about danger, there really wasn't anything. But this earthly calamity targeted the weakness of Fang Yuan's side, it was truly disgusting. Fang Yuan had 3 Gu immortals on his side, but they could only watch as the earthly calamity happened, and try to make up for it afterwards. After the earthly calamity ended, He Lulan continued to stay in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This was the safest place for her now. Under Fang Yuan's arrangements, she continued to use Strength Chi Immortal Gu to help the hairy man slaves in the stone nests refine air sac Gu in large numbers. Right now, air sac Gu were piled up like a mountain in the warehouse. Air sac Gu was a one-time consumable storage Gu, it was paired with Guts Gu and sold. Before the tribulation, Fang Yuan squeezed out He Lulan's value, the 3 stone nests refined Gu crazily, creating large numbers of air sac Gu. Right now there were too many air sac Gu, Guts Gu could not keep up. Fang Yuan changed the refinement plan, he only used 1 stone nest to refine air sac Gu, while the other 2 refined star thought mortal Gu. This made He Lulan grit her teeth in anger. Because the deal had already been made, before the tribulation He Lulan would help the hairy men refine air sac Gu. In the future these air sac Gu that contained Guts Gu would be sold to Fang Yuan alone. Now that Hu Immortal Blessed Land had passed the tribulation, He Lulan would get a share of the profits from Guts Gu. He Lulan also lacked money. More accurately speaking, for newly advanced Gu immortals like her. Almost none of them did not lack money. Especially now, Fairy Li Shan's wealth was drying up, she could not support He Lulan's cultivation anymore. He Lulan's desire for Immortal Yuan Stone became even stronger. But just as she wanted to expand her plans and accumulate her foundation, Fang Yuan reduced the scale of refining air sac Gu. He Lulan was helpless. The 3 stone nests all belonged to Fang Yuan. He could refine whatever he wanted. He didn't need to care about the opinions of others. But how could He Lulan give up so easily? She found Fang Yuan. He personally negotiated, hoping that Fang Yuan would at least give up 2 stone nests to refine air sac Gu and promote the Guts Gu trade. Fang Yuan warmly received her and then emotionally told her about his difficulties. Fairy Lulan, it's not that I don't want to expand production. It was really a headache. You saw it earlier in the process of refining air sac goo, many hairy men died. If I add more hairy men the cost will increase. But Star thought Gu's refinement was much gentler, the hairy men suffered lesser losses. I have already lost at least 30% of my hairy men. If the losses continued he would have to buy hairy man slaves. But as you can see, my Hu immortal blessed land just underwent its tribulation. The losses are huge so we need to be thrifty in all aspects. He Lulan frowned when she heard this. She felt very uncomfortable, she almost blurted out the words bullshit. Even if He Lulan did not know about Fang Yuan's background she was clear. Before Fang Yuan underwent tribulation, he transferred all of his precious resources to Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture. He did not suffer any huge losses. And in Jade Pool blessed land he snatched so many resources. He also obtained Dongfang Naganori's soul, he could be said to be one of the biggest winners in the Battle of Taichio. The Getsu trade had always been very popular. Most of the profits went into Fang Yuan's pockets. Even if Fang Yuan had no money, he could afford to buy a small group of hairy man slaves. Fang Yuan complained to He Lulan about his poverty, but seeing that He Lulan was unhappy, his smile did not change. He said, "Actually, in my opinion, the plan I suggested earlier is feasible. The four of us will raise a huge sum of money to buy the experience of raising hairy men, and then buy a large number of them to nurture ourselves. This is a plan that will last for 100 years, it is the most worth it in the long run." Fang Yuan brought up the matter again. He Lulan sighed internally. Fang Yuan's plan was actually beneficial to all four of them. But why did Fairy Li Shan object to it the first time he mentioned it? Because once this plan was completed, Fang Yuan would be the one who benefited the most. It would be a huge help to Fang Yuan. Among the four, Fang Yuan needed hairy men the most. He had the stone nests, he could make full use of hairy men. In Fang Yuan's cultivation plan, there were large numbers of mortal goo that he needed to refine. But for He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan and Tai Bai Yunqing they did not need them. If this plan succeeded, He Lulan and the rest would need to invest time and effort in raising hairy man slaves. The biggest use would be to sell hairy man slaves. But their immortal apertures were not suited for raising hairy men, who immortal blessed land was better than them in this aspect. Fang Yuan could not only buy hairy man slaves, raising hairy men was the biggest advantage, he could also use hairy men to refine goo and sell large numbers of mortal goo. Because of this, Fairy Li Shan rejected it. Fang Yuan's development was too fast, even an experienced goo immortal like Fairy Li Shan could not stand it anymore. Even though they were allies, the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. After working with Fang Yuan so many times, how could He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan not know that Fang Yuan was a ruthless and crafty demon? He Lulan sighed internally, she frowned deeply, she did not answer Fang Yuan's words, she stood up and left. Fang Yuan sent her out with a smile, looking at her departing figure, he shouted, "This matter is not urgent, Fairy Lulan, you can think about it." He Lulan was flying in the air, she snorted inwardly when she heard this. Think about what? I don't believe you can endure it. You are only using one stone nest to refine air sac goo, the Getsu trade volume will decrease by half. This way your monthly income, Fang Yuan, will also shrink. You are using money much more than me now, I don't believe you can endure it. No. After a few breaths of time, He Lulan's flying speed slowed down. The number of air sac goo has decreased, but Fang Yuan still has a large amount in stock. He can use this stock to keep the Getsu trade volume unchanged, or even increase it by several times. He Lulan flew slower and slower, the chill in her heart intensified. This Fang Yuan is truly scheming, so he was waiting for me here. His monthly income will not change, it might even increase. What about me? Those air sac goo in the warehouse were all refined by me, but according to the transaction rules I cannot profit from them. But little Ant is already busy with her own matters. Fang Yuan is grasping this opportunity, he is taking advantage of me. So, why would I drag little Ant down at such a crucial time? She has already helped me enough. He Lulan's heart turned cold, she returned to the stone nest and looked at the three majestic buildings below her, she suddenly realized. Compared to Fang Yuan, I am still lacking in many aspects, quite lacking. I have the great strength, true martial physique, Fang Yuan is only an immortal zombie. But unknowingly, I have been left behind by him by so much. I thought I was shrewd and scheming, but Fang Yuan is simply unfathomable, he is even more scheming. I thought I had outstanding battle strength, but Fang Yuan's myriad self-killer move can fight rank 7. My greatest weakness is that I do not have a source of income. Gu Immortal cultivation is not about fighting and killing, management is the foundation. In this aspect I am far behind Fang Yuan. Thinking of this, He Lulan stretched out her hand and slapped herself several times. It's time to wake up. He Lulan's face was burning in pain, but her gaze was like lightning, her expression was firm as steel. Since young I was nurtured as the clan leader's successor. When I was a mortal Gu master I did not lack cultivation resources, thus I did not know how to manage myself, I lacked awareness in this aspect. I still need to thank Fang Yuan for slapping me and waking me up. As expected, the best teacher is one's own strong enemy. I've decided my first goal is to make myself truly strong. He Lulan was indeed a top-tier talent, she could recognize her own shortcomings, but also dared to admit them and make changes. After she woke up, she did not go and negotiate with Fang Yuan anymore. She calmed herself down and decided to find a profitable business that was suitable for her immortal aperture. This way she felt that it did not matter if she only had one stone nest to refine air sac gu. Because this way she would have more time to learn and accumulate, to think of a suitable business for herself. Fang Yuan was so busy that he felt dizzy. He first took out Dang Hun Mountain from Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture, placing it at the center of Hu immortal blessed land. Next he started to dig a new home for the dragonfish and air bubble fish. Even though the poisonous blood was drained and the corroded soil was removed, the remaining soil still had a light red color. Grabbing a handful of soil and squeezing it, traces of blood would be squeezed out. Fang Yuan decided to rearrange the layout. This was not a small project. First he had to dig up the original lake and river pond. Next he started to arrange gu worms in the soil, forming a gu formation. Using the foundation of the gu formation, he bought a large amount of fertile soil and buried it. The new soil was also divided into different types. In the lake where the dragonfish were raised, Fang Yuan used dragon scale soil. This soil was granular and hard, looking from afar, it looked like layers of dragon scales. In fact, it was formed when dragon-type desolate beasts, ancient desolate dragons, or even immemorial desolate dragons lived in soil that was contaminated with dragon qi. When the dragonfish lived in the lake made of dragon scale soil, they had a strong urge to reproduce. As for the lake where the air bubble fish were raised, Fang Yuan chose jade beard soil. This soil was extremely cold when held in the hand, and when jade beard soil was suppressed to the extreme, it would turn into jade. Ordinary jade beard soil would form qi veins that resembled human blood vessels, or the roots of 1,000-year-old ginseng. This was also the reason why jade beard soil was famous. Air bubble fish were close to this soil, it was very beneficial, it could greatly extend their lifespan and increase their vitality. Because of these two types of soil, the habitats of the dragonfish and air bubble fish were named Dragon Scale Lake and Jade Beard Lake by Fang Yuan. These two lakes were at the east of Hu immortal blessed land, they were the largest and second largest lakes. Dragon Scale Lake was the largest, there were large numbers of dragonfish living in it, there was even a desolate beast dragonfish. Above the Jade Beard Lake there were large numbers of thick clouds, there were large numbers of star fragment grass growing on the clouds, forming a grassland in the sky. Groups of starlight fireflies ate the star fragment grass. They flew around the grassland, forming a sky full of starlight. Chapter 833. Fang Yuan had also placed the starlight firefly group into Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture earlier. A portion of the star fragment grass group had also been moved away, it had completely merged and returned to its original size. The blood poison herb's poisonous blood only contaminated the ground, it did no harm to the star fragment grassland in the sky. Dragon Scale Lake and Jade Beard Lake faced each other, between the two lakes as well as around them, there were many small lakes that had been created. These small lakes and ponds did not use any special soil. Dragon Scale soil and Jade Beard soil were gu refinement materials. Although they did not reach the standard of immortal materials, with such a large amount Fang Yuan had to pay a huge price to create these two lakes. In these small lakes, there were some remnant water wolves and shark fin wolves. The desolate beast shark fin wolf that Fang Yuan had subdued was also roaming around here, hunting the fish in the small lakes when it was hungry. In the small lakes and ponds, there were a vast number of green jade crucian carps. These green jade crucian carps had tenacious vitality like grass. The poisonous blood could not poison them to death. Instead, a portion of them mutated and turned into blood jade crucian carps. In the market, these blood jade crucian carps were several times more expensive than green jade crucian carps. And at the western part of Hu immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan did the same thing, digging soil, setting up a goo formation and using charcoal rocks to create a large lake. But this lake did not have a single drop of water. Instead, hot steam rose, charcoal rocks covered the bottom of the lake. When the wind blew, the ash-black charcoal rocks would shine with a bright red light. This lake was named Charcoal Lake by Fang Yuan. It was the second best breeding ground for eerie fire dragon pythons. The best method was the Dongfang tribe's main camp, the Jade Pool Paradise. Fang Yuan had learned of this best method from Dongfang Naganori's soul. Could be said to be very clear. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan's wealth was not enough to support it, especially when the initial investment was simply too much. After careful consideration, Fang Yuan could only use the second best charcoal rocks to create the eerie fire dragon python's nest. He placed all the eerie fire dragon pythons in there and allowed them to develop. Far away, Fang Yuan dug up a small lake every once in a while, but he did not put any soil in it. He set up a simple goo formation before pouring the poisonous blood that he took out from his immortal aperture into it. This poisonous blood, under the isolation of the goo formation, only a small portion would seep out every year, contaminating the surrounding soil. In the entire western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan dug out hundreds and thousands of small blood lakes. Why did Fang Yuan do this? This was the relationship between heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations and blessed lands. As he had said before, Gu Qing Shan's Gu, Fang Yuan and Gu Qing Gu. The deeper the heritage of the blessed land, the stronger the fortune, the more powerful the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be. For example, in the earthly calamity of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the desolate beast swamp crab carried gruel mud immortal goo. It was immortal goo Immortal Blessed Land's most valuable treasure. In the end, Danghun Mountain turned into a pile of mud and only survived after Fang Yuan's rescue. Gushin Gu Master Dao. You have an advantage in one respect. If you provoked the jealousy of the heavens, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would come to weaken you. Of course, there were too many types of calamities. This rule was not absolute. It could only be said that the possibility was very high. This was the embodiment of good fortune is accompanied by misfortune. But after the swamp crab earthly calamity was over, in fact, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had gained a large number of enslavement path Dao marks, as well as a few earth path Dao marks. With the increase of enslavement path Dao marks, the life forms in the blessed land would be easier to control and reproduce. Stone men, hairy men, fox groups, wolf groups, fish groups, etc. They were all here. This was Hu Immortal Blessed Land's greatest advantage. After all, the original owner, Hu Immortal, was an enslavement path Gu Immortal. Every tribulation, the number of new Dao marks would be the most in the enslavement path. Other than enslavement path, there were also a few earth path Dao marks. These Dao marks could make Hu Immortal Blessed Land's soil more fertile, make the ground deeper, and absorb more earth energy to support Danghun Mountain. These Dao marks could not be observed by ordinary means. Instead, he fused it with Hu Immortal Blessed Land, making this small world more comprehensive and more outstanding. This was the embodiment of good fortune is accompanied by misfortune. Central Continent's world targeted Danghun Mountain and activated the swamp crab earthly calamity. But after passing it, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had gains. The increase in earth path Dao marks caused the relationship between Danghun Mountain and Hu Immortal Blessed Land to become even closer. And this time, the earthly calamity was the flower sea of blood poison apple. Fang Yuan guessed that Central Continent's world might be targeting his blood path Grandmaster attainment. After passing it, Hu Immortal Blessed Land gained a large number of new Dao marks again. Among them, the number of enslavement path Dao marks was still the highest, magnifying Hu Immortal Blessed Land's original advantage. At the same time, there were many new blood path Dao marks. The appearance of blood path Dao marks no doubt improved Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Green Jade Crucian Carps turning into Blood Jade Crucian Carps was only one aspect of it. After Fang Yuan expended a lot of effort to get rid of the top layer of Hu Immortal Blessed Land soil, a large number of tender grass sprouts and small flower buds were already emerging from the exposed layer of soil. These wild grasses were called blood scythe grass. After they matured, they were curved like sickles, their backs were thick and the outside was as sharp as a blade. And these wild flowers were called red axe flowers. The petals were like the blades of axes, they were white in color, but they emitted a faint red light. Be it blood scythe grass or red axe flowers, they were both excellent Gu refinement materials. Although they were not immortal materials, they could be used to refine rank 3 mortal Gu. The blood scythe grass and red axe flowers that were all over Hu Immortal Blessed Land, once they matured, they would have an astonishing amount of wealth. And this wealth was actually brought to Hu Immortal Blessed Land by this earthly calamity. Actually, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there were many flowers and grasses growing there, like the blue poisonous blue degree grass, horseshoe-shaped horseshoe grass, the 6 divine grass with 6 slender leaves and a jade-like luster. There were also colorful 7 treasure flowers, cup-shaped milk tea flowers that contained milk tea-like juice. But these flowers and grasses could only be used to refine rank 1 or 2 mortal goo. Their value was far lower than blood scythe grass and red axe flowers. The poisonous blood seeped into the soil, turning a portion of the roots and seeds of these flowers and grasses into blood scythe grass seeds and red axe flowers. Most importantly, the increase in blood path Dao marks transformed Hu Immortal Blessed Land's environment, giving blood scythe grass and red axe flowers a foundation to grow. Rank 6 Gu immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years and 30 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations, they would advance to rank 7 Gu immortals. Earthly calamities were weaker than heavenly tribulations. Each calamity and tribulation was a difficult test from heaven, filled with danger but also filled with opportunities. The newly added Dao marks would transform this world, giving birth to even more valuable things. These things would provide Gu immortals with cultivation resources. Initially, Hu Immortal Blessed Land could only plant large amounts of ordinary flowers and grasses. At that time the soil was shallow, there was no water or wind. Even if they planted blue degree grass or horseshoe grass, they would not survive. After several earthly calamities, the flowers and grasses withered and went extinct. Hu immortals suffered heavy losses, but they gained new wood path and earth path Dao marks. And because of the fire there were fire path Dao marks. After the flood there were water path Dao marks. With these Dao marks, Hu Immortal Blessed Land's environment was improved. Hu Immortal was able to transplant blue degree grass, horseshoe grass, 6 divine grass and milk tea flowers. Although these fortuitous encounters allowed the blessed land to be greatly improved, there would be losses in every earthly calamity. It depended on the Gu immortal's ability to manage it. Hu Immortal's strength continued to fall. During the 5th earthly calamity, she finally died from the blue charm lightning shadow. After Fang Yuan inherited the blessed land, he barely survived the 6th desolate beast calamity, swamp crab. Together with this one, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had already survived the 7th earthly calamity. After this earthly calamity, Hu Immortal Blessed Land gained blood path Dao marks. It became the environment for flowers and grasses like blood scythe grass and red axe flowers to grow. Old farmers knew what kind of land and what kind of crops would have the best harvest. When Fang Yuan managed the blessed land, he had to adapt to the local conditions and play to his strengths. He did not allow Tai Bai Yunxing to use landscape as before, and instead dug the poisonous blood lakes himself. It was because of this reason. In fact, not just these flowers and grasses with these blood path Dao marks, I can raise blood trace foxes. The blood pattern fox's reproduction rate would be much higher than any other fox pack from before. The annual production will be much higher if I buy some experience in raising blood trace foxes. If I am lucky, I can even enter the market and sell them for some money. But blood trace foxes were in the middle of the food chain. Fang Yuan still needed to bring in some blood trace rabbits as the main food of the fox group. What did the blood trace rabbits eat? They naturally had to eat blood scythe grass. Thus, Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort to dig so many poisonous blood lakes. He wanted to use these poisonous blood as nutrients. Under the control of the Gu formation, it would permeate the soil and grow blood scythe grass and red axe flowers. Of course, to ensure the vitality of the blood trace foxes, Fang Yuan also wanted to bring in some poison beard wolves. The previous Hu Immortal Blessed Land was not suitable for these poison beard wolves. But now, with the poisonous blood, a small portion of the poison beard wolves could survive. There was no need for too many poison beard wolves, only a small portion was needed to create a catfish effect on the blood trace foxes. Fang Yuan was extremely busy, his feet were about to hit the back of his head. Time always passed quickly when one was busy. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's modification of Hu Immortal Blessed Land had finally come to an end. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was reborn. In the east, Dragon Scale Lake and Jade Beard Lake complemented each other. There were many small lakes and ponds in the surroundings. In the sky there was a star fragment grassland. In the lakes there were dragonfish, bubblefish, black carp and blood jade carp. Beside the lakes there were shark fin wolf groups, water wolf groups and some earth skin pigs. In the west the number of lakes increased, surpassing the number in the east. In the center of the west there was a charcoal rock lake. At every set distance there would be a blood poison lake. Hundreds and thousands of blood lakes were evenly distributed in the west of the blessed land. If one looked at it from a bird's eye view, it would be a spectacular sight. Not long from now, this place would form blood-scythe grassland and red axe flower sea. Currently there were only a few blood trace rabbits, a few poison-beard wolves and a few blood trace foxes. But the blood trace foxes would continue to be brought in from the outside, their numbers would increase. Chapter 834. At the southern part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, a small portion of the rockmen were still hibernating underground. Because a large number of blood poison fruits died in the rockmen's tunnels, the underground homes of these rockmen would produce a bloodstone mine in a few decades. The underground cave that hid Wisdom Gu was restored using landscape as before. The Ji forest was dispirited, but it did not need treatment, it would detoxify on its own, there was even a chance that it would form a blood Ji forest. At the northern part of the blessed land, the area was small, it was used as a breeding base for regretful spiders. At the center of the blessed land was Danghun Mountain. Danghun Palace imprisoned Dongfang Naganori's soul, as well as dozens of eastern captives. The warehouse stored a large number of immortal materials. Over 5,000 kilograms of oil water, the huge dead eggs of the worldly sand gull, and a large number of air sac goo. Near Danghun Mountain, there were 3 Fongyuan stone nests. Many hairy man-slaves lived inside, refining goo continuously. As for the small batch of mirror willow trees, they were destroyed and had lost all life. The beggar moths that ate mirror willow leaves had no value, they were sold by Fongyuan. This way, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders and dragonfish, these 3 resources were truly constructed. Unlike before where they were stored, if this continued, these 3 resources could be bred and sold for profit, it was already on the right track. But currently, these 3 resources were stockpiling, they could not rush into the market. Danghun Palace's warehouse still had a large number of air sac goo. But Fongyuan could not sell them to the market and earn a huge sum of money. Crane Gate was still keeping an eye on Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was better not to attract too much attention, he had to sell them slowly to lower the risk and make a long-term investment. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's construction was completed. Tai Bai Yunxing bid farewell to Fongyuan on the second day. During this period he had put in a lot of effort. Without his help, Fongyuan would need at least half a month to complete such a huge amount of work. In fact, not only did he put in a lot of effort, he even lent an immortal yuan stone to Fongyuan. Fongyuan did not have a lot of immortal yuan stone to begin with. In the early stages of construction, there was a huge funding gap. Tai Bai Yunxing took the initiative to give Fongyuan a sum of immortal yuan stone to make up for this gap. Speaking of which, among the 4 who had signed the Snow Mountain Oath of Allegiance, Tai Bai Yunxing was the wealthiest. He was developing well in Eastern Sea, a large amount of resources were moved into his immortal aperture, causing his immortal aperture's foundation to be lacking. The earth chi was thin and showed signs of instability. This time, Tai Bai Yunxing returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land not only to help Fongyuan, but also to return to northern plains and set up a blessed land to absorb earth chi while facing the earthly calamity. However, it was still too early for the earthly calamity to descend, and it would take some time to absorb the earthly chi. When the earthly calamity arrived, Fongyuan would definitely help Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing left Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but He Lulan stayed behind to guard it. Fongyuan soon left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and went to Central Continent. There was no other reason. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was about to begin. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain. Crane Gate. Clouds and mist shrouded this giant mountain. Cranes were flying among the pine trees in the forest. In an underground secret room of Crane Gate, it was dark and damp. The stone walls were covered in moss. Other than a stone bed, there was no other furniture in the room. On the stone bed, a young Gu master was lying on the bed, his face was pale as paper. There were no injuries on his body but he was unconscious. It was Guyue Fangxing. A Gu worm was lying on Fangxing's chest, motionless. Suddenly, a faint light flashed in the stone room, a Gu immortal appeared. His sleeves were fluttering, his face was like jade, he had a youthful appearance, but the most eye-catching thing was his eyebrows. His eyebrows were jade green and long, the ends of his eyebrows extended to his waist. Under his eyebrows, his gaze was eerie. Lord He Fengyang. The Gu worm lying on Fangxing's chest immediately flapped its wings, excitedly calling out the identity of the intruder. This goo worm was the spirit incubating flea that contained Master Tenshuru's soul. "Lord, please heal Fangjing's soul and let my disciple wake up," Master Tenshuru said. "Sky Crane, you still have this answer." He Fengyang sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed. He was more willing to let Master Tenshuru reincarnate. Why? Because Master Tenshuru was originally He Fengyang's subordinate, he had done many things for He Fengyang, he knew his background and was a talent. In contrast, Guiyue Fangjing was too young, he had the experience of being forced to sacrifice himself. If he held a grudge against Crane Gate, that would be even worse. "Sky Crane, do you know the possession method that our Crane Gate obtained this time can be said to be perfect? It is extremely outstanding. If you had used possession before, your soul might not be used to it, there might be repercussions. But now, with possession, it is as if you were born like this, your soul and body fusing together, getting along harmoniously. There won't be any side effects at all. This is your luck, you can be reborn and regain the glory you once had. Heaven has already given you this opportunity, why don't you grab it?" He Fengyang urged. "Lord." The spirit incubating flea rustled, its voice deep. "Please forgive my stubbornness. If I had really possessed him, I might not even be able to face myself. Fangjing, he is my disciple just like me in the past. Just like my past self, this is his future. If I had possessed him, I would not be able to face my own heart. Please help me, Lord, on account of my many years of service to you." He Fengyang's face showed a trace of anger. He had not been living well recently. To save 9 Palace Crane Little 9, He Fengyang had begged people everywhere, spending a large amount of money, but the results were minimal. Now, even his former subordinates were stubbornly going their own way, not listening to his advice, not letting him have his way. This possession method was powerful, but it had a precondition. It could not be used rashly, it was best to let the soul and the person being possessed interact for a long time before the possession. When Master Tenshuru had planned to possess Fangjing, he had placed the spirit incubating flea in Fangjing's aperture. So much time had passed, the conditions for possession were ripe, but Master Tenshuru had changed his mind. This meant that if Master Tenshuru still wanted to possess someone else, it would not be possible for the time being. He still needed some time to interact with the body. As for Dongfang Naganori's possession of Dongfang Yuliang, he had secretly placed a portion of his soul in Dongfang Yuliang's body. The method was ingenious. Dongfang Yuliang did not sense anything amiss. He Fengyang had been living unhappily these few days, he was frustrated, he wanted to scold Master Tenshuru. But he could not say the words in his heart, because He Fengyang could not help but think of himself from Master Tenshuru. Wasn't he the same as Master Tenshuru in the past? In order to save Little 9, he was stubborn and was even willing to sacrifice himself. Back then, when he was in desperate straits, it was Crane Gate's third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, who had lent a helping hand. That was how He Fengyang was now. Thinking of this, He Fengyang let out a long sigh. Never mind, never mind. Since you insist, I, He Fengyang, will fulfill your wish. This is my compensation for what you have done for me in the past. If you want to possess someone else in the future and ask me for help again, it will not be for free. After saying this, He Fengyang waved his big sleeves, lightly brushing Guiyue Fangjing's face. After this action, He Fengyang suddenly disappeared on the spot. After a few breaths, Guiyue Fangjing's soul became as solid as before, and he woke up from his coma. "You're awake, disciple." The spirit incubating flea fluttered in front of him excitedly. Guiyue Fangjing was confused. Master, where are we?" "Of course we're at Crane Gate, stupid disciple." Master Tenshuru laughed. "Why am I here?" Guiyue Fangjing's eyes were still absent-minded. He mumbled to himself, but suddenly he shuddered, fear appeared on his face. He thought of that blood pool, the terrifying memory of the blood vines growing on his body when he attacked to immortal blessed land. Guiyue Fangjing screamed in fear, retreating subconsciously. But the back of his head hit the hard stone wall, he fell backwards and fainted on the spot. Master Tenshuru, 3 days later. Crane Gate officially announced the news of Guiyue Fangjing's awakening. Guiyue Fangjing, who appeared in front of the disciples again, had rank 5 cultivation level. During the morning class, Crane Gate's leader appointed Guiyue Fangjing as an elder of Crane Gate. At once, the sect was shaken. Former Fangjing's rivals like Sun Yuanhua were dumbstruck, the disciples and elite disciples were in an uproar, and the elders were discussing among themselves. Crane Gate's Gu Immortals had forcefully raised Fangjing's cultivation level to rank 5 in order to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The identity of a disciple was no longer suitable for Fangjing. New position, new identity. Gue Fangjing had just gotten used to it, he was at a loss of what to do. When he walked on the road, every disciple he met would greet him. There were many elite disciples who were older than him. Sometimes when they saw former rivals like Sun Yuanhua, they would be very respectful. Many beautiful female disciples would often surround Fangjing. Some would look at Fangjing with watery eyes, some would sweetly call Fangjing elder. Compared to other sect elders, Fang Yuan was excessively young, he could be said to be unique. His legendary experiences attracted the attention of many female disciples, some even had unrequited love for him. Even Fangjing himself would sometimes forget his identity when he saw other elders, and would greet them with the etiquette of a disciple. Every time the situation would be somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Fangjing had Master Tenshuru to help him. Crane Gate's leader would also summon Fangjing from time to time, asking him if he had any difficulties in life, asking about his well-being, making Gue Fangjing feel overwhelmed by the favor. What made Gue Fangjing even happier was that the sect treated elders very well, it was dozens of times better than the disciples. Master Tenshuru saw this and vaguely understood their intentions. Earlier, the sect's higher-ups had purposely sacrificed Fangjing, using his life to increase the possibility of attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Now they were trying to win him over to restore Fangjing's loyalty to the sect. Fangjing was not Fang Yuan, he was too young and inexperienced, he did not sense this intention. In fact, he had never had any complaints towards Crane Gate. This way, after becoming an elder, he had a greater sense of belonging towards Crane Gate. Chapter 835. On this day, Fangjing finished listening to another elder's public lecture and was on his way back, but was stopped by a disciple called Shihong. Elder Fangjing. Shihong greeted first. Fangjing returned the greeting, feeling slightly embarrassed. Because this elite disciple, Shihong, was older than Fangjing, and was a senior brother several generations above Fangjing. I would like to ask Elder Fangjing, among the 4 entrance questions of the Refinement Path Convention, one of them is to refine Earth Treasury Flower Goo. And to refine this goo, the third last step is to use upstream grass and Zen Lion Mane, as well as a goo refinement method. But I keep failing at this step, I don't know what the correct goo refinement method is. This. Fangjing was stunned, his tone hesitant. He cultivated enslavement path and controlled flying cranes, his battle strength could be said to be outstanding among mortal goo masters. But he had no understanding of refinement path. Fortunately, he had the spirit incubating flea. Master Tenshuru secretly transmitted the answer to him. Fangjing answered, this goo refinement method is called one after another hand, its goal is to twist every upstream grass and every Zen Lion Mane together. To refine Earth Treasury Flower Goo, you need to weave 100 grass hairs within 30 breaths of time. Once this time is exceeded, the goo refinement flame will burn these grass and hairs. Thus, if you are not familiar with this method, the goo refinement will easily fail. Fangjing repeated Master Tenshuru's words, becoming more and more composed as he spoke. After saying this, he continued to talk about how to practice the goo refinement method, one after another hands. Shihong's expression changed slightly, he was somewhat startled as he quickly thanked. Many thanks to Elder Fangjing for your guidance, I have benefited greatly. Is there anything else you don't understand? Fangjing smiled, he had gotten a kick out of being a teacher. No more. That's all. Disciple will take his leave. Shihong bowed and said goodbye. After the two separated, Fangjing walked for a while but he suddenly slowed down. He frowned. This Shihong doesn't seem like he's here to learn from me. It seems like he's here to make things difficult for me. Hee hee, you can see it now. Not bad, not bad. Master Tenshuru grinned. Shifu, Fangjing cried out inwardly, so you already knew. Nonsense, your background is very easy to find out, your age is there, everyone knows that you have never cultivated refinement path. Yet, Shihong purposely came to ask such an obscure question. If you're not deliberately making things difficult for me, then what is it? Master Tenshuru paused and asked Fangjing, do you know why he made things difficult for you? What? Fangjing was baffled. Master Tenshuru laughed heartily and explained, it's because Shihong likes the female disciple Yu. Yu was Elder Yentang's daughter. Elder Yentang was alone, he was ostracized in Crane Gate, he did not have a good time. He intends to betroth his daughter to you, to form a faction and form an alliance with the youngest elder in Immortal Crane sect's history. Otherwise, why would he keep inviting you for drinks? He even purposely arranged it. Let his daughter sit with you? Fang Jing exclaimed as he came to a realization. Yu's beauty involuntarily surfaced in his mind as she sat beside him. Sitting beside him, she passionately took food for him. She even repeatedly toasted Fang Jing. After a few sips of wine, her face was flushed. She was beautiful. You remember now? Do you remember now? Ah, silly boy. Master Tenshuru was very happy to see Fang Jing stunned on the spot. He had the spirit of gossiping. Regardless of gender, age, or life or death. Fang Jing sighed helplessly. He shook his head and said in annoyance, "Scheming and benefits, I really don't like it. From now on, if Elder Yen Tang invites me again, I will reject him. I am an elder anyway, I have the same rank as him, it is not a big deal to reject him. Silly boy, which organization in this world is not maintained by benefits? There is true love, but it is because it is rare that it is precious." Master Tenshuru sighed. "Don't avoid this, I advise you not to reject Elder Yen Tang's invitation. Even if you don't marry his daughter, don't ruin your relationship with Elder Yen Tang. Because right now, you are even more isolated than Elder Yen Tang." "Let's not talk about this, Master, I just mentioned the Refinement Path Convention. Recently, be it disciples or elders, they are all discussing it. What is this Refinement Path Convention?" Fang Jing purposely changed the topic. "You better ask me this question, don't ask anyone else. Otherwise they will look at you like you are an idiot. I will tell you in detail. This Refinement Path Convention is not ordinary, it is a grand event that happens once every 100 years in Central Continent. That is to say, without any lifespan extension methods, most Gu Masters can only participate once in their lives." Master Tenshuru answered. Fang Jing spoke. "Refinement Path Convention, is it a grand event for Refinement Path Gu Masters?" "That is not the case. Gu Master cultivation has 3 aspects: nurturing Gu, using Gu, and refining Gu. The Refinement Path Convention is not a grand event that only Refinement Path Gu Masters can participate in. As long as you have skills in Gu refinement or have experience, you can participate in this grand event." Master Tenshuru continued. "The scale of this grand event is unprecedented. It is definitely the #1 Refinement Path grand event in the world. Every Refinement Path Convention, hundreds of thousands of Gu Masters will participate. They come from sects of all sizes in Central Continent. Even Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border, and Northern Plains Gu Masters will appear." Southern Border. Fang Jing's thoughts were evoked, he could not help but think of Qing Mao Mountain. He then asked, "Then what are the 4 major entrance exams that Shihong mentioned just now?" Master Tenshuru said everything he knew. The so-called 4 entrance tests are equivalent to the qualifications to enter. Any Gu Master, no matter who, will refine Gu in their cultivation. The Refinement Path Convention has great rewards, it attracts countless Gu Masters to participate. If there were no checkpoints, then there would be too many people trying their luck just to make up the numbers. Thus, there are 4 entrance tests to choose the truly outstanding Gu Masters with Refinement Path attainment. That is to say, to participate in the Refinement Path Convention, one has to complete these 4 entrance tests. Fang Jing realized. Master Tenshuru laughed. "Actually, these 4 questions test the basic skills of Gu refinement. Gu Masters with some experience can usually pass them." Fang Jing was shocked. "Master, I can't pass them." "No problem, under my guidance you can also succeed. You can also succeed if you crazily train during this period." Lord Sky Crane said. "Is that so? Then wouldn't I be able to broaden my horizons?" Fang Jing was overjoyed. Central Continent. 5 Virtues Mountain. There was a huge crowd that flowed like a river. It surrounded 5 Virtues Mountain. 5 Virtues Mountain was not tall, it was located in the eastern part of Central Continent, it was the territory of a mid-sized sect, 5 Virtues Sect. Within a radius of 3,000 kilometers, the 5 Virtues Sect could be considered a major power. Especially because of its deep background, the current sect leader of 5 Virtues Sect was an elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. Heavenly Lotus Sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, it was a super force. Thus, although 5 Virtues Sect had not been established for long, its development was smooth, the surrounding veteran forces did not dare to suppress it. Fang Yuan was disguised as a mortal Gu Master. Right now he was mixed in the crowd, slowly walking towards 5 Virtues Mountain from the foot of the mountain. He wore a black robe, he was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. He wore a mask on his face and a rain hat on his head, the brim of the hat was very low, casting a shadow under the sunlight, even covering Fang Yuan's shoulders. But this attire was not eye-catching in the crowd. Many people were covering him. even more than him. As the crowd slowly moved forward, Fang Yuan saw the entrance of Five Virtues sect. This tall archway had 16 huge pillars and was more than 300 feet wide. It was even taller than a 5-story building. The words Five Virtues sect were written on the door plaque, shining with golden light. Below the archway there were 6 stone lions. It was extraordinarily mighty and imposing. After passing the entrance, there was a large path with stairs paved with top-quality green jade stones. It was like a green river leisurely climbing up Five Virtues Mountain. Beside the large path, there were shady trees, verdant and verdant. Mountain winds blew from time to time, bringing a trace of coolness. The crowd rubbed shoulders with each other, people squeezed against each other, there were all kinds of people. Fang Yuan's gaze swept around. On his left, there was a group of long-haired female Gu masters, wearing the same flowery dress. They should be from the same sect. On his right, there was a white-clothed young master, fanning himself with a folding fan and riding a leopard, his eyes constantly glancing at the group of female Gu masters. On his left, there was a master and disciple wearing shabby clothes talking to each other. "Master, there are so many people." The disciple sighed. The master chuckled, "There are too many people, don't get separated." "Good disciple, your refinement path talent is very high, this is your chance to soar in the world. It is not difficult for you to pass the 4 entry questions, but you must get a good ranking. Only then will others look at you in a different light and fight to recruit you." The disciple smiled proudly, "Master, don't worry. This time I will definitely get first place. The reward for getting first place will be a Gu worm to treat your illness." The master was about to speak, but suddenly, a huge force came from behind. The master was pushed to the ground, and the disciple cried out in shock, hurrying to support him. "Move aside. Move aside." A group of tall and strong men walked over with an arrogant aura. Behind them, an old Gu master with a sinister gaze was leisurely sitting on a recliner, being carried by 4 people. "Flying Frost Sect's first elder, Lord Han, has arrived. Hurry and make way." The man leading the way shouted. "Let's go, Flying Frost Sect's people are here. We can't afford to offend them." Flying Frost Sect's first elder is coming with great momentum. They are trying to regain their face from Five Virtues Sect. That's right, last time Five Virtues Sect and Flying Frost Sect fought for the Spring Eye. In the end, Five Virtues Sect barely won, while Flying Frost Sect suffered heavy losses. Everyone discussed, not wanting to offend Flying Frost Sect. They all moved aside. "Damn it, they're going too far." The disciple helped his master up, gritting his teeth and wanting to argue. "Don't go." The master was an experienced person, quickly stopping his disciple. "What kind of force is Flying Frost Sect?" In front of Fang Yuan, a male Gu master asked his companion. After getting the answer, the Gu master sneered in disdain. "Humph, the whole sect only has 3 rank 5 Gu masters, they are only SOSO. The companion beside him quickly persuaded, "This is Central Continent, not Eastern Sea. A strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its territory, it is better to avoid trouble. Forget it, forget it." The male Gu master thought about it, finally snorting coldly, not waiting for Flying Frost Sect's people to arrive, he squeezed into the crowd on the right. "What's wrong with you, are you blind? Move aside, move aside." The strong man arrived behind Fang Yuan and shouted angrily, trying to drive him away. Fang Yuan did not turn around, turning a deaf ear to him. The strong man showed anger on his face, but his expression immediately changed. "Rank 5 cultivation?" Fang Yuan was disguised as a rank 5 Gu master. He intentionally leaked a trace of his aura. The strong men were bewildered, quickly retracting their hands. On the bamboo chair, Flying Frost Sect's first elder, Han, sat up straight, staring at Fang Yuan's back. "Rank 5 aura, it's real. Such a disguise, he is either a lone cultivator or a demonic Gu master." Han squinted, waving his hand as he ordered, "Still not moving to the front?" The men hurriedly accepted the order and turned around, avoiding Fang Yuan and moving forward. In the mortal world, rank 5 was definitely a peak existence, the leader of a force. Even the sect leader of Crane Gate only had rank 5 cultivation. This group of people who only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The young disciple and master merged into the crowd again. The young disciple looked at the back of Flying Frost Sect's people, feeling indignant. Next, he turned his curious, probing and slightly worshipping gaze towards Fang Yuan. The white-clothed young master on the right kept his fan and got off the leopard. The group of female Gu masters in front purposely stopped, and many other Gu masters took the initiative to approach Fang Yuan, expressing their goodwill. "Rank 5 Gu master, Such a person, if they could befriend him. On the side of the road, the Five Virtues sect disciple in charge of maintaining order also sent a message. Quickly report, we discovered a rank 5 Gu master. Facing these people, Fang Yuan only said one word, scram. His tone was calm, cold, and filled with ruthlessness. Everyone's expression changed, a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. Who would dare to pester him? The young disciple also hurriedly retracted his gaze. Fang Yuan retracted his aura again. The surroundings were empty, there was no one within 3 steps. Floating astronomy. Chapter 836. They followed the main road up the mountain and arrived at the mountainside. A wide platform had been opened up here, and 3 large words were carved on the mountain wall. Disciple Selection Platform. Presumably it was the place where the aptitude of the new disciples would be tested every year, and then the elders would choose the new disciples. But now the place had been roughly remodeled. There was a simple Gu formation on the floor separating the areas. Each piece was labeled with a number. Every once in a while the people in front would move a little. On both sides of the road, there were disciples of the Five Virtues sect handing out number plates. Fang Yuan received a number plate with the number 63 on it. He walked up to the disciple selection platform, found the 63rd position, and sat cross-legged on the floor tiles. A moment later, the people in the square sat down. A Five Virtues sect elder announced loudly, "This year's Refinement Path Convention has 4 entry questions. Begin." At the next moment, the hundreds of Gu masters on the disciple selection stage made their moves, displaying their abilities. Some of them had a ball of flame in their palms. This was the fire refinement technique. Some of them spat out clouds of smoke from their mouths. This was the smoke refinement technique. Some released several ice snakes. The ice snakes raised their heads and spat out cold air. This was ice refinement. On the other hand, a few tens of specks of starlight fluttered about in Fang Yuan's hand, and they were like a group of azure fireflies that coiled and flew about. According to the order, Fang Yuan put in the Gu refinement materials. After a quarter of an hour, he finished all the questions and stood up. So fast. The Five Virtues sect elder in charge of the scene had already known of Fang Yuan's rank 5 Gu master identity and had been paying attention to him. Even so, when Fang Yuan stood up, the elder still had a look of surprise on his face. The speed at which Fang Yuan completed the task was simply too fast. He didn't make a single mistake. His technique was extremely proficient. What? Someone's already done it? Fang Yuan's action was shocking. This attracted the attention of many Gu masters refining Gu. It's that mysterious rank 5 Gu master. The old master stood outside and saw Fang Yuan. His pupils constricted slightly, and then he cast a worried gaze towards his disciple, praying in his heart, "My good disciple, you can't be distracted because of this and be disturbed." Thankfully, his young disciple was focused on refining Gu and did not notice Fang Yuan's movements. Fang Yuan walked up the platform. On the high platform, the Five Virtues sect elder immediately left his seat and personally inspected the 4 Gu worms in Fang Yuan's hands. There aren't any negative effects. It's like a well-fed Gu worm. Its condition is extremely stable. The elder of the Five Virtues sect was inwardly alarmed. After he finished inspecting, he cupped his hands towards Fang Yuan and warmly said, "Darren, please go up the mountain this way." Fang Yuan nodded. He slowly walked away from the disciple selection platform. Impossible, right? Someone actually passed in less than a third of the time. Such powerful refinement path attainments. Outside the stage, the crowd discussed noisily. Even the Gu masters refining Gu inside the stage were stunned. There were also a few who were too shocked that their minds were shaken. This caused the Gu refinement to fail. Fang Yuan did not need to conceal his identity in this refinement path convention. He was also a Gu immortal. There was no need to hide. He started up the path up the mountain and presently, after a while, a Five Virtues sect elder came up to greet him. "Sir, please wait for a moment." The elder had just spoken when Fang Yuan waved his hand, interrupting him. "I know why you are here." "I have no such intentions. A mere Five Virtues sect cannot accommodate me." The elder was stunned, anger flashed on his face. He had come here with the sect leader's orders, to recruit Fang Yuan and invite him to become an external elder of the sect. In fact, Five Virtues sect was one of the registration points for the Refinement Path Convention. It was to recruit talents. Originally, Fang Yuan's cultivation level was rank 5, everyone in Five Virtues sect was paying close attention to him. The refinement path attainment he displayed earlier even shocked the sect leader of Five Virtues sect. How could he let go of such a talent? Thus, he ordered the elder to come forward and discuss. In the end, before this elder could state his intentions, he was rejected by Fang Yuan. This elder was very embarrassed after being rejected by Fang Yuan. What else do you want? Fang Yuan glanced at him coldly. The elder's face turned purple from anger. He snorted coldly, "Sir, you are actually looking down on my Five Virtues sect. Aren't you being too arrogant? You want a duel with me?" Fang Yuan's voice was cold. The elder's anger froze. He looked at Fang Yuan deeply. Good, sir, you think highly of yourself. I am sure you will be able to obtain first place in the Refinement Path Convention. My Five Virtues sect will wait and see." Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and left. Fang Yuan did not mind. He continued to move forward. Turning around a cliff, he saw Wood Virtue Hall. This hall was hidden in the forest. It was emerald green and complemented the surrounding vegetation. Fang Yuan walked into the hall. There were countless tables and chairs in the hall. There were even elite disciples of Five Virtues sect waiting for him. Seeing Fang Yuan appear, one of the disciples quickly went to greet him. "Senior, may I know your name, which sect and which Gu Master path you cultivate?" Fang Yuan said solemnly, "My name is Fang Yuan, my sect is a secret, my main path is a secret." "Oh, alright, senior, please pay 100 yuan stone as the registration fee. This fee will be used for..." Before this disciple finished speaking, Fang Yuan threw the prepared yuan stone over. The disciple caught it in a fluster, saying politely, "Please take a seat." After a while, Fang Yuan obtained a token. Fang Yuan's name was written on the token. Behind the token was a row of small words. "Sect is a secret, path is a secret, register at Five Virtues sect." At the end there was still the registration time. "Senior, please keep this token well. If you lose it, please replace it as soon as possible, otherwise, you will not be able to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. Please continue up the mountain. There will be the first Gu Refinement competition in Fire Virtue Hall. Only by passing this competition will you be qualified to participate in the second round." This disciple explained patiently. Fang Yuan took the token and left Wood Virtue Hall. At this point, the registration was over. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was organized by the 10 great ancient sects on the surface, but it was secretly supported by the Celestial Court. The Refinement Path Convention was of an unprecedented scale. There were hundreds of registration points all over Central Continent. Most of them were sects like Five Virtues sect. They were quite strong. They were close to the 10 great ancient sects, or were the representatives of the 10 great ancient sections. Fang Yuan wanted to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. He had to refine Gu at any of these registration points. Only by passing the 4 introductory questions would he be qualified to register and obtain the token. Because there were many demonic path Gu masters participating in the Refinement Path Convention, there were even Gu masters from the other 4 regions, the registration was very casual. Their names could be casually mentioned, their paths and sects could not be mentioned. The main point was the token itself. There was also a group of special Gu masters. These people's sects or individuals had obtained a ranking in the previous Refinement Path Convention, thus they could directly participate in the Refinement Path Convention. For example, Hongyi. This was the situation. His Universal Life Academy had obtained a low ranking in the Refinement Path Convention 100 years ago. This time, Universal Life Academy had 3 spots. They could participate in the Refinement Path Convention without taking the test. What was worth mentioning was that only Central Continent Gu Masters and Central Continent sects had this privilege. After all, this Refinement Path Convention was organized by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, thus it was biased towards Central Continent itself. Of course, Crane Gate had a large number of free spots. But Fang Yuan was only a subordinate of Crane Gate. It was not easy to ask for this spot. Fangjing was in a different situation. A portion of the sect's spots were given to disciples and elite disciples, while the other portion was given to the elders. Fangjing became an elder of Crane Gate. He could not compete with the disciples for the spots. And his own refinement path attainment was very low. He could not compete with the elders. To participate in the Refinement Path Convention, Crane Gate naturally had to give out spots to those Gu masters with deep refinement attainment who could uphold the reputation of Crane Gate. Thus, be it Fang Yuan or Fangjing, they had to register themselves. Fang Yuan held the token. He walked up the mountain and entered Fire Virtue Hall. This was the first round of the Refinement Path Convention's competition. If their results were too bad, they would not be qualified to participate in the second round. Fang Yuan walked in and learned about the goo refinement content of the first round. You have to refine the rank 1 water-like goo within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. You have to refine at least 100 rank 1 water-like goo to pass and enter the second round of the test. 150 will be rewarded with 5 kilograms of phantom flower petals. 180 will be rewarded with 6 basins of rootless water. 200 will be rewarded with 10 pieces of lightning strike wood. 240 will be third, 260 will be second, while 276 will be first. You will get a rank 4 healing goo, green shine goo that is specialized in detoxification. Fang Yuan thought to himself. The difficulty of this first round of goo refinement was much higher than the previous 4 entry questions. But it should not be difficult for most goo masters. Because as long as they refined 100 water-like goo, they would pass the round and obtain the qualifications to continue. But these rewards were very tempting to these goo masters. The first was the rank 4 green shine goo. Rank 4 goo, it was a goo that only the elders and clan elders of large forces, or even the leaders of small forces would have. To Fang Yuan, green shine goo could be bought in the Jewel Yellow Skies group chat. Fang Yuan's level was too high, these rewards were not attractive to him at all. What made him interested was the challenge brought to him by the questions. The basic materials for goo refinement have already been determined, they can be used for free. The goo recipe for water-like goo is also given, you can look at it casually. But even if I use my full strength and use the water refinement method, I can only refine 250 at most. This result can only rank third. But in 5 Virtues sect, third place has already been taken away. This kind of question was about first come first serve. Once the first 3 places were taken away, no matter how good the later participants were, it would be useless. That is to say, for Fang Yuan to get on the board, he had to get second or first place. Actually, it is not impossible to get first place. First, I can add other precious materials to increase the production of goo worms. Water-like goo is only a rank 1 goo, if I use rank 2 or rank 3 goo refinement materials, I can definitely increase the production. But I will have to pay for this myself. Secondly, I can modify the goo recipe. I have a wisdom path inheritance, if I modify this rank 1 goo recipe slightly, I can do it myself without wisdom goo. But wouldn't this not be a challenge? The fun would also be gone. Maybe I can challenge the water and fire refinement method. Water-like goo is a water path goo, it is usually refined with water or ice. But if I do the opposite and use fire refinement, there might be a miraculous effect. Chapter 837. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration, he thought of a wonderful method. The goo recipe had already been given, but goo masters could use many methods to refine goo. For example, fusing 2 materials and using fire to melt them was one method. Using water to melt them and mix them together was another method. Both methods were different, but they could achieve the same result. 30 minutes later, Fang Yuan's name was at first place. He had obtained green shine goo. Fang Yuan had not practiced this water and fire refinement method much, but water-like goo was too easy to refine. Even if Fang Yuan was not familiar with it, he managed to refine 177 goo. It was one more than the standard for first place. Fang Yuan's outstanding performance made the sect leader of 5 Virtues sect personally come over to greet him because of that elder's bad attitude. Next, this sect leader faintly showed the intention of recruiting him, but his tone was extremely tactful. Fang Yuan rejected him directly, but this sect leader was not angry, his attitude became even more polite, personally sending Fang Yuan out. Passers-by who saw this scene cast surprised gazes. Being able to get first place proved that his refinement path attainment was extraordinary. No matter what cultivation level, he would be passionately recruited by all the large forces. Just by relying on refinement path, Fang Yuan had a foundation in the mortal world, he would be able to eat and drink well almost everywhere he went. Not to mention that Fang Yuan had rank 5 cultivation level. Thus, 5 Virtues sect leader did not dare to offend Fang Yuan, his attitude was extremely polite. Evidently, this sect leader not only had a deep background, he also had sharp and accurate judgment, and was able to adapt to circumstances. It was no wonder he could single-handedly create a foundation like 5 Virtues sect. But he would never have thought that Fang Yuan was an immortal. Compared to the vast number of mortals, there were still too few immortals. 5 Virtues sect leader was worrying too much, according to Fang Yuan's personality. No matter how unpleasant that elder's words were, Fang Yuan would remain indifferent. as long as he did not obstruct his path of seeking eternal life. Whether it was insults or praises, they were just words. Fang Yuan would not take it to heart. There was still some time before the second match. After Fang Yuan left Five Virtues sect, he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. 1 day in Middle Continent was equivalent to 3 days and 2 nights in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Master, the thing you asked for before is here. I've already prepared it for you. As soon as Fang Yuan returned, the land spirit Little Fox Fairy appeared and brought him a piece of good news. Her face was filled with a come and praise me expression. Very good. Fang Yuan rubbed Little Fox Immortal's head. Little Fox Immortal was very happy. She smiled until her eyes narrowed. Fang Yuan asked the land spirit to prepare some mortal goo worms. Some were bought from jewel yellow skies, some were refined by the hairy men in the stone nests. Holding these mortal goo, Fang Yuan released a small amount of nebula. Nebula flew out of his mind and entered his immortal aperture. Inside his immortal aperture, Mo Yao's fake will was imprisoned. Fang Yuan? What will is this? Seeing the arrival of Fang Yuan's nebula, Mo Yao's fake will immediately felt something amiss. Fang Yuan's nebula smiled. Without saying anything, it pounced forward. Mo Yao's fake will could not dodge in time. The two wills collided and tangled together. Mo Yao's fake will screamed in shock. It wanted to escape, but it kept retreating. Where are you going? Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. With a shift of his thoughts, several goo worms flew out and formed into a mortal killer move, locking Mo Yao's fake will in place. Fang Yuan, you need to reconsider. Ordinary wisdom path methods cannot restrain me. If we fall out, it will not benefit anyone. Mo Yao's fake will was locked in place and attacked by Fang Yuan's nebula, but it could still speak. Not only that, Mo Yao's fake will flowed like water, suppressing Fang Yuan's nebula, it was about to turn back into human form. This showed that in this battle of wills, Mo Yao's fake will had the upper hand, its experience far surpassed Fang Yuan's. But Fang Yuan did not panic. With a shift of his thoughts, several goo worms flew out and formed into a mortal killer move. This killer move turned into a 5-pointed star drill, directly shattering Mo Yao's fake will. Fang Yuan's nebula took the chance to counterattack. Mo Yao's fake will did not speak anymore, it quickly fought and tried to maintain its position. But at this time, Fang Yuan's third killer move was used, forming a starlight whirlpool that hit Mo Yao's fake will. Mo Yao's fake will's control over the battle completely disappeared, it helplessly moved along with Fang Yuan's nebula, along with the starlight whirlpool. The two wills rapidly communicated. Mo Yao's fake will had countless memory fragments, but Fang Yuan's nebula learned about it. At the same time, Fang Yuan's nebula memories were also learned by Mo Yao's fake will. During the communication, Mo Yao screamed, "Fang Yuan, you are too stupid, too arrogant. At most we will go our separate ways." Saying so, Mo Yao's fake will rapidly decreased, it actually attempted suicide, it was trying to destroy itself. Fang Yuan chuckled, he had already calculated this move with a thought. A starlight pillar descended from the sky, shining on the starlight whirlpool. In the whirlpool, Mo Yao's fake will took the initiative to commit suicide, the fake will continue to decrease. But under the starlight, the fake will continue to be produced. Even Fang Yuan's nebula took the initiative to transform into fake will, it actually replenished the past. Mo Yao's fake will could not grow, it maintained a certain size, it could not even commit suicide. Mo Yao, you are too naive. If you had admitted defeat and committed suicide before, I could only watch, I could not do anything. But now, if I want you to die, you will die. If I want you to live, you cannot die even if you want to. Obediently spit out everything you know. Fang Yuan laughed brightly. Mo Yao's fake will was like dead ashes. Fang Yuan actually grasped the method to subdue her so quickly. This was far out of her expectations. This way, Mo Yao's fake will knew that she no longer had any value, she was clear that she had no chance of surviving. Like what Fang Yuan said, if it were before, she would have committed suicide immediately, Fang Yuan would not have gotten anything. But in this world, as long as it existed, it had the instinct to survive. Even an ant wanted to live as long as there was a trace of hope, even Mo Yao's will did not have the intention to commit suicide. A moment later, inside the immortal aperture, the battle ended, Fang Yuan's nebula returned triumphantly, it was a fruitful journey. The will of Mo Yao that was left behind had collapsed, she could not even form a normal human form. Fang Yuan made arrangements to nurture Mo Yao's fake will again, preparing for the next search. At the same time, the vigilant Fang Yuan left behind many mortal goo worms to restrain Mo Yao's will, to prevent her from committing suicide again. Fang Yuan's nebula that was entangled with Mo Yao completely broke away. It had less than 30% of its original size. A full 70% had been expended just now. Fang Yuan's nebula flew into the sky, leaving the immortal aperture. It flew up and entered Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, inspecting the information that nebula brought. Search of will and soul were different. Soul search directly searched the soul and read all memories. But search of will required one's own will to forcefully communicate with the other party. During this process, all sorts of methods were needed to make the other parties will obediently submit. If one was not proficient in methods to deal with wills, their efforts would be in vain. Against different types of wills, the methods used were different. Fortunately, Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance was very comprehensive. After Fang Yuan grasped it, Mo Yao's will, which was hard to deal with earlier, was like a fish on the chopping board. After each search, the target's will needed to be nurtured for a period of time. Wills were weaker than souls. What was worth mentioning was that wills carried fewer memories than souls, and most of them were memory fragments. But what Fang Yuan wanted the most was clues to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. This time, Fang Yuan's main objective of searching wills was achieved. Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Time Path Inheritance. After a long while, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, pondering. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance was located in the River of Time. Mo Yao did not know what treasures were in the inheritance. She only knew that to inherit this peerless Demon Venerable inheritance, the first condition was to have Spring-Autumn Cicada. Not only that, the Goo Immortal had to self-detonate and use Spring-Autumn Cicada to carry the will into the River of Time. In the River of Time they would have to find a Stone Lotus Island. Only by going to the Stone Lotus Island would they be able to see Red Lotus Will. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. It is so difficult to obtain it. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. This was a little too difficult. Rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada. Once activated, the Goo Master's self-detonation only had a certain chance of success. To see Red Lotus Will, they would have to risk suicide. Even if the Goo Master successfully entered the River of Time, where would that Stone Lotus Island be? Fang Yuan had entered the River of Time before. Even though he had some experience, he had never found any Stone Lotus Island. That meant, not only did the Goo Master have to self-detonate and use Spring-Autumn Cicada to carry the will into the River of Time, they also had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to travel in the river and find a Stone Lotus Island. Fang Yuan could not do this. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada now was like a one-way trip. He could not control the direction or the route. To control Spring-Autumn Cicada to this extent, I need other supplementary methods. Unfortunately, I do not have such methods. These methods were undoubtedly time path methods. But regarding these, Fang Yuan was at a loss. He was almost completely blank. Currently, if Fang Yuan wanted to inherit Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, he still had a long way to go. He needed a lot of preparation. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance was placed in the River of Time. It was a huge risk to obtain it. Fang Yuan could only put Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance aside for now. For the next period of time, he stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, waiting for the second round of the Goo Refinement competition while using the Light of Wisdom to deduce the Immortal Killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. The Vaguely Familiar Face he obtained from the Northern Plains auction was 50% complete. The 3 core Immortal Goo were not concealed. The problem was, these 3 core Immortal Goo were not owned by Fang Yuan, they were in the hands of others. Immortal Goo were unique. If Fang Yuan wanted to recreate Vaguely Familiar Face, he would need to change the core Immortal Goo to another Immortal Goo. It would be best if it was an Immortal Goo that he already had. This was very difficult because it involved Transformation Path and Wisdom Path, and Fang Yuan's attainment level in these two aspects was not high. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 838. Central Continent, East Coast. The waves surged endlessly. Frost energy spread everywhere, forming a white fog that shrouded the surrounding hundreds of years ago. A piece of profound ice floated over from somewhere, landing on the east coast of Central Continent. This profound ice was huge. It was the size of a small island. The frost energy was oppressive. There were many ice path wild goo gathered on the ice, as well as 3 to 4 types of frost-type shrubs. After the profound ice was discovered, it caused a huge commotion. The Gu masters living on the east coast guessed the origin of this profound ice. There were two main theories. The first was that the profound ice floated from the east. It was likely to originate from the icy sea area of Eastern Sea. This sea area was cold all year round. The coldness was bone-chilling. Ice currents were like pythons, winding around the bottom of the sea. Once it got close to the water, it would turn into a huge ice block. The second theory was that it broke during the day and fell from the sky. At first, it should be larger, like a small continent. But in the process of falling, the friction created heat, it melted, and when it fell into the sea, the heat was extinguished, eventually turning into this profound ice island. The edges of this profound ice were smooth without any edges. It was like a melting candle. It was proof of this theory. This profound ice was on the beach, not moving. At first, it attracted many mortal Gu masters who came to plunder. These Gu masters who were in a favorable position had all made a windfall. The wild Gu and frost-type shrubs on the profound ice were all plundered. In the next few years, many Gu masters came to the profound ice island. They stayed and did not leave. So, although the profound ice island was lacking in resources, the profound ice was hard to melt, the frost energy was everywhere. It was the best place for ice path Gu masters to cultivate. Central continent's east coast was warm all year round. It was like spring or summer. It was hard for ice path Gu masters to cultivate. Thus, this profound ice island attracted many ice path Gu masters and water path Gu masters. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. As the number of people increased, the ice island's size was limited. More and more outsiders came. To protect their own benefits, the Gu masters on the ice island formed an alliance of their own accord. They enclosed the ice island and did not open it to outsiders. From this, they formed a force that was neither big nor small. After hundreds of years of development, this loose lone cultivator alliance. This was because a few generations of ambitious leaders had emerged, and they gradually solidified and established sections. Then, it gradually developed and expanded, becoming a major force today. Within a radius of several thousand miles, there were few forces that could contend against it. The name of this sect was Flying Frost Sect. It hinted that the mystic ice island, which was the foundation of the sect, was a historical origin that floated here from the outside world. The second round of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. It would be held in the Flying Frost Pavilion. With the token in hand, Fang Yuan arrived at the Flying Frost Pavilion. The test this time was to refine a rank 2 Ghost Fire Gu. The rules had also been changed. Unlike the first question, which relied on quantity to win, this time was the standard. The requirement is for a Gu master to refine 10 Ghost Fire Gu at the same time. The shorter the time, the higher the result. A set of criteria was listed in the question. The person who took half an incense stick's time or less would get first place. First come, first served. Someone won first place and then there would be others who won first place. He could only be ranked second. If there was someone in the second place, he could only be ranked third. If there was someone in the top 3, he could only fail and not get any rewards. This time, the reward for first place was 5 rank 3 Ice Path Gu worm recipes. For Refinement Path Gu Masters, Ice Path Gu Masters, or even any force, it was a huge attraction. When Fang Yuan entered the stage to refine Gu, the top 3 spots were still empty. The second round's difficulty is much higher than the first. It is not hard to refine 10 Ghost Fire Gu one by one. I can easily finish it in less than half an incense stick's time. But the difficulty lies in refining 10 Ghost Fire Gu at the same time. Ghost Fire Gu belongs to Fire Path and Soul Path. The refinement process is very complicated and requires a lot of mental energy. If I refine it for a long time, my soul will become weak. This is one of the characteristics of Soul Path Gu worm refinement. Fang Yuan thought for a while and decided to use the combination of Soul Path and Fire Path refinement methods to burn spectral souls and form fake Ghost Fire to refine true Ghost Fire. Flying Frost Pavilion was a righteous sect. Fang Yuan had to prepare the spectral souls he burned himself. Flying Frost Pavilion would not provide such Gu refinement materials. Unorthodox demonic path. Seeing that Fang Yuan used this method, an Han snorted coldly from outside. On the stage, Flying Frost Pavilion's leader's pupils shrunk as he thought. 5 Virtue Sect's leader tried to recruit this person but was rejected. This person is burning spectral souls in public. This is clearly a demonic path act. They are unscrupulous in order to achieve their goals. Even if Flying Frost Pavilion recruits this person, it will be a huge problem. I should forget about it. Participating in the Refinement Path Convention, other than not fighting and killing, it did not matter if the Gu Master was righteous or demonic. Demonic Path Gu Masters were not prohibited from participating. As long as they used refinement path methods, they could exchange pointers. Precisely because of this generosity, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention became increasingly prosperous. Those who did not know the inside story would praise the generosity of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Only people like Fang Yuan knew that this was related to Infallible's inheritance. The secret of Infallible's inheritance required more Gu Masters to participate, the better. But there was a difference between righteous and demonic. Fang Yuan used souls to refine Gu. It went against the harmony of heaven. It was a cruel demonic method that the righteous path despised. The spectating Gu Masters were mainly from the righteous path. Seeing a demon like Fang Yuan, they felt great disgust and disgust. They could not help but hope that Fang Yuan's refinement would fail. Maybe because they were united, their prayers were effective. At the crucial moment, the soul fire in front of Fang Yuan suddenly exploded. 10 ghost fire Gu were about to form, but one of them turned into ashes, falling from the fire and becoming a pile of ashes on the ground. Everyone saw this and their eyes shined. Some outspoken righteous path Gu Masters even cheered. But when they thought of Fang Yuan's rank 5 cultivation level, they shut their mouths, but their joyful expressions could not be concealed. And Han also showed slight joy on his face. Fang Yuan gave him huge pressure. According to Fang Yuan's previous progress, he was already at the final few steps of the refinement. Fang Yuan's refinement speed was very fast. Spectral soul incineration's effect was very obvious. If he skipped a few steps and succeeded, he would need less than 15 minutes. First place would be Fang Yuan's. Of course, Fang Yuan did not care about these rewards and rankings. But Han was different. He was the first elder of Flying Frost sect. As the host, if he failed, he would lose a lot of face in front of his peers. Secondly, obtaining first place in the Refinement Path Convention was an extremely high honor for a Refinement Path Gu Master. The reward for first place also made Han extremely moved. Alright, this way he will have to refine Gu again. Refining 9 Ghost Fire Gu, even if he is missing one, he will not pass. He can only start again and refine 10 at the same time, only then can he pass. And Han barely restrained his expression, but he was overjoyed inwardly. As expected, those who commit unrighteousness will bring about their own destruction. Even if he uses living souls to refine Gu, he will fail. He is the winner of 5 Virtue Sect's first round, so be it. But in our Flying Frost sect, first place will definitely belong to Lord Han. Unorthodox demonic path, failing in Gu refinement, this is truly satisfying. The spectators conversed secretly. Of course, there was a Gu formation that isolated sound. It would not disturb the Gu Master refining the Gu. But just as everyone was rejoicing, the ghost fire in Fang Yuan's hand suddenly split into 2 lumps. 2 lumps, one big and one small. The big lump contained 9 ghost fire Gu embryonic forms. There was nothing in the small lump of ghost fire. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He breathed in deeply and became serious. The explosion of that ghost fire Gu earlier was not his mistake, but the Gu refinement itself had a chance of failure. Although the failure rate of rank 2 Gu was not high, and Fang Yuan had already perfected it, there was nothing he could do about this probability. Right now he was maintaining the large lump of ghost fire with one hand, while his other hand was throwing 3 souls into the small lump of ghost fire, a boar soul, a goat soul, and a human soul. The 3 souls burned together. The small lump of ghost fire suddenly burst into flames, emitting miserable cries. He actually used a human soul. In public he even dared to burn a human soul. This. As expected of a demonic path rank 5 existence, he is so arrogant. Flying Frost sect's people had ugly expressions. They were a righteous sect. Fang Yuan was publicly burning human souls to refine Gu here. He was not putting Flying Frost sect in his eyes at all. But this was the Refinement Path Convention. No matter how unhappy Flying Frost sect was, they could not stop Fang Yuan from refining Gu. Unless they wanted to offend the 10 great ancient sects and not let their sect continue to exist. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. His attention was focused on the small lump of ghost fire. He continued to throw in Gu refinement materials, controlling the ghost fire's size, strength, and weakness. At the crucial step, he threw a pill fire Gu and a soul ball Gu into the fire at lightning speed. The 2 Gu worms fused in the fire, fusing into one, forming the incomplete ghost fire Gu. Some knowledgeable Gu masters saw this and gasped in shock. Throwing in 2 Gu worms consecutively, this is a refinement path technique, repeat cast. Although repeat cast is one of the most basic refinement path techniques, this person is using it very proficiently. it is as natural as breathing. This isn't something that can be achieved with talent alone. It requires countless times of practice and bitter cultivation to reach such a level. Does this person cultivate refinement path primarily? Hard to say. When he signed up, his sect and path were all kept a secret. He is a true demonic cultivator. He should not have a sect, his path should be refinement path. Everyone guessed. Of course, their guesses were not accurate at all. Fang Yuan's main path was strength path, it had nothing to do with refinement path. He also had an official sect identity, he belonged to Crane Gate, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. If everyone knew that the ruthless demon in front of them was someone from Crane Gate, who knew what expressions they would have? A moment later, Fang Yuan succeeded, the 2 ghost fires fused back into one. The final few steps were carried out in an orderly manner, there were no more accidents. Eventually the ghost fire dissipated and 10 ghost fire goo flew out. There was a hush outside, no one spoke. Flying Frost Sect's elder's expression was ashen. He announced helplessly, the goo refinement was successful, it took less than 30 minutes, first place goes to Fang Yuan. Chapter 839. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan silently stood up and slowly walked out of the arena. Whoosh! Such deep refinement path attainment. He is actually multitasking, slowing down the refinement speed of the 9 ghost fire goo embryonic forms, and refining the last ghost fire goo at an extremely fast speed. Ghost fire goo refinement itself is extremely taxing on the mind, but he is still able to do it easily at this moment. Does he cultivate soul path or wisdom path? And Han was bewildered. First elder? A disciple beside Han reminded softly. What is it? And Han regained his senses, his face heating up. Unknowingly, he had already stood up from his seat, losing his composure like this was a huge loss of face. At this time, Flying Frost Sect's leader looked at Han. This was the refinement path convention, he naturally had to use refinement path as a method to regain his face. And Han's heart jumped, he knew the leader's intention, he could only brace himself and enter the arena. Seeing their first elder enter the arena, many Flying Frost Sect disciples outside the arena cheered loudly, their dejected expressions were swept away. Even outsiders, seeing the famous Han enter the arena, could not help but look at him favorably. But among the crowd there were discerning people. At this time an old goo master sighed softly, this Han is in trouble. Why is that, master? Beside the old goo master, a youngster was puzzled. This pair of master and disciple was the pair of lone cultivators who had gone to 5 Virtues Sect to register and were pushed to the ground by the strong men who cleared the path for Han when they walked beside Fang Yuan. That demonic path goo master, Fang Yuan, is extremely amazing. His refinement path attainment is deep, that move just now was more than just multitasking. To achieve this, I can only do it when I am at the peak of my life. The difficulty in this. Outsiders cannot see it, only the more experienced refinement path goo masters are. Only then will they understand. This Han is also quite skilled, but precisely because of this, he knows he cannot compare to the demonic cultivator, Fang Yuan. Look at how he lost his composure and stood up, his mind has already been captured by Fang Yuan. The old goo master spoke with assurance, but his voice was naturally very low. In his current state, if he wants to refine goo, he might not even be able to display half of his true abilities. And most importantly, since Fang Yuan had already won first place, no matter how hard Han worked, nothing could be changed in this respect. Unless he found another way and used far less time than Fang Yuan, he would not be able to save the Flying Frost Sect's lost face. Unfortunately, if he had this talent, he wouldn't have stayed in the Flying Frost Pavilion for so many years. The young goo master nodded, agreeing, Master, you are right. This Flying Frost Sect's Pavilion Lord was an amateur in goo refinement. It was a completely foolish move to send troops this time. Impatient for quick results. This is like what Master taught me, you cannot be impatient in goo refinement, you cannot be impatient. I think it's the same principle for managing a sect. The old goo master heard this. His eyes lit up, and he looked at his only disciple with gratification. Not bad, my disciple, you are indeed talented and intelligent. He had the root of wisdom and comprehension. The great Tao of the world actually led to the same destination. You can understand the principle of goo refinement. From other aspects, it can be seen that your refinement path attainment has already reached a higher level. This second round of competition will definitely be a great success. The young goo master smiled. This is all because of Master's teachings, you did not hide anything. If I was not picked up by Master, I would have starved to death long ago. My achievements today are all because of Master's nurturing. Disciple was confident that as long as I used 13 Gu refinement methods, I would be able to get first place. But now the first place has been taken by that demonic path Gu Master. Master, let Disciple snatch back that green shine Gu for you. What? The old master turned pale with fright and quickly tried to stop him. Disciple, you mustn't. But it was already too late. The young Gu master was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers and shouted loudly, Senior Fang Yuan, may I be so bold as to have a duel with you? This scene took a long time to explain, but only a little time had passed. Fang Yuan had just left the stage and was not far away, because he still had to hand over the first place reward to Flying Frost Sect. And Han stood up and was about to enter the stage. The young Gu master's words caused a huge commotion, immediately attracting everyone's attention. It's a duel, a duel. Who is that young man? He actually dares to duel with that rank 5 demon. I know him, he was 5 Virtue Sect's second place in the last round, a genuine refinement path genius. The young tiger is not afraid of the old lion's might, this is going to be a good show. The old master's expression was miserable, but it was already too late to stop him. He stood on the spot helplessly, feeling extremely worried and regretful. I only cared about teaching my disciple refinement path, and forgot to teach him the dangers of the world. I shouldn't have done this, I shouldn't have done this. The young Gu master, who was the center of attention, slowly walked away from the crowd, and arrived in front of Fang Yuan. His gaze was bright and his expression was firm. First Elder and Han had just stepped into the stage, but such a thing happened, he could not help but feel dispirited. He was originally an influential person, his every move attracting people's attention, but today's situation was really terrible. Not only did he embarrass himself, he was even publicly ignored. He could not help but feel angry and hateful. Duel? Who wants to duel with me? Fang Yuan smiled, he turned his head and looked over. Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention was held once every 100 years. It was a grand event that was renowned throughout the 5 regions. According to the competition, there were large competitions and small competitions. The 5 regions competition was the largest competition that Fang Yuan had participated in so far. First, they had to go through all the competition points in Central Continent, and a large number of Gu masters would be eliminated, until only a small number of people could participate in the finals. Small competitions were usually held in different regions. According to previous conventions, they were divided into Central Continent small competitions, Southern Border small competitions, Northern Plains, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and so on. These were the 5 large and small competitions that were divided according to the region. They were quite authoritative. There were also many small competitions like the East Coast one, which was jointly held by Flying Frost Sect, 5 Virtue Sect, and so on. At the same time as the large competition, the Gu masters who were eliminated would also participate in the East Coast small competitions. The largest number of small competitions were held by small groups. For example, 3 to 5 friends would agree on a time and give out rewards together, or they could have no rewards and compete with each other. According to whether the competition was open or not, there were public battles and private battles. Public battles were naturally open to spectators. But most of them sent out invitations in advance, inviting a limited number of guests to spectate and evaluate. Private battles were not allowed to spectate, the results were not announced either. Large competitions were the most open public battles, no one was restricted from spectating, but the spectators were forbidden from using any Gu worms. Every time the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was held, there would be a trend of Gu refinement everywhere in Central Continent. For example, it was like the World Cup on Earth. It was a global football event that was held once every 4 years. Normally, at this time, even those who did not play football would play football. Those who did not pay attention to football would also take a few glances. In this world, Gu refinement was one of the 3 major aspects of a Gu master's cultivation. It was even more important than the entertainment aspect of football. Thus, the trend of Gu refinement was even more grand and lasting. During this period, there would be a huge exchange of experiences and insights regarding Gu refinement. It would greatly promote the development of refinement path. Almost every Gu master who participated would benefit from it. And according to the competition method, the refinement path convention could be divided into sect battles, gambling battles, question battles, arena battles, and so on. Sect battles were 2 or more sects sending an equal number of refinement path Gu masters to compete in Gu refinement. Normally speaking, it was because of a conflict of interests. This was the method to determine the winner and settle the conflict. Question battles were one side asking a question while the other side answering it. Arena battles were Gu masters who were very skilled in a certain Gu refinement would set up an arena and invite refinement path experts to compete. The person who set up the arena would give out a prize, and each challenger would also bring a prize. This kind of arena battles often had very generous rewards. And gambling battles? That was the situation that Fang Yuan was encountering right now. Junior wants a gambling battle. The young Gu master walked towards Fang Yuan, speaking in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Fang Yuan sized him up. Seeing this young man's high fighting spirit, he felt that it was somewhat interesting, saying, "Lad, since you want a gambling battle, take out something that can catch my attention. Otherwise I won't gamble." Fang Yuan naturally had the right to reject a gambling battle. One could propose a gambling battle in the refinement path convention, but there was no such unreasonable rule of, you cannot refuse and must participate. The young Gu master nodded solemnly. "I have a Gu recipe for a rank 5 Gu worm here. Senior, you are a rank 5 expert, this Gu Fangjing is suitable for you. What Junior wants to bet is the rank 4 green shine Gu that you won." Fang Yuan nodded. Green shine Gu is a rare rank 4 Gu, its value is about the same as ordinary rank 5 Gu. "Lad, do you know what my path is? Are you sure the Gu recipe you are giving is suitable for my path?" The young Gu master was stunned. "Senior, aren't you a refinement path cultivator?" The meaning behind his words was that the Gu recipe he was taking out for the gambling battle was a refinement path Gu recipe. Fang Yuan chuckled. "My main path is naturally not refinement path. Lad, you are only using a Gu recipe to bet a rare rank 4 Gu with me. Do you know that if you fail to refine a rank 5 Gu, even I will suffer a huge loss? Are you trying to harm me, or do you think I am stupid enough to agree to such a bet?" The young Gu master wanted to speak, but his Adam's apple moved several times, but he could not speak. He stood on the spot motionlessly. His master quickly came over and bowed to Fang Yuan. "Since sir is rejecting the gambling battle, then we will not gamble anymore, we will not gamble anymore." "Why are you not gambling again?" Everyone saw that there was no show to watch, they immediately booed. The first place of 5 virtue sex competition, the mysterious demonic path Gu cultivator Fang Yuan, and the second place young Gu master Jing Shanchuan, they are actually refusing to watch it because they do not have enough money? Come, let's help them. If we all contribute a little, we can gather enough stones to form a mountain." A busybody suggested. "No, my disciple was too rash, thank you everyone, thank you everyone." The old master heard this and shuddered. He quickly cupped his fists and bowed, wanting to disrupt this situation. Chapter 840. The atmosphere became more intense. The young Gu master Jing Shanchuan and Fang Yuan could not back down. The old master sensed that most of the Gu masters were from Flying Frost sect. The wrinkles on his face deepened. He had a bitter expression. Fang Yuan thought about the name Jing Shanchuan. He felt that it was familiar. But as an immortal zombie, his thoughts were not as sharp as a living person, he could not recall it. Fang Yuan suppressed the star thoughts in his mind, activating his memory thoughts to dig through his memories. He finally remembered. In Central Continent's eastern coast, hundreds of years later, a super force rose up. It was called Shanchuan Hall. Its founder was named Jing Shanchuan. Shanchuan Hall was skilled in refinement path. Dream realms manifested. When Dream Path flourished, Shanchuan Hall's leader caught up with the times and became a Gu immortal. But in that era, it was not strange for mortals to become Gu immortals. Especially when Dream realms appeared, they provided countless opportunities to ordinary Gu masters. Dragons and snakes hide in the grass. Many people lacked opportunities. Fortunately, Dream realms manifested and gave many fortuitous encounters. The 5 regions' chaotic war gave a large number of low-level Gu masters a chance to rise up. In the great era of the 5 regions' chaotic war, all sorts of people emerged. They shone like stars in the sky. There was a huge commotion. The 10 great ancient sects gradually lost control over Central Continent. Many new sects rose up. Among them, there were 10 outstanding talents. They were called the 10 great new sects. They openly challenged the ancient sects. They were in the limelight. Unlike now, the 10 great ancient sects had complete control over Central Continent. Even super forces with Gu immortals could not leave the 10 great ancient sects and get rid of their vassal status. According to the time, this Jing Shanchuan in front of me. Is he the founder of Shanchuan Hall? Since he was able to become second in 5 virtue sect, he definitely has refinement path master attainment level. At such a young age. He is a refinement path master. He is truly a genius. It fits Jing Shanchuan's description. Great teachers produce great disciples. Then this old man should be Old Man Qishan. Old Man Qishan was poisoned by someone. He had been suffering from the poison. Jing Shanchuan was filial. He tried all ways to cure his master. That's right, green shine goo is the best healing goo to cure heat poison. Unfortunately, even Old Man Qishan did not know that the poison in his body was a poison of transformation. On the surface, it looked like a heat poison, but after using green shine goo, it would turn into a cold poison. The toxicity was at least twice as strong. But eventually, Jing Shanchuan succeeded in curing his master's poison. He gathered green shine goo, blue shine goo, red shine goo, and the rest of the 9 types of shine goo to form the healing killer move 9 shine. It was invulnerable to all poisons. Afterwards, his bloodline descendant, Mountain Creek Hall's Hall leader, who became a goo immortal, brought this killer move to greater heights, modifying it into the immortal killer move Profound Light 9 Luminaries. He became a light path healing expert and gained some fame during the 5 regions chaotic war. Fang Yuan used his memory to dig out the information that had been covered in dust by the dust of time. He could see everything around him clearly. He was well aware of Han's scheme. After observing for a while, he felt that the master and disciple before him were most likely Old Man Qishan and Jing Shanchuan. He used luck inspection goo to observe the two. Flying Frost Sect was the venue of the Refinement Path Convention. There was a strict arrangement of goo worms, forbidding goo masters from using goo worms casually. But Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body. He had strength path Dao marks on his body. His immortal aperture was independent. If he used luck inspection immortal goo secretly, these mortals would not be able to defend against it. Immediately, Fang Yuan looked at the luck of this master and disciple. Jing Shanchuan's luck was like a rainbow light. It was dazzling and extraordinary. On the other hand, Old Man Qishan's luck was like a broken jade basin. Threads of gray luck flowed out of the jade basin. Old Man Qishan's luck was terrible, but Jing Shanchuan was close to him. Their luck was already connected. A portion of the rainbow-like destiny split off and entered Old Man Qishan's jade basin of destiny, greatly diluting his gray destiny. Fang Yuan felt interested, thinking, to think that I would meet the ancestor of Shanchuan Hall here. If I kill him now, I'm afraid that in a few hundred years, there will not be a superforce like Shanchuan Hall left on the East Coast. Fang Yuan's killing intent rose. He saw that the master and disciple's luck was shaking. It was like a strong wind was blowing, the rainbow light dimmed, it was on the verge of death. But what benefits do I get by doing this? Northern Plains has already been destroyed by me. It was not my intention. It is all that Mo Yao's fault. But how can I reason with him? I will leave this Jing Shanchuan alive. I need to preserve these people as much as possible. That will ensure the advantage of my rebirth. Fang Yuan thought again. Back then in Northern Plains he knew about Ma Hongyun, but he did not kill him. This was not fear, it was the ambition of a demonic path overlord. In his previous life he was only a rank 6 Gu immortal. He was a step away from rank 7, it was mostly because of fortuitous encounters. He had wasted his time in his early years. Fang Yuan was confident, even if these people grew up and achieved even greater accomplishments than in his previous life, Fang Yuan had the ability to deal with them and gain benefits from them. He could even trample on these people and carve out a path of blood for himself, towards eternal life. As for whether eternal life existed or not, what did it matter? Even if he died along the way, what regrets would there be? This path was the life that Fang Yuan wanted. It was filled with challenges, fun, and bitterness. Other than that, beauty, wealth, and authority were just tools that could be used. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's killing intent towards this pair of master and disciple dissipated. Immediately he saw that Jing Shanchuan and Old Man Qishan's luck recovered to normal. It was even vaguely more prosperous. The wonders of luck path are truly indescribable. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly at this sight. Recently he had gained a new understanding of luck path. Luck path was not omnipotent, it had to match one's own cultivation level. Right now, with just a thought, Fang Yuan could change the luck of this pair of master and disciple. This was because he was an immortal zombie. Killing these two was as easy as killing ants. Earlier many people targeted Ma Hongyun, but it was a blessing in disguise. Now that he was in old ancestor Shuehu's hands, he could not do anything. Rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven could not make up for the huge difference in strength. Or rather, old ancestor Shuehu was a rank 8 great expert. He could suppress them with his own strength. Also, for who immortal blessed lands tribulation, Fang Yuan used time aid luck. In the end, because of connect luck, the luck path amplification was split into 4 portions. Fang Yuan only kept 1 portion. The other 3 had their own fortuitous encounters, but the effect on Fang Yuan was not obvious. This was also because Fang Yuan was too strong, he had already become an immortal. For the same luck to affect him, it was much more difficult than affecting those mortals. Right now, more and more people were stirring up the commotion. Everyone had the heart of the crowd, there was no need for flying frost sex people to add fuel to the fire. Fang Yuan waved his hand, "We can duel, but I am not interested in these things. If I lose, I will give you green Jianghu. But if you lose, you will become my slave and listen to me for life." "Disciple, you mustn't." Old man Qi Shan turned pale with fright, he quickly stopped him. Everyone whispered to each other, saying that Fang Yuan had a good idea, the other party was a refinement path genius, his future was limitless. If he won, wouldn't he get a refinement path master level slave? "Senior, isn't your request too harsh?" No matter how young Jing Shanchuan was, he would not make such a bet easily. After all, it concerned his future, it would decide his life's fate. "Of course you can reject. But let me tell you clearly, if you do not use yourself as the wager, I will not duel." Fang Yuan laughed coldly, saying, "And do you think there are many green Jianghu? This is the best choice for curing heat poison. Lad, the tree wants peace but the wind does not stop, the child wants to be raised but his parents do not wait for him. Many things wait for no man, many times the opportunity is right in front of you, if you miss it, you will regret it for life. Could it be that this person saw through my master's heat poison?" Zheng Shanchuan was inwardly shocked. Fang Yuan's words of, "The child wants to be raised but his parents do not wait for him, and if you miss it, you will regret it for life," had deeply affected him. "Disciple, you mustn't duel. We can think of another way." Old man Qi Shan had a grim expression, he was an experienced veteran, Fang Yuan's words were like bait, he had sinister intentions, it was specially used to lure inexperienced youngsters like Zheng Shanchuan. The duel is a matter between both parties, outsiders cannot interfere. A flying frost sect elder walked over, he had a solemn expression as he said to Fang Yuan and Zheng Shanchuan solemnly, "The two of you have already disrupted the order of the stage, would you like to duel? If it is, our sect's first elder is magnanimous, he is willing to give up the stage for the two of you. Please make a decision quickly." Old man Qi Shan cursed inwardly, he was about to speak when Fang Yuan said, "Lad, I am giving you this chance because of your filial piety. If you miss it, even if you ask me to duel in the future, I will not agree to it. I will not bully the weak, I will give you another chance, you can decide on the topic." "What, senior, you want me to decide on the topic?" Jing Shanchuan was moved. It turned out that the duel was initiated by one side, both sides would put up their bets. But the content of the duel had to be agreed upon by both sides. For example, if one was skilled in refining a certain goo while the other had never done so, it would be too unfair. Right now, Fang Yuan actually wanted Jing Shanchuan to decide on the topic, that was to say, Jing Shanchuan could use the topic he was most skilled in to make things difficult for Fang Yuan could only accept it, he had no right to change it. Thus, once he said that, the surrounding Gu masters gasped, they thought that Fang Yuan was too arrogant, they all favored the young Gu master, Zheng Shanchuan. "Disciple, don't duel, our main matter is the competition." Old man Qi Shan continued to urge. Even though Zheng Shanchuan had a huge advantage, this master was still worried, he did not want to see his beloved disciple suffer any misfortune. But Zheng Shanchuan was a youngster after all, he was hot-blooded. "Master's heat poison is already very serious, it will be too late if we do not treat it. The other party is so arrogant, he is looking down on the young me. But I am most skilled in careful goo. This goo is unique to our sect, it is rank 3, the refinement process is complex and requires many different methods. I have practiced for 3 years and put in a lot of effort before I have an 80% success rate. I will bet with him on this." Thinking of this, Zheng Shanchuan made up his mind, he said to Fang Yuan, "I will bet." Chapter 841. Disciple. Old man Qi Shan was incomparably anxious. Zheng Shanchuan turned to face old man Qi Shan, on his handsome face a pair of clear eyes. "Master, disciple is unfilial, this time I have to go against your will. Master, the other party asked me to set the question. I have such a huge advantage now, there's no reason for me to not take the gamble. If I still don't take the gamble under these conditions, then this matter will surely become a sore point in my heart. How would I have the courage to continue advancing on the path of refinement in the future? When old man Qi Shan heard this, he sank into silence. He heaved a long sigh in his heart. My dear disciple, you are not experienced enough to understand the sinister nature of the human heart. Since the other party was willing to concede to such an extent, he must be extremely confident and have some other trump cards up his sleeves. You've been tricked. It's a pity and hateful that I, your master, am old and weak. The situation has already taken shape. Even if I have the heart, I don't have the strength. I can't stop it. On the surface, Elder Qi Shan stretched out his old hands and held Jing Shanchuan's shoulders. Disciple, master knows of your filial piety. Fine, since you have your own opinions and are determined to do so, I will definitely support you with all my strength. We will use careful gu as the question. We will not bet on the success or failure of the gu refinement. We will bet on time. Whoever refines the careful gu earlier will be the winner. Master. Jing Shanchuan was so touched that his eyes turned red. Careful gu was old man Qi Shan's unique inheritance. It did not exist in the outside world. In order to support his disciple, old man Qi Shan contributed this precious gu recipe. He did not hesitate to let his competitor Fang Yuan see it. He even suggested that the gu refinement time would be the deciding factor. This was Fang Yuan's first time refining careful gu. He was definitely not familiar with it. Using time to decide the outcome was much more pressurizing than the success or failure of the refinement. Could be seen that the older, the wiser. Fang Yuan letting the other party set the topic was too much of a concession. He had fallen into a very passive situation. Jing Shanchuan hesitated for a moment. He felt that his master's time was the standard. It was a little too much of a bully. Even if he won, it was also somewhat unfair. But then he remembered that this matter was related to his master's safety. Even if it was an unfair victory, he had to win the green shine gu. Thus, he turned around and told the elder of the Flying Frost Pavilion his question. The Flying Frost sect hurriedly made arrangements. High Priest and Han was overjoyed and took the initiative to give up the venue. Fang Yuan and Jing Shanchuan entered the arena together to fight. The whole place was silent. The two of them sat cross-legged on the ground, facing each other, dozens of steps apart. Jing Shanchuan first handed over careful gu's recipe. He handed it over to Fang Yuan. Very soon, the Flying Frost Pavilion announced the start of the battle. There were faint sounds of discussion below the stage. I have never heard of careful gu. It is clearly a unique gu recipe. Fang Yuan had only taken a few glances when the battle began. Isn't this too shameless? Hee. It was Fang Yuan's fault for being too careless. He actually allowed the other party to set the question. He's simply retarded. This young gu master is not simple. He was the second place in the previous round, but actually has the first place result. Many people guessed that he had already reached the realm of refinement path master. Someone immediately scoffed at this statement. How is that possible? How old was he? He was already a refinement path master? If that's the case, wouldn't I be living like a dog at my age? But as the competition continued, under the watchful eyes of the audience, Jing Shanchuan used close to 10 gu refinement methods. He was extremely familiar with them. It was a dazzling sight. Among the spectators, the voices guessing Jing Shanchuan's refinement master attainment were getting louder and louder. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was still researching the gu recipe. He had not started the gu refinement yet. As time went by, everyone became even more pessimistic about Fang Yuan's chances. Oh no. Old man Qi Shan frowned. This person has such a calm temperament. He needs to see through every step before he can actually start the gu refinement. This is calmness in the face of danger. It is the demeanor of a great expert. Thankfully, I use time as the standard. Whoever refines it first wins. Careful gu's refinement process is very complex. Unless the other party is already familiar with this gu recipe and has practiced it more than little Chuan. That was impossible. This was the first time Fang Yuan had seen this careful gu's recipe. Strictly speaking, careful gu was a wisdom path gu worm, but it was very useful in refinement path. Fang Yuan guessed that this was likely the core gu of Jing Shanchuan's inheritance. In history, Shanchuan Hall's gu masters were most proficient in refining gu worms that had crucial steps, and these steps were crucial to success or failure. Careful gu was most proficient in assisting refinement path gu masters in dealing with these troublesome steps. Fang Yuan looked at this gu recipe several times before he was able to comprehend it in his heart and comprehend it thoroughly. He was a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. It was not hard for him to understand a rank 3 gu recipe. In fact, he was not only looking at the Gu recipe, he was also observing Jing Shanchuan's methods. Jing Shanchuan was already at the middle of the Gu refinement. Fang Yuan had seen all of his methods. Even Fang Yuan had to nod in agreement. It was very rare for Jing Shanchuan to reach this stage at his age. But in the eyes of a refinement path quasi-grandmaster like Fang Yuan, his methods were not proficient enough. There were flaws in handling the materials. Fang Yuan stretched out his hands, starting to refine the Gu. He is finally starting to refine the Gu. Soft mocking laughter could be heard. He's not in a hurry at all, someone commented. Fang Yuan started the Gu refinement. It attracted Jing Shanchuan's attention. However, he only glanced at it and quickly focused his attention back on his hands. Fang Yuan started to refine the Gu. He did it step by step. Everyone looked at him in disdain. He was clearly copying Jing Shanchuan's methods. But not long after, Fang Yuan made a change. He used a different method and his Gu refinement speed became faster and faster. The mocking laughter faded away. Everyone looked at Fang Yuan's lightning-fast methods. They were all shaken. He has already used more than 10 Gu refinement methods. His Gu refinement foundation has been thoroughly tempered. It is simply unfathomable. He is getting faster. He is already closing in on Jing Shanchuan. Old man Qishan frowned. He was internally shocked. This person's speed is not scary. What is scary is that he is still moving fast without getting flustered. His methods are so calm and steady that it is scary. Amazing, so amazing. This person's refinement path attainment level is probably beyond master level. Little Chuan is under pressure. He cannot get flustered or anxious at this time. Careful, Gu refinement is getting harder and harder. Little Chuan, you have an advantage. You need to maintain it. The opponent is strong. If you get flustered, you will definitely lose. Jing Shanchuan was indeed under a lot of pressure. This was normal. In a running competition, the person in the lead was usually the one with the greatest mental pressure. Thus, many tactics were to be in second or third place, until they overtook the other person. The greater the mental pressure, the greater the fatigue of the body. Especially when Jing Shanchuan saw the scene of Fang Yuan refining Gu, seeing him getting closer, he could not help but feel flustered. So strong. He has used more than 10 Gu refinement methods. He is still using them. His mental state is too strong. I cannot compare to him in this aspect. Oh no, he is catching up. Jing Shanchuan was a youngster after all. Fang Yuan's pursuit made his mouth dry and his heart beat faster. His gaze became resolute. Forget it, I will use my trump card and leave you far behind. Jing Shanchuan made up his mind. His Gu refinement speed slowed down as his consciousness entered his aperture, activating his Gu worms. Is little Chuan trying to? The master and disciple were connected. Old man Qishan saw this and immediately understood Jing Shanchuan's plan. He became nervous. Jing Shanchuan's Gu refinement speed has slowed down. Soon people noticed this change. Is the following step very difficult? He needs to accumulate strength? Many people were guessing. They did not know the Gu recipe of careful Gu. Their guesses were not accurate. At this moment, Jing Shanchuan breathed in deeply. His eyes shined with golden light. His body was covered in golden light. He stretched out his right hand slowly, his palm facing down, his fingers spread out as he pressed down steadily. At once, the golden light in his eyes and body started to move, concentrating on his right hand. The golden light moved and turned into a small golden bell. The golden bell rotated slowly, covering the fire lump as it started to spin faster and faster. It burst out with a suction force. The Gu refinement materials that were scattered on the floor were all sucked into the golden bell under this suction force. The golden bell only lasted for 6 breaths of time before it dissipated. But what appeared in front of everyone was the embryonic form of careful Gu. The crowd went into an uproar. This is a refinement path killer move. Refinement path killer moves are much rarer than the killer moves of other paths. Jing Shanchuan is so young, but he has already grasped a refinement path killer move. What is even more amazing is that he actually succeeded. This lad has incredible talent. His future is limitless. Fang Yuan is in danger. He has the strength, but he was too careless. Jing Shanchuan has such a huge advantage, but he still used a killer move. He is simply going to do anything to win. I feel that even if Fang Yuan loses this competition, it will be an honorable defeat. Jing Shanchuan let out a breath of air. He had an excited expression. I will win for sure. I used a killer move and instantly refined 6 sets of Gu refinement materials, completing the longest step in the entire Gu refinement process. I left Fang Yuan far behind in an instant. Old man Qishan felt relieved. Even if this Fang Yuan has a similar refinement path killer move, the first time he refines Careful Gu, he has zero experience. Normally, to refine these 6 materials he has to do it step by step, controlling the fire carefully. Rashly using a killer move to speed up the process is simply courting death. Even though Little Chuan took a risk, his choice was not wrong, he will win for sure. But the other Gu masters were not familiar with Careful Gu's recipe, they did not understand the situation. But Fang Yuan's situation was not good, everyone could see that. This step was enough to determine victory and defeat. Zheng Shanchuan calmed his emotions and continued to refine Gu. His method was fast and stable, he focused on stability, he did not give Fang Yuan any chance. Fang Yuan was unmoved, he started to refine the 6 materials, using the small fire to slowly refine the materials. This step wasn't that difficult, but it did take the longest time. Fang Yuan was not anxious at all. Floating astronomy. Chapter 842. Time passed, Zheng Shanchuan finally completed the final few steps. The incomplete Gu worm in the lump of fire was becoming clearer. To be safe, he looked at Fang Yuan again, only to see that Fang Yuan had just finished that step, refining and fusing the 6 talents into one. At this point, Zheng Shanchuan could not help but admire Fang Yuan's steadiness. It is a pity this victory is mine. Green Shine Gu is mine. Zheng Shanchuan shone with confidence, but the moment he retracted his gaze, Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Haha, Zheng Shanchuan, you lost, take my refinement path killer move. What? Zheng Shanchuan's heart shook, he quickly turned his gaze towards Fang Yuan. Only to see that Fang Yuan took out a Gu worm and crushed it in front of him. At once, Zheng Shanchuan's pupils shrunk to pin size, he almost jumped up. He shouted at Fang Yuan in shock and anger, You actually crushed Green Shine Gu. The moment he said that, the lump of fire in his hand became unstable, it reached a critical point and exploded. The explosion was not strong, but after the explosion, Zheng Shanchuan's handsome face was painted black, he looked like coal, he was in a sorry state. Zheng Shanchuan was stunned on the spot, he was like a statue. Such a shocking change happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone outside was silent for a few breaths of time before reacting, they went into an uproar, there was a huge commotion. Such a ruthless demonic path Gu master. He actually crushed Green Shine Gu. Zheng Shanchuan lost his composure and failed the Gu refinement, all his efforts were in vain. This Fang Yuan is too shrewd, he managed to turn the situation around at once. Zheng Shanchuan failed, he had to refine it again. And Fang Yuan's advantage is too huge. Even if Zheng Shanchuan repeats the Gu refinement process earlier, he will not be able to catch up to Fang Yuan. More importantly, he only crushed one Gu, there is no way to prove that he maliciously interfered with the other party. Oh no. He actually did this, he actually ended up like this. Old man Qishan panicked at this moment. The blow Zheng Shanchuan received was too great and too sudden. It took him a long time to recover. By the time he regained his mental state and started refining Gu again, Fang Yuan was already at the final step. There was no more suspense in this battle, and it ended with Fang Yuan's victory. Wonderful, it's really wonderful. Everyone commented excitedly as if it had nothing to do with them. Zheng Shanchuan still suffered because of his youth. He had ruined his entire life. Someone felt that it was a pity. Of course, there were also people who were overjoyed, such as An Han. However, as the head consecrator of a prestigious sect, he could only secretly rejoice. On the surface, he sighed and expressed his sympathy for Zheng Shanchuan. The battle was over. Fang Yuan slowly stood up, but Zheng Shanchuan stared blankly at the flame burning quietly in his hand. He had lost. My whole life. His bright future was lost to a mysterious demonic Gu master in a bet. How could this be? What should I do? Zheng Shanchuan suddenly felt that his future was bleak and he was at a loss. Senior, please have mercy. We, master and disciple, had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We have offended Senior. Senior, please be magnanimous, seeing that my disciple is still young, please let him go. I am willing to take his place. I am willing to give all of my savings to exchange for my disciple's freedom. Lord, please have mercy. Please have mercy, please have mercy. Old man Qishan suddenly knelt on the ground. He kowtowed towards Fang Yuan. The old man's head hit the ground, creating loud noises, and soon, his face was covered in blood. Master, master. Zheng Shanchuan woke up, he quickly ran over and helped old man Qishan up. But old man Qishan was extremely stubborn. He pushed his disciple away and kowtowed with all his might, begging for mercy. Master. Zheng Shanchuan's face was covered in tears. He knelt on the ground, facing old man Qishan. The onlookers were all moved by this. Flying Frost Sect's leader showed a look of pity. And Han laughed coldly in his heart. But the battle was already decided. How could he repent in front of everyone? Unless Fang Yuan was willing to let them go. But Fang Yuan was a ruthless demonic path gu cultivator, and Zheng Shanchuan was a refinement path master at such a young age. How could Fang Yuan let him go? Even the righteous path gu masters, if they were in his shoes, they would not let Zheng Shanchuan go. The cruel and ruthless side of the refinement path convention was displayed in front of everyone. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan said to old man Qishan, "It is not impossible to let him go." And Han's snicker stopped. The place went silent. What? Zheng Shanchuan was stunned. Old man Qishan was the first to react. He was overjoyed. "Thank you, senior, for your magnanimity. Thank you for your magnanimity." Fang Yuan chuckled, saying in a gentle tone, "Being kind to others is being kind to yourself." Everyone heard this and had an expression of disbelief. Wasn't this too fake? Who was the one who crushed the green shine gu and defeated this youngster? And Han had a shocked expression. He screamed in his heart, "Hey, are you still a demonic path gu master? Hurry up and harden your heart for this, daddy." "What are you saying? You are not cruel at all? Aren't you throwing away the face of the demonic path?" Fang Yuan changed the topic. "But, since you two offended me, you need to be punished." Everyone felt relieved. And Han relaxed. He screamed in his heart, "Oh, so that's it, you want to play with the relationship between this master and disciple. Haha, that's right, this is the demonic path style." Zheng Shanchuan's expression tensed. Old man Qishan started to kowtow again. He shouted, "Please have mercy, Lord, please have mercy, Lord. All right, I will not make you a slave for life. I only want you to do 3 things for me. But you do not have the qualifications to do things for me now. As for what these 3 things are, I have not thought of them yet. Maybe I will not make you do anything for the rest of my life. Maybe I will make you do all 3 things in the next moment. This will depend on my mood." Fang Yuan said slowly. His voice was not loud, but the whole place was silent. Everyone was listening to him. Old man Qishan let out a sigh of relief. Tears flowed down his face as he shouted, "Thank you, Lord, for your mercy." Zheng Shanchuan also kowtowed, "Junior, thanks, senior." Compared to being a slave for life, doing 3 things, the former was undoubtedly much easier to accept. Central Continent was still dominated by the righteous path. If Zheng Shanchuan became a slave of a demonic path gu master, no matter how talented he was in gu refinement, he would not be able to make a name for himself. And to do 3 things. It was just an agreement. The agreement between righteous path and demonic path gu masters was nothing. Zheng Shanchuan's future was still bright. Looking at the master and disciples' grateful expressions, Fang Yuan laughed heartily and ordered, "Both of you bite your tongues and give me a portion of your tongue blood." Old man Qishan and Zheng Shanchuan looked at each other. They bit their tongues anxiously and gave the blood to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stretched out his right hand, his 5 fingers clenching together. He squeezed the 2 portions of blood in his palm. Then he slowly moved his hands. His 5 fingers grinded together, and a cloud of black smoke emerged from the gaps between his fingers. After the suffocating black smoke dispersed, Fang Yuan opened his palm. 2 gu worms appeared. Old man Qishan and Zheng Shanchuan's eyes were wide open. These 2 gu worms were a pair of rank 4 gu. Everyone gasped. Fang Yuan was so strong, in just a few breaths of time he refined a pair of rank 4 gu. This is a blood path refinement method. There is actually such a shocking blood path gu refinement method. Flying Frost Sect's higher-ups had ashen expressions. Even the demonic gu masters outside the stage showed expressions of extreme fear. Blood path was infamous. It was worse than soul path burning a human soul. Everyone in the righteous path wanted to kill it, even the demonic path did not allow it. This pair of rank 4 gu can sense each other. You take one, I will take the other. In the future, if I need your help, I will send someone to bring this blood path gu worm over as a keepsake. 2 blood path gu worms can sense each other. Distinguish the real from the fake. Even if you die in the future, these 3 things will still be fulfilled. It must also be passed on to your descendants, disciples, and other descendants. Are you willing? If you don't want to, then you can be my slave." Fang Yuan said. "I'm willing. I am willing." Old man Qishan hurriedly agreed. Fang Yuan's hand shook as he tossed a blood path goo worm to old man Qi Shan. He threw another goo to Jing Shanchuan. When Jing Shanchuan received this goo, he was stunned, stammering, This is green shine goo? Fang Yuan kept the other blood path goo worm calmly, laughing loudly, You don't really think I killed green shine goo, right? Laughing, he left behind a group of stunned goo masters and left. Jing Shanchuan watched as Fang Yuan left in a daze, while old man Qi Shan carefully stored his blood path goo worms. He did not dare to violate this agreement. Because the witnesses were not only Flying Frost Sect, but also the entire Refinement Path Convention. All of the matches, including this one, would be recorded. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, as well as all the forces participating in the Refinement Path Convention, were witnesses. They could not go back on their words. Master, you need to heal your head quickly. Jing Shanchuan stood up, helping old man Qi Shan up worriedly. Go. We cannot stay here for long. Old man Qi Shan was shocked by Fang Yuan's methods. He was truly terrified. He quickly urged his disciple to leave this place. After this incident, Jing Shanchuan directly withdrew from the competition. He would not participate in the following matches. But he obtained green shine goo. He had already achieved his original goal. After the matter, old man Qi Shan used this to teach Jing Shanchuan a lesson. He told him how ruthless Fang Yuan was. He truly understood human nature. He also pointed out to Jing Shanchuan how the first elder of Flying Frost Sect, An Han, was jealous of Fang Yuan's talent. He was secretly adding fuel to the fire. After this, Jing Shanchuan matured a lot. He finally realized his own shallowness and the dangers of the world. For most of his life, he traveled around to heal old man Qi Shan while raising his goo refinement attainment, keeping a low profile. At the age of 53, he healed old man Qi Shan's poison. At the age of 88, he became a refinement path grandmaster without anyone noticing. In his later years, he returned to Central Continent's east coast and created a small sect. He took 2 characters from his name. It was called Shanchuan Hall. He lived for 150 years, but he never participated in the Refinement Path Convention again. As for the 3 agreements, that was a matter for later. Floating astronomy. Chapter 843. After the second round of the goo refinement competition ended, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Some time had already passed in the Blessed Land. Mo Yao's will had recovered under Fang Yuan's arrangements. He could search wills again. Fang Yuan did not show any pity. He searched Mo Yao's will again. This time he obtained many of Mo Yao's goo refinement methods. He even obtained a refinement path killer move. In the memories that Mo Yao's fake will had, most of them were related to goo refinement. In this aspect, Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster, while Fang Yuan was only a quasi-grandmaster. Mo Yao was a certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Her refinement path methods were an eye-opener for Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan learned them, he felt that he had gained a lot. When normal masters taught their disciples, they might hide their trump cards or trump cards. As the saying goes, the master will starve to death after teaching his disciple. Mo Yao's will had now become Fang Yuan's master. It was teaching him everything without holding back. Fang Yuan gained a lot. He learned all sorts of unfamiliar goo refinement methods from Mo Yao's fake will while revising his own knowledge. He intended to display his prowess in the Refinement Path Convention, using his full strength to obtain the highest ranking. Because this concerned the infallible inheritance. According to the current situation, Fang Yuan estimated that he would be safe during the Refinement Path Convention. But as time passed, it would be hard to say. The collapse of 88 Truyang Building was too huge a matter. Fang Yuan was alone. He could at most delay for as long as possible. It was impossible to conceal the truth while Northern Plains and Central Continent were investigating with all their strength. If not long from now, the 5 regions' Great War would arrive. The 5 regions would not be able to fend for themselves. Fang Yuan might be able to take advantage of the situation. But unfortunately, the 5 regions' Great War was still hundreds of years away. Central Continent was under the control of the 10 great ancient sections. There were no changes. After the battle between Old Ancestor Shui Hu Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu, Northern Plains situation had stabilized. One day the secret of me toppling the Truyang Building will be discovered. At that time, Central Continent and Northern Plains will put me on the wanted list, and the other 3 regions will also go around searching for me because of Giant Sun's true inheritance. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was no longer a paradise. It would probably be attacked immediately. Therefore, during this period of time when the truth might not be discovered, this is my final period of vigorous development. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of his situation. Once the truth was exposed, Fang Yuan would have to start a life of fleeing. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as much as possible and seize all opportunities. Even if there wasn't an opportunity, he had to create one. Right now, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was a huge fortuitous encounter. This was only the second round of the Gu refinement competition. In the middle and later stages, the reward for each round would be Immortal Yuan Stone, Immortal Materials, Immortal Gu Recipes and Immortal Killer Moves. If it was the final competition. If one's ranking was very high, they would be qualified to receive the undefeated inheritance. Therefore, even if he wanted to attract attention, he had to be a little more high profile. Fang Yuan could not care less. Furthermore, the news of his duel with Feng Kim Hong had already spread. Almost all the higher-ups of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had heard of it. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to be low-key, he could not. One day, when the truth of him toppling Truyang Building was exposed, his name would definitely spread throughout the 5 regions. He would be extremely high profile. At that time, it would definitely be an extremely difficult test. The whole world was his enemy, countless Gu immortals wanted to kill Fang Yuan. In their opinion, Fang Yuan must have obtained countless benefits from Giant Sun's true inheritance. I need to use this final period of development to accumulate large amounts of Immortal Yuan Stone and Immortal Materials to raise my battle strength. Most importantly, I need to get rid of my immortal zombie body and regain new life. Immortal zombies could not produce immortal essence. They would be a huge burden to Fang Yuan during his cultivation. Looking at most of the immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance, they had to avoid any battle as much as possible and be careful. If Fang Yuan was still an immortal zombie during his life of pursuit, the pressure would be too great. It might even be the main factor leading to his death. Thus, in the following days, Fang Yuan participated in the Refinement Path Convention and practiced his Gu refinement methods, while also actively deducing and expending large numbers of Star Thought Gu to deduce and modify the Immortal Killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. This killer move was the urgent matter at hand. It was also the best method to change the situation. Other matters could not compare to it. Fang Yuan put them aside at that time. The 3rd, 4th and 5th rounds of competition, Fang Yuan passed them one after another. His strength was outstanding. Quasi-Grandmaster Refinement Path attainment level was rare even among Gu immortals. In the 5 rounds of competition he obtained first place in 5 rounds, his momentum was fierce and his reputation was awe-inspiring. Fang Yuan's name had already started to spread everywhere. Those who heard of this name knew that this person was a demonic path Gu cultivator. He was extremely skilled in Gu refinement, his Gu refinement methods were complex and varied, his foundation was quite deep. On the day before the 6th round, Fang Yuan finally obtained the first stage of the deduction of the Immortal Killer move, Vaguely Familiar Face. It was really not easy. When Fang Yuan came out of the underground cave, he was so excited that he almost cried. The process of deducing and modifying this Immortal Killer move was extremely difficult. Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path and Transformation Path attainment levels were too low. He was like a child pushing a stone mill, every step was difficult. For this result, Fang Yuan had expended all of the Star Thought Gu that he obtained from Dongfang Naganori in the 4th round. Thankfully, he had the stone nest and large numbers of hairy men. They were already refining Gu and storing up Star Thought Gu. Fang Yuan thus had enough capital to obtain Vaguely Familiar Face that he could use. As mentioned earlier, Immortal Gu were unique. Fang Yuan did not have any of the 3 core Immortal Gu of Vaguely Familiar Face. They were all in Feng Jioge's hands. If Fang Yuan wanted to recreate Vaguely Familiar Face, he could only change the core Immortal Gu and change the killer move. Moreover, it would be best if this core Immortal Gu was in Fang Yuan's possession. Right now, Fang Yuan achieved this goal. The modified Vaguely Familiar Face was much shabbier than the original. It only had 1 Immortal Gu as the core, Eat Strength Immortal Gu. Other Immortal Gu like Fixed Immortal Travel, Self-Strength, Iron Crown Eagle Strength and others were not suitable. It could also be said that Fang Yuan's attainment level was too low. He could not use these Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was able to use Eat Strength Immortal Gu as the core to activate Vaguely Familiar Face. It was all thanks to his Strength Path Grandmaster attainment level. Vaguely Familiar Face, that used Eat Strength Immortal Gu as the core had limited effects. The killer move could not change Fang Yuan's appearance, it could only change Fang Yuan's aura. Fang Yuan was a Northern Plains Gu immortal, Once he used it, his aura would be exposed and his identity would be exposed. But if he used Eat Strength's vaguely familiar face, he could change his aura, turning the Northern Plains Gu Immortal's aura into Central Continent, Southern Border, Eastern Sea and Western Desert's aura. If one was not an investigative Gu Immortal, they would not be able to discover this disguise. In fact, this was the effect of Kanyang Laojun's method. Kanyang Laojun helped Dongfang Naganori to fight against the Northern Plains demonic immortals. It was an intense battle. But from start to finish he displayed Northern Plains aura, he did not reveal any Central Continent Gu Immortal aura. This was clearly an immortal killer move, it was also the embodiment of Crane Gate's deep foundation. But vaguely familiar face that Fang Yuan created had a weaker effect than Kanyang Laojun. Kanyang Laojun fought intensely against a large number of Northern Plains Gu Immortals, but did not expose his Central Continent aura. Fang Yuan was well aware that his vaguely familiar face would never be able to achieve this. Moreover, this killer move of his had a huge drawback: the price of using it was too high. Every time it was used, several Strength Path Dao marks would be expended on Fang Yuan's body. Eat Strength Immortal Gu's effect was to let Gu Immortals devour immortal materials with pure Strength Path Dao marks, extracting the natural Strength Path Dao marks from the immortal materials and adding them to the Gu Immortal's body. Fang Yuan had tasted countless failures in his deductions, he finally thought about it and placed the idea on himself. As a Strength Path Immortal zombie, his body also had pure Strength Path Dao marks. As for the Space Path Dao marks and Time Path Dao marks in his immortal aperture, they had nothing to do with his body. Another example: Hu Immortal Blessed Land had Earth Path, Space Path, Time Path and Enslavement Path Dao marks, but Hu Immortal's body had pure Enslavement Path Dao marks when she was alive. After Hu Immortal died, the Enslavement Path Dao marks on her body were all transferred to the Blessed Land. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to eat his own flesh. He used Eat Strength Immortal Gu as the core and placed a large number of Mortal Gu, expending Strength Path Dao marks to disguise his aura. Even though this immortal killer move's effect was not good, it was far from what Fang Yuan wanted, and the flaw was huge. It could still be used. But he was still very glad that he was able to obtain this result. He had once thought that his deductions and improvements would end in complete failure. He was already very satisfied with this result. The greatest credit for this naturally belonged to the Wisdom Gu. Under the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan had unlimited inspiration. He actually used the Strength Path Immortal Gu as the core and successfully modified vaguely familiar face. With the joy of success, Fang Yuan participated in the 6th round of the competition and won first place again. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he rested for a while before using Fixed Immortal Travel to Western Desert. Western Desert: How to Cross the Hill. Intense winds blew, yellow sand filled the sky. Shao tribe's Gu masters formed into battle formations, fighting intensely with the hidden sand spiders. These hidden sand spiders were all the size of elephants, their bodies were covered in a layer of shiny shells, they were proficient in moving on the surface of the sand. Hidden sand spiders emerged from the sand, their mouths were ferocious as they pounced at Shao tribe's Gu masters. Fang Yuan observed from a bird's eye view. He estimated that there were over 30,000 hidden sand spiders. But Shao tribe was one of the super forces of Western Desert, their Gu masters had high battle attainment, they also had the experience of dealing with hidden sand spiders. Thus, in this battle the humans had the upper hand. Fang Yuan only took a glance before looking at the area behind the hidden sand spiders. It was a huge sand dune. In the sand dune there was a tornado, the sky was dark and countless beast roars could be heard. Chapter 844. This was one of the 7 most famous natural wonders of Western Desert, the movement of hundreds of thousands of li of sand dunes. It was like a brush from the heavens, brushing over half of the Western Desert, drawing out a curve. On this fixed curve of sand dunes, there were no oases, no fierce beasts, no rocks, only yellow sand. No one could stop it, even rank 8 Gu immortals were powerless against it. Western Desert's people named these moving sand dunes How to Cross Dune, showing the helplessness and bewilderment of Western Desert's humans when facing the might of nature. How to Cross Dune. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, flying towards the sand dune. He concealed his figure and flew across the battlefield on the ground without anyone noticing. Shao Clan's Gu immortals were fighting in How to Cross Dune. Of course, this was only the periphery, these Gu immortals could not explore the inner area. Their opponents were 3 giant hidden sand spider queens, all desolate beasts. The hidden sand spider queen was like a fish in water amidst the sandstorm. Its enormous, mountainous body continuously produced more hidden sand spiders. But Shao Clan's Gu immortals were also orderly. Xiao Huqi, as the leader, led the charge, shouting and shouting, immersed in the pleasure of battle. Vice leader Xiao Shirang sighed and transmitted, "Leader, it is about time, the training effect has been achieved, let the clan's Gu master army retreat first. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. I will leave this matter to you. Aha, the 3 hidden sand spider queens have lost most of their stamina, it is time to capture them alive." Xiao Huqi laughed wildly and was about to attack, when his gaze suddenly focused and he shouted towards the left, "Who is it?" Boom! A giant hand appeared. It pierced through the sandstorm with an extremely imposing aura. It directly grabbed towards a hidden sand spider queen. Xiao Huqi's eyes were about to split open, but this giant hand appeared at the right time. That hidden sand spider queen was coincidentally forced back by the Shao Clan Gu immortals. The giant hand grabbed from behind, as if this hidden sand spider queen was walking into a trap. "Such guts! You dare to provoke our Shao clan! Scoundrel, you actually want to seize the fruits of our labor, unforgivable. Let's capture this person together. I Shao Huqi would like to see exactly who is so audacious." Shao Clan's Gu immortal was about to attack furiously when 7 other strength path giant hands appeared from the sandstorm. Boom boom boom. Amidst the intense bombardment, the 5 Shao Clan rank 6 Gu immortals collapsed in shock. Only Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang, the 2 rank 7s, were evenly matched against the 2 giant hands. This is rank 7 battle strength. The newcomer is very powerful. The 2 leaders attacked angrily and used their signature killer moves, but they did not succeed. The other party did not use his full strength. "This is the first time I have seen the strength path killer move. Who is it?" At once, Shao Clan's Gu immortals showed grim expressions. "Don't be nervous, everyone. I mean no harm." Fang Yuan slowly flew out. He revealed his true appearance with a smile on his face. Everyone turned their gazes and saw the hidden sand spider queen. He was already gripped tightly by the strength path giant hand, howling in pain, unable to struggle. Captured alive just like that. This immortal killer move is so strong. Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang looked at each other. They could see the vigilance in each other's eyes. If they had attacked, they would not have been able to do it so easily. Otherwise, Shao Clan would not have sent so many Gu immortals. They had participated in the capture of the hidden sand spider queen. Fang Yuan could do this because he had grasped the timing. The hidden sand spider queen's stamina had fallen by a lot, and because Myriad Self-Giant Hand had gained the 2nd core Immortal Gu Pulling Mountain, its power had increased, and it could even counter Earth Path desolate beasts like the hidden sand spider queen. Fang Yuan brought the captured hidden sand spider queen to Shao Clan's Gu immortals. "Sir, who are you? What are your intentions?" Xiao Huqi asked in a deep voice after sensing Fang Yuan's goodwill. Fang Yuan chuckled, "I am just a nameless lone cultivator in Western Desert. I have been living in seclusion and had no choice but to become an immortal zombie not long ago, so I decided to enter the world. This time I suddenly appeared because I want to do a long-term trade with your clan. I wonder if you are interested in regretful spiders?" Regretful spiders? Shao Clan's Gu immortals heard this and were overjoyed. Shao Clan had the immortal Gu house 10,000 li silk corridor. 10,000 li was just a general term. The entire immortal Gu house was more than 10,000 li long. This immortal Gu house had an extremely special function. As long as there were enough spider mortal Gu, it could be spread out and built anywhere. If one looked from a bird's eye view, it would look like a huge spider web covering Western Desert. And in this 10,000 li silk corridor, the ground was smooth like silk. Anything transported in this corridor would have an extremely fast speed increase. Shao Clan was one of the wealthiest super forces in Western Desert. The most important reason was that Shao Clan had this 10,000 li silk corridor. Any immortal Gu house could defend, attack, move, heal, investigate, and so on. Be it 88-point Jinyang Tower, Water Pavilion, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Red Fiend Divine Boat, Profound Ice House, or other immortal Gu houses, they were all like this. They could be called fortresses of war. Shao Clan had set up 10,000 li silk corridor everywhere, allowing their goods to move freely, making huge profits. But there was a problem. The operation of 10,000 li silk corridor would expend a large number of spider mortal Gu. 10,000 li silk corridor was Shao Clan's economic lifeline. Thus Shao Clan had to collect a large number of spider mortal Gu every year to maintain 10,000 li silk corridor. This time, Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang led a group to capture hidden sand spiders. It was to bring them to the clan's headquarters and raise them. Every once in a while, they would let out their blood and cut off their flesh, gathering the clan's goo masters to refine large numbers of spider mortal goo. Even though Xiao clan's own business satisfied a portion of the demand, they still needed to purchase large numbers of spider mortal goo from the market. Moreover, the greater the number of spider mortal goo and the greater the variety, the easier it would be for 10,000 Li Silk Corridor. Xiao clan's goo immortals were naturally interested. Xiao Huqi immediately asked, "Sir, how many regretful spiders do you have, and how would you like to trade?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, giving a number. Xiao Huqi's eyes shone with joy for a moment. Fang Yuan continued, "I can provide you with this many spider mortal goo every month." Xiao Huqi was overjoyed. As for how to trade, Fang Yuan pondered, "Isn't your 10,000 Li Silk Corridor the best method? Give me a nearby node token. On the 30th of every month, I will come to the node punctually to put in the goods and collect the payment." "Then sir, how much are you selling your goods?" Xiao Shirang interrupted. "No rush." Fang Yuan waved his hand. "Everyone, let's look at the quality of the goods first before discussing the price." Fang Yuan's sample made Xiao clan's goo immortals very satisfied. These regretful spiders came from a northern plains superforce, Dongfang tribe. It would be strange if Xiao clan's goo immortals were not satisfied. Fang Yuan immediately quoted a price. After some haggling, both sides set the price and completed the first transaction on the spot. Xiao Huqi paid for the goods on behalf of the clan. Fang Yuan got what he wanted and obtained a node token. After the transaction, he did not stay any longer. He turned around and left. Xiao Huqi's group returned to Xiao clan's headquarters and immediately reported this matter to Xiao clan's first supreme elder. After learning of this, first supreme elder nodded. "Little who did well this time, we will double the contribution for this mission." Xiao Huqi said solemnly, "But Lord, this person appeared too suddenly. He is a rank 6 immortal zombie but has rank 7 battle strength. Does Lord know his origin?" First Supreme Elder smiled nonchalantly. "Western Desert is huge, there are naturally many secluded goo immortals. I do not know all of them. Immortal zombies cannot produce immortal essence. It is not strange that they were forced to appear. Since this person is sincere in doing business, let's continue our cooperation. My clan will always have a need for mortal spider goo. If the cooperation goes well, we can give him the Xiao clan transaction token." "Lord, are we not going to investigate him?" First Supreme Elder thought about it and said, "I know what you mean. Since the other party can supply goods for a long time, he definitely has other blessed lands. We can investigate him a little. We cannot treat him like an ordinary immortal zombie. The urgent matter now is to compete with Dong clan and occupy the northwest market. We need to set up the 10,000 Li Silk Corridor as soon as possible." "I understand, Lord First Supreme Elder." Xiao Huqi saw that First Supreme Elder was resting with his eyes closed and immediately understood. He bowed respectfully and left silently. A few days later. Central Continent, Floating Flower River, Listening Wave Pavilion. As a large-scale force, Listening Wave Pavilion was a semi-secluded sect, but right now, it was crowded like a marketplace. This was one of the locations of the Refinement Path Convention's 7th round. At this time, another round of competition had just ended. Everyone was discussing and exclaiming. Countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wore a black robe and a mask. He was still in the same appearance as before. He walked down the stage silently. Many people's gazes followed him as he moved. The other group of people stared at the ranking on the wall with shock in their eyes. Right now, the first place was engraved with Fang Yuan's name. Demonic Path Goo Cultivator Fang Yuan obtained first place for the 7th time in a row. Amazing, too amazing. This is the performance of at least a master-level Goo Master. With his strength, he has a high chance of passing the most famous nightmare of the Refinement Path Convention, the 8th round. When can I have such strength? In the crowd, Hong Yi looked at Fang Yuan's departing figure as he felt a sense of yearning. For some reason, others disliked Fang Yuan's demonic cultivation style, but as a righteous path disciple of Universal Life Academy, Hong Yi did not dislike Fang Yuan from the bottom of his heart. Although Hong Yi's luck was good and he had huge potential, he was too lacking in ability. He was eliminated in the 2nd round. Do you think Fang Yuan can fight his way into the finals like this? Young man, you are already looking forward to the finals? It's too early. Chapter 845. Amidst everyone's discussions, Fang Yuan slowly walked out of Listening Wave Pavilion. Everywhere he went, the crowd would unconsciously make way for him. Even though Fang Yuan was a demonic path Gu cultivator and was hated by the righteous path, Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment was admirable. Especially in this special environment of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. During this special period, even demonic cultivators could openly enter the righteous path's territory. Gu masters had a mentality of only using Gu refinement as a hero. At the entrance of Listening Wave Pavilion, several Gu masters from various forces were shouting and selling information. Their business was booming. Extra, extra, the latest information is the most complete result list of this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. It even has the results of the 7th round. Do you want to know the 100 great Gu refinement experts who have the highest chance of becoming the champion? Then come and take a look. One image Gu, the lowest price is 50 yuan stone. The price is very low, it will last until it is sold out. A famous wisdom path Gu master's deduction of this Central Continent sect ranking competition, as well as the grudges between the 10 great ancient sects. One information for only 10 yuan stone. Cheap and good price. To think that the 7th round's result would be released so quickly. Fang Yuan heard this and was moved. But when he saw the attire of this Gu master selling information, he understood. This Gu master selling the 7th round's result was wearing the attire of Lightning Information Sect. Lightning Information Sect was a super force created by a Gu immortal. It naturally could not compare to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Lightning Information Sect's founder, Milan Guang, was originally a lightning path Gu immortal of Wind Cloud Manor. Because he violated the sect rules, his cultivation was crippled. He was expelled from the sect. To maintain his livelihood, he was forced to cultivate Information Path. Combining his lightning path cultivation experience, he created many unique Information Path Gu worms. The results were even better than before. His development was even more prosperous. The Lightning Information Sect he created, after over 100 years of development, had already become a first-rate sect in Central Continent that specialized in Information Path. Even the 10 great ancient sects sometimes bought information from Milan Guang. Fang Yuan walked to this Gu master and threw 10 yuan stone to him. Give me one. The Lightning Information Sect Gu master hurriedly received the yuan stone and looked at it, recognizing Fang Yuan. Ah, sir. Are you Sir Fang Yuan? It is this lowly one's good fortune to be able to inquire of this lowly one. How could I dare to accept money from sir? Sir, please take it back. This report will be given to you for free. After that, he presented the 10 pieces of yuan stone to Fang Yuan with both hands. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. Just take it as a reward. That Gu master smiled flatteringly. Then this lowly one thanks Lord for the reward. Sir, this is the information you wanted. On behalf of the Electric Information Sect, I thank you for purchasing our information. If you can squeeze out some time from your busy schedule to accept my sect's interview, the Lightning Language sect that I belong to will also offer immortal materials. Fang Yuan waved his hand. He received the Information Path Gu worm from the Gu master and walked forward. Take care, Lord. The Gu master saw Fang Yuan's rejection and did not dare to persuade him anymore. After all, Fang Yuan was a demonic path rank 5 Gu cultivator. He stood on the spot and watched Fang Yuan leave. Only when Fang Yuan disappeared into the crowd did he turn around. He continued to sell information loudly. Fang Yuan walked. He split a portion of his consciousness and inspected the Information Path Gu worm from earlier. This Information Path Gu. It was only rank 1, the cost of refining it was extremely low, it was not worth mentioning. The important thing was the information inside, it was worth 10 yuan stone. Fang Yuan inspected it and found that in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, there were over 8,000 Gu masters who won 7 rounds in a row. These people were able to pass 7 rounds, they were basically quasi-master level. Of course, among them there were some who were extremely lucky and had weaker strength. But the strength here was only relatively speaking, they were not at Hong Yi's level. People like Hong Yi had already been eliminated in the first 3 rounds of the competition. Initially, there were hundreds of thousands of people who signed up for the competition. Most of these people were Central Continent Gu masters, but there were also people from Southern Border and the other 4 regions. After 7 rounds, there were only over 8,000 people left, there were less than 10,000, this showed how shocking the elimination rate was. And among them, there were over 400 people who got top 3 in 7 rounds in a row. These people were at least refinement master level geniuses. Even though 400 was a huge number in the context of Central Continent, these people were only a small portion. They were at the top of the pyramid of refinement path attainment. In any path, master-level people were rare. And refinement path was harder to become proficient in compared to other paths. There were even fewer masters. Among these 400 people, there were still over 80 Gu masters who got first in 7 rounds in a row. Undeniably, these 80 people were the focus of attention, they were the center of attention. Fang Yuan's name was among them. According to the evaluation of experts, his name was only above average. This was the result of Fang Yuan's high profile. It showed how intense the competition in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was. There were all sorts of people. It was not easy to stand out among these refinement path elites. Of course, this ranking was more of a guess. It did not represent the true standard of Gu refinement. The contents of the first 7 rounds were not enough to gauge Fang Yuan's limits. At the same time, Fang Yuan's origin was mysterious. Even if others wanted to guess, they could not. Because of these reasons, Fang Yuan's position was in the 30s. Fang Yuan carefully looked at this ranking. He soon found many familiar names. Firesmith Dragon Chief, Fang Huai, Tianmin Mie, Feng Kim Hong, Yumu Chun, LV Pinean, Du Ping Tan, Chu Wen. These people's names had a high status in Fang Yuan's previous life. Undeniably, they were all heroes among people, they were lined up like stars in the sky. Even Fang Yuan felt a sense of dazzling brilliance. Among these people there are many stars from the 5 regions' chaotic war. Some might not be outstanding now, but they will become immortals in the future. Some will even reach refinement path grandmaster realm in their lifetime. Fang Yuan felt a sense of pressure. Fang Yuan was now a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. He was only a step away from grandmaster realm. But don't underestimate this step, it was actually very far away. He needed a qualitative breakthrough. Actually, Fang Yuan's refinement path talent was very ordinary. If his talent was lacking, he would use hard work to make up for it. Fang Yuan used his previous life's accumulation to forcefully raise his refinement path attainment level, surpassing master level and reaching quasi-grandmaster level. He had cultivated for over 500 years, but he was only at quasi-grandmaster level. Wasn't he too useless? Look at Jing Shanchuan, he was already a refinement path master at such a young age. The importance of talent in this was undeniable. But there was one more point. Jing Shanchuan was a refinement path Gu master, he put most of his effort into it. As for Fang Yuan, be it in his previous life or this life, he cultivated refinement path on the side. In his previous life he spent over 300 years cultivating blood path for the last 200 years, while in this life he cultivated strength path. One was a main path while the other was a secondary path. The amount of effort invested was like heaven and earth. If Fang Yuan did not cultivate blood path and strength path, he might not have lived until now. He was not as lucky as Jing Shanchuan to have a master protecting him. And it was hard to raise attainment level, the higher one went, the harder it was. Before the Dream Realm changed the situation of the 5 regions, to raise attainment level, one could only rely on their own hard work and talent. It could be said that it was not easy for Fang Yuan to reach quasi-grandmaster attainment level in refinement path. With my strength it will be difficult to get into the top 10 of this refinement path convention. And to benefit from the infallible inheritance, I need to get at least 6th place. The infallible inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had grown from a small scale. Initially, it was only a way for the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent to compete for the infallible inheritance. They used refinement path duels to determine the winner and the loser. They would fight for the greatest benefits for themselves and their sections. But later on, because the infallible inheritance had too many benefits, it was helpful to the recovery of Fate Gu, Celestial Court took over. Strictly speaking, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were the representatives of the Celestial Court's internal organizations. Celestial Court was the boss behind the scenes of the 10 great ancient sects. With the boss taking over, the 10 great ancient sects could only accept it and cooperate with him. With the Celestial Court behind the scenes, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention started to become famous. Its influence spread to the whole world. Now, every refinement path convention would attract Gu refinement path geniuses from the other 4 regions to participate. According to the results of the previous conventions, the top 3 in the finals are all refinement path grandmasters. There are even some quasi-great grandmasters. The quality of every Central Continent refinement path convention was different, but in the top 10, most of them were refinement path grandmasters. Only the 7th place had some refinement path quasi-grandmaster Gu masters. Sometimes, there were not many geniuses, there were only 3 or 4 refinement path grandmasters in the top 10, then Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmasters could enter the top 6. But sometimes, there were too many geniuses. There were 7 or 8 Refinement Path Grandmasters in the top 10, then there were few Quasi-Grandmasters who could enter the top 10. In this convention of Fang Yuan's, the quality was neither high nor low. There were about 5 Refinement Path Grandmasters. My greatest skill is still Blood Path Gu refinement methods. But now, I do not have many Blood Path Gu worms. If I use those Blood Path refinement methods, it will give Crane Gate an excuse to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. If I want to enter the top 6, I need to use my methods. Fang Yuan thought as he made up his mind. 16 days later, Central Continent. Anzu Earth Trench, Demon Expelling Sect. Demon Expelling Sect was a super force. It had 3 Gu Immortals in the upper echelon. Its sphere of influence stretched for millions of li, covering dozens of large forces, hundreds of mid-sized forces, tens of thousands of small forces, as well as countless ant-like Gu Master families. As one of the locations of the 8th round, Demon Expelling Sect's headquarters had the qualifications to do so. Tens of thousands of Gu Masters swarmed in on this day, to watch the exciting Gu Refinement Showdown. Of course, the true competition venue had limited space. It could only hold over 1,000 people. These 1,000 people were naturally not ordinary Gu Masters. But in the several large squares that could accommodate ordinary spectators, Demon Expelling Sect had already made appropriate arrangements. Once the 8th round starts, there would be a video in the air, displaying it at the same time. Chapter 846. Fangjing and another Crane Gate elder led over 10 disciples into the competition venue. Unspecified currency outside the venue, there were buzzing noises. Over 1,000 Gu Masters were sitting on the surrounding platforms, discussing in low voices while waiting for the 8th round to begin. But because there were too many people, even the slightest sound of conversation became very noisy when it was gathered together. It's Crane Gate's elder and disciple. Once they saw Fangjing's group, the surrounding Gu Masters could not help but look at them. Their discussions also became hushed. Compared to the large and small forces, the people of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were like princes walking among commoners. That young man is actually wearing Crane Gate's elder's robe. Am I seeing things? Lower your voice. He is a rank 5 Gu Master. His aura is genuine. What are you making a fuss about? It's not like there aren't Gu worms that can maintain youthful looks. Look, it's myriad Dragon Doc's disciples and elders. At the next moment, everyone's gazes were attracted to another group of people. This group of Gu Masters had twice the number of Crane Gate's members. They were led by 4 elders, and there were also many elite disciples among the disciples. Myriad Dragon Doc. The Crane Gate elder's gaze froze when he saw this. Myriad Dragon Doc, one of the 10 great ancient sects, had been in the limelight recently. The reason was because of Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend might only be a rank 6 Gu Immortal, but his battle strength was extremely outstanding. After 2 years of closed cultivation, he comprehended the immortal killer move Lightning Deity. After that, he came out of his closed cultivation and roamed Central Continent, challenging countless Gu Immortals along the way. He won most of the time with few draws. There were few defeats. The more Vicious Lightning Fiend won, the greater his momentum. Because of the duels, he obtained a lot of resources, causing the number of lightning deities in his hands to increase instead of decreasing. There were already 3 of them now. Before he had lightning deities, Vicious Lightning Fiend already had an impressive battle record of fighting rank 7 Gu Immortals to a draw. Now that he had 3 lightning deities, his battle strength rose even further, surpassing ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals. In his battle record, many rank 7 Gu Immortals had lost to him. With rank 6 cultivation level, defeating a rank 7 Gu Immortal was a very rare thing. What was especially precious was that Vicious Lightning Fiend defeated rank 7 Gu Immortals again and again. He was in the limelight for a while. His sect Myriad Dragon Doc's reputation also rose greatly. It was to the extent that the whole of Central Continent's Gu Immortal world started to faintly acknowledge Vicious Lightning Fiend as the #1 person with rank 6 battle strength in Central Continent. Some of the Myriad Dragon Doc elders who were fond of fighting were even more excited. They directly shouted that Vicious Lightning Fiend would be the next Shirley, the next Feng Jioge. After Vicious Lightning Fiend heard the news, he immediately replied and berated, "Shirley is one thing, but Lord Feng Jioge is not someone I can compare to. Don't say such things in the future." In other words, Shirley could still challenge him. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was a rank 7 Gu Immortal of Combat Immortal sect. He had outstanding battle strength. However, he was firmly suppressed by Feng Jioge, unable to turn the tables. Feng Jioge, this freak, was hard to come by even in thousands of years. The 10 sects of Jianghu state had been beaten by him so badly that they could not help but admire and fear him. He won a series of challenges. This boosted Vicious Lightning Fiend's arrogance, and he began to openly challenge Shirley. Combat Immortal sect's people were naturally indignant. However, Shirley, who had an irritable and direct temperament, strangely maintained his silence. This instead boosted Myriad Dragon Doc's morale. They felt that Shirley had no confidence in dealing with Vicious Lightning Fiend, and was acting like a coward. Of course, anyone who was slightly familiar with the inside information would know that Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge was only a probe by Myriad Dragon Doc towards Combat Immortal sect. Combat Immortal sect had discovered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and also discovered Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm. They had already started to secretly attack it. Because they wanted to draw Gu Immortal's battle strength from all over the place. This huge movement had already been faintly sensed by the other 9 sections. But these secrets were usually only known by Gu Immortals. Thus, when these elders and disciples of Myriad Dragon Doc saw Fangjing's group, they were extremely arrogant. "Oh, it's Crane Gate's people. What are you doing here? Are you here to see how your elders will fail? It's no use, our Myriad Dragon Doc's Lord Dragon Chief will definitely be the final victor, there is no doubt about this." Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu Masters started mocking and ridiculing the moment they spoke. The competition between the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent was especially intense. Both sides were not on good terms. Especially when Crane Gate had been weak for a long time, Myriad Dragon Doc's people, who had become stronger, looked down on Crane Gate even more. Crane Gate's disciples could not help but feel sullen, but they could not retort. They maintained their silence and brushed past Myriad Dragon Doc's people, eventually sitting at their arranged seats. "TSK, a bunch of cowards," someone said in disdain. Someone even mocked, "Haha," as expected of Crane Gate's style. Crane Gate's people's expressions became even more unsightly. The spectators saw this and had many doubts. Someone asked, "Crane Gate and Myriad Dragon Doc are both part of the 10 great ancient sects. Why is Myriad Dragon Doc so arrogant?" Immediately someone answered, "There are strong and weak sects among the 10 great ancient sections. Crane Gate is weaker than Myriad Dragon Doc, this is publicly acknowledged. Besides this, Myriad Dragon Doc's participating Gu Master is too strong, it is that refinement path Gu Master known as Firesmith Dragon Chief." What? Firesmith Dragon Chief is actually Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu Master, isn't he a lone cultivator? Hee, didn't you see the information dug out by Lightning Information Sect? This Firesmith Dragon Chief violated the sect rules in his early years and was chased out by Myriad Dragon Doc. He is participating in this Refinement Path convention to obtain a ranking and return to Myriad Dragon Doc. So that's it. It is said that this Firesmith Dragon Chief is already a Refinement Path Grandmaster. Such a person is actually eagerly requesting to return to Myriad Dragon Doc. The rallying power of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is truly huge. Meanwhile, at Crane Gate's side, Fangjing and the other elders were also quietly discussing. Fangjing asked, "I wonder what are the chances of our sect's elder Yen Tang winning this competition?" Fangjing's Gu refinement ability was not good. He barely passed the 4 questions after going through the training. He successfully registered. But in the end, he was eliminated in the first round. Fortunately, this was a large competition. This was the most open competition. Outsiders were not allowed to watch. Fangjing was also an elder of Crane Gate. His status could be said to be noble. This time, Elder Yen Tang was participating in the competition and he had eaten so much food and wine from the other party, he had to come and watch and cheer for Elder Yen Tang. When Fangjing asked this, the Crane Gate elder sitting beside him frowned deeply and sighed, "Elder Fangjing, you know our Elder Yen Tang mainly cultivates Fire Path, he only cultivates Refinement Path on the side. As for the other party, Firesmith Dragon Chief, he mainly cultivates Refinement Path while cultivating Fire Path on the side. This difference is huge." Fangjing still did not understand. He asked again, "Even so, with Elder Yen Tang's Gu refinement attainment, he should be able to get into the top 3. Sigh. The Crane Gate elder shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Elder Fangjing, you don't understand. After the 7th round of the Refinement Path Convention, the competition after that is a cruel single elimination system. Look at this demon-expelling sect competition stage in front of you. Only one Gu master can win and advance to the next round. What? It's actually like this. Fang Jing was shocked. After a few breaths of time he reacted. After all, he had experienced many setbacks. His mind had changed, since the opponent is so strong. Then why doesn't Elder Yen Tang go to another competition venue? This refinement path convention does not prohibit participants from moving around. Elder Fang Jing, you are right to think this way. After all, you can advance. Retreating is also a tactical victory. But unfortunately, the other competition locations were also occupied by Gu refinement experts. Moreover, Elder Yen Tang was arranged here. This is also the decision of Crane Gate's higher-ups. At the end, the Crane Gate elder purposely lowered his voice and whispered. Fang Jing was shocked. If he still did not understand now, he would be an idiot. So the Crane Gate's higher-ups have already abandoned Elder Yen Tang. Their goal is to probe Firesmith Dragon Chief's ability? In a daze he thought of his master, Master Tenshiro, who had once analyzed this to him. Elder Yen Tang was isolated in Crane Gate, so he invited you to drink, wanting to form a political alliance with you. Because he was isolated, he was chosen to be abandoned. Elder Yen Tang must be filled with unwillingness. What if I am abandoned one day? Thinking of this, Fang Jing suddenly recalled the painful scene of him being in the blood pool, with blood vines growing all over his body. Whoosh! The nightmarish memory surfaced again. Fang Jing's body shook as he sucked in a breath of cold air. What's wrong? The elder beside him asked in concern. Nothing. Fang Jing wiped his forehead with his hand, and at once, his palm was covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. He did not dare to think too much. His heart was flustered and hesitant. At this time, the elder's voice resounded in his ears. Participants, enter the arena one by one. The competition is about to begin. Fang Jing quickly raised his head and looked, only to see over 100 Gu masters slowly entering the arena. Fang Jing quickly found Elder Yen Tang in Crane Gate. The latter was expressionless, but his gaze was filled with indignation and helplessness. Firesmith Dragon Chief, who was dressed in a red robe, had an arrogant expression as he looked around, not concealing his disdain and contempt towards the surrounding competitors. A bunch of weaklings. I will definitely win this round. Quickly start. Firesmith Dragon Chief did not mind, laughing heartily as he urged demon-expelling sects hosting Elder. The surrounding refinement path Gu masters, however, did not dare to retort due to Firesmith Dragon Chief's formidable strength. Even Elder Yen Tang in Crane Gate clenched his fists, his face filled with anger, but he remained silent. Myriad Dragon Doc will win. Win. Lord Firesmith Dragon Chief will win. Myriad Dragon Doc's group shouted excitedly as if they were injected with chicken blood. Their attitude was arrogant, but the surrounding spectators could only sit quietly and watch this happen. Damn it, this is too damn it. Fang Jing had the temperament of a youngster after all. He gritted his teeth and felt indignant in his heart. I hate my lack of strength. I really hope someone will appear at this time and defeat this Firesmith Dragon Chief, and beat down the arrogance of these Myriad Dragon Doc people. As if responding to the hope in his heart, a figure quietly appeared. At first he did not attract any attention, but when he stepped onto the arena, countless gazes were immediately cast towards him. Black robe. Rank 5 demonic cultivator. It was Fang Yuan. Why was he here? Chapter 847. Fang Yuan's appearance was out of everyone's expectations. According to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention's rules, from the 8th round onwards, only one Gu master could advance to the next round. Thus, it gradually became a custom. The whole of Central Continent's competition locations were turned into territories, and every powerful refinement path Gu master was like a fierce beast occupying a territory. Unless forced to, no ferocious beast would cross the boundary to challenge another ferocious beast. This was absolutely not a wise move. The more they advanced, the more glory they would obtain, and the more rewards they would obtain. Fighting in advance was like a fisherman reaping the benefits. Thus, when many Gu masters saw Fang Yuan's appearance, they could not help but guess. Does Fang Yuan have some enmity with Firesmith Dragon Chief? The exorcism sect elder in charge of this competition felt strange, but showed no expression. Fang Yuan's appearance was in accordance with the convention's rules. As long as one entered any venue within the stipulated time, their results would be recognized. Thus, even if others wanted to obstruct him, they could not do so under everyone's watchful eyes. This person is called Fang Yuan? Don't tell me he is our sect's famous who immortal blessed land's owner? Crane Gate's disciples also started guessing. Speaking of which, that Lord Fang Yuan of our sect is really mysterious. I have not seen his true appearance even till now. Sigma, W is identical to WW. This is Fang Yuan? Not possible. Central Continent is so big, it is not like there are no Gu masters with the same name. The agreement between Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong has already spread far and wide. Our Crane Gate has many exemption quotas. It is enough for Fang Yuan to rest and build up his strength. He can only participate after the 10th round. Crane Gate's disciples discussed. Many people secretly looked at Fang Jing's expression. Fang Jing's lips were tightly pursed. His face was pale and his hands were tightly clenched in his wide sleeves. They were blood brothers. As soon as Fang Yuan appeared, Fang Jing's instincts told him that this was his biological brother. Fang Jing was caught off guard. At this moment, the shadow of his childhood descended upon him, enveloping him once again. It was as if a pair of black hands were tightly gripping his neck. Fang Jing found it difficult to breathe. Ever since he woke up from that coma, the nightmare that he had been trying his best to avoid came back to him again. The 10,000 Dragon Dock people shouted arrogantly. The cheers couldn't help but slow down and gradually weaken. Fang Yuan had previously displayed formidable refinement path attainments, obtaining first place in 7 rounds consecutively, the same result as Firesmith Dragon Chief. The elders and disciples of 10,000 Dragon Dock had no choice but to admit that Fang Yuan was a terrifying opponent. I heard that this Fang Yuan has the same result as our Firesmith Dragon Chief. 7 consecutive first-place matches. Is he the one who bet with Feng Kim Hong? If it's really that person. That is the owner of who immortal blessed land, he is extremely rich. So what? Look at the rankings. Firesmith Dragon Chief is ranked 7th. What is Fang Yuan's rank? There are only 30 of them. That's right, he came this time. He is simply asking to be humiliated. I believe that Firesmith Dragon Chief can definitely defeat him. Although 10,000 Dragon Docks people said so, the other spectators did not think so. Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack. He displayed a very strong aggressiveness. Fang Yuan was clearly not an idiot this time, he had crossed the border to attack. He clearly had confidence and trump cards. Fang Yuan did not play according to the rules, causing Firesmith Dragon Chief to be shocked, angry, and doubtful. So Firesmith Dragon Chief probed, Crane Gate Fang Yuan. You came here. Are you hoping to reap early failure? Firesmith Dragon Chief really wanted to ask, why did you come here? Can't you just squat in your territory and advance in peace? You're really stupid. While he was reprimanding, he was also feeling somewhat gloomy inwardly. I have no grudge with you. Why did you come here to disturb me? You still have Feng Kim Huang's duel. Is it because I look easy to bully? Once he said that, the commotion outside the stage became even louder. What, this Fang Yuan is actually someone from Crane Gate? Isn't he a demonic path Gu cultivator? It should be. Firesmith Dragon Chief personally confirmed it. How can it be fake? This is huge news. I did not expect him to be a disciple of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. This is really unexpected. But why did he come here? Did Crane Gate clash with Myriad Dragon Dock in advance? I have never heard of any conflicts. Even the hosting elder's eyes were wide open, staring blankly at Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan became the focus of everyone's attention. Brother. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, his face was pale as paper, and his body was covered in cold sweat unknowingly. His breathing was labored and weak, as if he had just exercised intensely and was about to collapse. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on Fang Yuan. No one noticed his sorry state. In the aperture, Master Tenshuru consoled him, but there was little effect. The gazes of the other Crane Gate disciples brightened as they excitedly stared at Fang Yuan. Some even stood up unconsciously. Fang Yuan had never officially appeared in Crane Gate headquarters. But his legend had spread far and wide in the whole of Crane Gate. He was mysterious and powerful. There were countless rumors about him. It was said that because his talent was too outstanding, he was taken in as a personal disciple by a Gu immortal the moment he ascended the mountain. This was, of course, just a rumor, pure speculation and completely unreliable. But Crane Gate's higher-ups could not refute the rumor. Once the truth was revealed, would the reputation of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects still be preserved? Moreover, the Crane Gate disciples were more willing to believe the evidence in front of them. The greatest evidence was Fang Jing. Fang Jing had a great aptitude, but now he had rank 5 cultivation and was a sect elder. From this, it could be inferred how outstanding the elder brother's aptitude was. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Feng Kim Hong and obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land? At this moment, the Crane Gate disciples craned their necks, their gazes were glued to Feng Yuan. The suspicions and curiosity in their hearts had accumulated to the point of overflowing their chests. I really want to see Lord Feng Yuan's true appearance. He should look similar to Elder Fengzheng. Sigh, why is he wearing a mask? But this is the competition venue, anyone who uses investigative goo will be chased out. The disciples conversed excitedly. The Crane Gate elder finally realized something was wrong with Fengzheng, asking with concern, Elder Fengzheng, what's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? It's nothing. Fengzheng seemed to be startled, quickly replying. Why does Elder Fengzheng seem to be afraid of Feng Yuan? Don't tell me the relationship between these two brothers is not good? The Crane Gate elder's eyes flashed with a strange expression. A strange expression flashed past his eyes. Feng Yuan's eyes were hidden behind the mask. He first slowly looked around, pausing on Fengzheng, before slowly looking at Firesmith Dragon Chief. He lightly smiled, breaking the long silence. His voice was somewhat hoarse as he proudly announced to the surrounding people. That's right, I am Crane Gate's Feng Yuan. Ah, it's true. Elder Feng Yuan, you can do it. Elder Feng Yuan and Fengzheng are the two heroes of our sect. The ones with the most intense reaction were the people from Crane Gate. Some of the disciples almost jumped up in excitement. They felt proud and had a strong sense of honor for the sect. After being suppressed by the group of people from the 10,000 Dragon Dock at this time, they had obtained justice, and they felt a kind of exhilaration. What are you so proud of? That's right. What is there to be proud of? Myriad Dragon Dock's people quickly refuted. Fengzheng's eyes flashed with hatred. He gritted his teeth and said to his companions, Don't compare me with my brother. In the ears of the bystanders, it had a different meaning. Did you hear that? Elder Fengzheng has such talent, but he admits he is weaker than Lord Feng Yuan. That's right, rumor has it that Feng Yuan is a Gu immortal seed, he is fully nurtured by the higher-ups. The Crane Gate disciples suppressed their voices as they talked, but their voices were not low at all. You. Fengzheng's expression turned ashen when he heard these words. He felt an intense dizziness. Myriad Dragon Dock's expression also became even more unsightly. The smell of gunpowder became even more intense. A Myriad Dragon Dock elder snorted and softly cursed. I want to see what kind of dejected expression you will have when you lose. Outside the arena, the other Gu masters had already become props that were ignored by others. Feng Yuan continued to stare at Firesmith Dragon Chief, purposely raising his voice. Firesmith Dragon Chief, I came here naturally to defeat you. Defeating those incompetent people is too boring for me. You are a slightly better opponent, you can add some brilliance to my path of advancement. So bring out your true strength, don't hold back. I remember your strongest method is that crazy deity's blazing flame? Take it out and fight, that way I can feel a little more satisfaction after defeating you. Hearing Feng Yuan's words of challenge, be it outside or on the arena, all the Gu masters had the same feeling, arrogant, too arrogant. Earlier, everyone had already felt that Firesmith Dragon Chief was arrogant, but now that they saw Feng Yuan, they realized that the saying there is always someone better than you, was not wrong at all. Look at this Feng Yuan, this is the true insolent master. Firesmith Dragon Chief was inwardly shocked. He even knows my trump card. This is impossible, I have never shown it in public. How did he know? After the shock, Firesmith Dragon Chief's anger rose. He shouted without showing weakness, Good, since you are so arrogant, let me teach you a lesson. I will let you understand what true pain is. At the same time he shouted in his heart, I am a grand rank 6 Gu immortal who has passed 2 heavenly tribulations, I am only 1 step away from rank 7, why would I be afraid of a weakest immortal zombie like you? Kid, you are too arrogant, I will ruthlessly step on you and make you lose all face. Blindly challenging me will be your biggest regret in your life. Chapter 848. As if he could hear Firesmith Dragon Chief's inner voice, Feng Yuan continued to ridicule and even increased the intensity. Yes, this is the expression in your eyes, this is the emotion. Be angry, only then can you take out your full strength to fight me. Only then would I be a little interested in such an opponent. Remember, you must take it out, otherwise you will be the shame of myriad dragon doc. Ah. Seeing Fang Yuan pointing at Firesmith Dragon Chief and speaking in such an arrogant manner. At once, the Gu masters on and off the stage were speechless. Wasn't this too arrogant? Myriad Dragon Doc's group gritted their teeth. They were arrogant, but Fang Yuan was even more arrogant than them. Firesmith Dragon Chief was trembling with anger, staring fixedly at Fang Yuan with eyes spewing fire. Different from what others imagined, Fang Yuan had a bold appearance, but he was actually very vigilant in his heart. Different from the outside world's information, this Firesmith Dragon Chief did not cultivate refinement path, but turned to cultivating fire path. He was a refinement path Gu master when he was in Myriad Dragon Doc. He had indeed been expelled from the sect, but because of a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a fire path Gu immortal's inheritance. During this period of time, he luckily became a fire path Gu immortal, and eagerly entered Myriad Dragon Doc's embrace. Myriad Dragon Doc naturally would not let go of a Gu immortal battle strength. They had already secretly taken him in. It was just that it was the Refinement Path Convention, and seeing that he had Grandmaster attainment in Gu refinement, they quickly called him to participate in the convention. They wanted to seize the first few places and obtain more benefits for the sect. This Firesmith Dragon Chief's refinement path attainment far exceeds mine. He was the second place in this convention in my previous life. His refinement path Grandmaster attainment cannot be underestimated, especially in the 10th battle. He suppressed 3 quasi-grandmasters who were refining Gu at the same time. His ferocious might was overwhelming. Such an enemy. I have to attack him in advance. If I let go of this chance according to my previous life's memories, he would be almost unstoppable. However, although Firesmith Dragon Chief was already a Gu immortal, he did not make it public and hid his identity from mortals. His Gu immortal cultivation could not be concealed from other Gu immortals, but everyone knew about it and no one exposed him. Gu immortals maintained a sense of mystery. It was helpful to maintain their rule. There was another reason. If he lost to a mortal in the Refinement Path Convention, it would be too embarrassing. Why would Gu immortals lose to mortals? Mortals defeating Gu immortals was a common occurrence in the past Refinement Path Conventions. Because Gu refinement was not about fighting and killing. It's a technical job. The main reason was that immortal Gu were unique, they were too hard to refine. Without immortal Gu as a benchmark, when Gu immortals compete with mortals, they could only rely on refining mortal Gu. Everyone could refine mortal Gu. To a large extent, the difference between immortals and mortals could not be seen. Thus, normally speaking, Gu immortals who participated in the Refinement Path Convention would not expose their identities. Let's begin. Fang Yuan urged the exorcism sect elder. Hurry up and begin. Firesmith Dragon roared. He could not wait to trample this arrogant Fang Yuan under his feet. The exorcism sect's elder endured the pressure from the two, clenched his teeth and insisted, according to the rules, it's not time yet. It was not good to start the competition. 3 breaths left. 3, 2, 1. All right. Activate the isolation Gu formation, close the entrance and reveal the test questions. The first 7 rounds of the Refinement Path Convention. Because there were too many participants, they could only take turns to compete. Now it was the 8th round. The number of participants was greatly reduced. Every venue only held 1 round. The Gu masters who missed this opportunity, they could only concede and give up. The Gu worms used to store the test questions were also very particular. This kind of information path rank 5 mortal Gu was the work of the Celestial Court. It had extraordinary concealment abilities. The questions were not stored in the database, but were controlled by the Heavenly Court in real time. When the test questions were about to start, the real test questions would be sent over. Once the test questions were shown, there was silence inside and outside the venue. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the test questions. For a moment, the venue was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. 8th test question. The requirement is to refine a rank 5 sound path Gu. The person who successfully refines it and is the fastest will be the winner. He can proceed to the next round. All other Gu masters will be eliminated. Materials given. Immortal Soul Grass, Forget Worry Rock, 1 rank 4 Apathy Gu, 6 rank 3 Mute Gu, 2 rank 4 Sinking Gu, no other materials allowed. Gu refinement recipes given. 6 different Gu recipes for Silence Gu, 3 different Apathy Gu recipes as well as 1 Hook Gu recipe. Everyone frowned. The difficulty of this test question was almost 10 times higher than the 7th round. Not only were there 10 different Gu recipes, the Gu master had to be able to choose the most suitable ones for themselves. Moreover, there was a limit to the materials provided, they were not allowed to use their own materials. But these materials did not meet the requirements of any of the Gu recipes. That was to say, the Gu master had to reverse refine apathy Gu, mute Gu or sinking Gu to obtain more Gu refinement materials. Using these materials they could refine the rank 5 sound path mute Gu. Alternatively, the participating Gu masters could use wisdom path methods to combine these Gu recipes and modify them. According to the provided materials, they could deduce the Gu recipes that fit the requirements. That worked too. But of these two methods, the first one was naturally the most effective. Thus, the second method required extremely high wisdom path attainment. Gu masters who could reach this step and also possess such deep wisdom path attainment were quite rare. More importantly, this competition also had to consider the time. Whoever could refine it first would be the winner, the others would be eliminated. This way the mental pressure would be huge. Especially at the final juncture, some Gu masters might not be able to bear the mental pressure and make a mistake. Firesmith Dragon Chief almost vomited blood when he saw this question. What the hell was this question? Firesmith Dragon Chief almost cursed. He was a Fire Path Gu immortal and was most proficient in refining Fire Path Gu worms. This Sound Path Gu worm was clearly not within his expertise, and several of the crucial Gu refinement materials could not be processed using fire refinement. This was quite embarrassing. Fang Yuan had clamored for Firesmith Dragon Chief to use his strongest Gu refinement killer move, Crazed Deity's Raging Flames. Firesmith Dragon Chief was furious and planned to use this killer move to ruthlessly humiliate Fang Yuan. But with this question, how could Firesmith Dragon Chief use Crazed Deity's Raging Flames? Burn it for fun? This question was a great counter to Firesmith Dragon Chief. For example, he could only display 80% of his Gu refinement attainment. Even for Gu immortals, there were areas they were good at and bad at. This question happened to be the area Firesmith Dragon Chief was least proficient in. Of course, refinement path Grandmaster attainment was not just for show. Firesmith Dragon Chief could definitely successfully refine the Gu. But the crucial point was the unexpected appearance of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's true strength was enough to threaten Firesmith Dragon Chief. Between experts of the same level, a slight decrease in strength could determine the outcome, not to mention Firesmith Dragon Chief who was weakened by 20%. This fellow has picked a good time. His luck is really damn good. No, I must defeat him. Firesmith Dragon Chief swore inwardly and glanced at Fang Yuan. At the next moment, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Fang Yuan had already started refining. How could this be? How could he be so fast? After all, the Gu recipe and materials given in this question did not match. The Gu master could either reverse refine the Gu worm and modify the materials, or they could combine the Gu recipe and deduce a new one. In short, they had to refine the rank 5 silence Gu. Thus, this required the Gu master to think deeply and deduce in their own minds, considering the possible failures in the refinement and reverse refinement, thus combining many plans and organizing the most refined Gu refinement plan. This process of thinking was extremely important. The plan they thought of had to have low risk. If the risk was too high and there were too many failures, the consumption of materials would increase. If they did not have enough for the next refinement and could not use their own materials, they could only admit defeat. While demanding low risk, they also had to spend less time. If you spent too much time, others would have already finished, and even if you succeeded, you would be eliminated. It was very difficult to have both low risk and low time consumption. They needed to think carefully and constantly compare and arrange, only then could they choose the best plan. Even a refinement path grandmaster like Firesmith Dragon Chief estimated that he would need half an incense's time to think. But this Fang Yuan, why did he start refining Gu right from the start? Are you kidding me? Is he really so confident? Fool, to do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools. He should calm down and think carefully. The competing Gu masters glanced at Fang Yuan a few times, concentrating their attention and starting to think deeply. Fang Yuan took the lead, his progress extremely fast. The other Gu masters had not started refining Gu, he was the only one doing it in the whole field. Naturally, most of the Gu masters' gazes were focused on him. Praises spread out. It's really a dazzling technique. Proficient, too proficient. This is simply an instinct. But is this really good? Haste makes waste. Fang Yuan naturally knew the logic of haste makes waste, but he also knew the content of this test. In Fang Yuan's previous life, after he became a Blood Path Gu immortal, he had also had the idea of participating in the Refinement Path Convention. What? Because during the Refinement Path Convention, even demonic path members could participate openly, and even wanted criminals could openly register. The righteous path would not hunt them down. At that time, Fang Yuan did not have a single immortal goo. He was trying his best to gather the immortal materials to refine immortal goo. The whole process was extremely difficult. In comparison, although he had an immortal zombie body now, his financial situation was many times better. Chapter 849. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when Fang Yuan set his sights on the Bone Refinement Convention, only a dozen years had passed since the previous Refinement Path Convention. In order to participate in the Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan had started preparing more than 80 years in advance. Every day he would take some time out to practice day and night. During this practice process, Fang Yuan brought out the spirit of a youth taking the college entrance exam in his previous life on Earth, facing a mountain of questions and a sea of questions. He would collect all the questions of the previous conventions, and while practicing bitterly, he would try to figure out the intention of the question setter. He easily obtained all the questions. There were people in Central Continent who specialized in selling this information, and this kind of goods had always been selling well. Could be seen that smart people were everywhere. Thinking back to those dark days where he trained bitterly, it was truly unbearable. But speaking of which, Fang Yuan's true refinement path foundation was also during that period of time. Without that period of time, he would not have his current refinement path quasi-grandmaster attainment. Thus, Fang Yuan not only remembered the contents of this convention, he also remembered the previous conventions, and even remembered the future conventions. With such a huge advantage, so what if his refinement path attainment was inferior to Firesmith Dragon Chief? Of course this method had a flaw. That was the butterfly effect. Fang Yuan's rebirth had changed the original trajectory of many things. Igniting a tree might cause the whole forest to burn. A skilled swimmer would drown, a skilled rider would fall. Would the advantage Fang Yuan was relying on become his own failure because of the changes in this life's questions? This was entirely possible. But it was only a possibility. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, this possibility was not high. Fang Yuan decided to take a risk. He won the bet. The contents of the questions did not change. Time passed at a steady pace, neither too fast nor too slow. The intense goo refinement scene. The situation gradually became clear. Fang Yuan took the lead, ahead of Firesmith Dragon Chief, who was in second place. His whole body was emitting a confident aura as he methodically refined goo, maintaining a huge lead from beginning to end, causing the competitors who were desperately chasing after him to feel despair. The goo masters outside the arena gradually saw some clues. They could not help but praise, Fang Yuan is actually so quick-witted. He did not think much and actually designed this goo refinement plan. Amazing, his plan not only ensured the speed of the goo refinement and reduced the number of steps, it also allowed for more mistakes. Even if we fail a few times, he can try again with the extra materials. Of course, Fang Yuan's plan was the most outstanding goo refinement plan that countless refinement path goo masters came up with after this refinement path convention in his previous life. They tried it out and finally came up with it. Even more people sighed at Fang Yuan's goo refinement method. Fang Yuan's goo refinement method. It stood out too much. Such a number was like an innate ability. This was definitely something that needed to be tempered 1,000 times. This time, when refining the silence goo, it involved many methods that were rarely used, but he was actually able to do it so easily. It's even more difficult to imagine those common methods. That was only natural. Fang Yuan had prepared for this 8th match for a long time. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they were specially trained to refine silence goo. The whole process was repeated over and over again. He practiced at least 200 times. Most importantly, he is emitting an aura of confidence from inside out. He is confident in his success like the probability of failure in the goo refinement. It is as if the probability of failure never existed in his mind. This is the aura of a refinement path master. The famous 3 elders of refinement path in history were like this. That's right, watching him refine goo is like watching a dazzling performance. His heart is so strong, it is as if victory is already in his pocket. His advantage is too obvious. Even if Fang Yuan fails once or twice, he can snatch the final victory from Firesmith Dragon Chief. Under the witness of countless gazes below and on the stage, Fang Yuan was not in any danger. He obtained victory with an enormous advantage. During the entire process, Fang Yuan firmly suppressed the other competitors. Even Firesmith Dragon Chief was left in the dust. Lord Firesmith Dragon Chief failed. He was eliminated just like that? Myriad Dragon Docks people could not believe the result in front of them, muttering absent-mindedly. Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. Crane Gate's people stood up and shouted, cheering wildly. Only Fang Jing was still sitting. He looked at his brother on the stage. The black-robed figure had already shrouded his whole body. I am afraid I have no hope of taking revenge in this life. At this moment, Fang Jing's dejection reached its peak. He could no longer muster up any fighting spirit. Although there was deep hatred, Fang Jing felt weak all over as he looked at Fang Yuan. He was powerless to reverse the situation. Firesmith Dragon Chief stared fixedly at Fang Yuan with his pair of bull eyes. He was unconvinced. He was unresigned. He had not even used his strongest killer move. This damned question made him feel like his hands and feet were tied. But he had to admit that Fang Yuan had quick thinking. He actually thought of such an outstanding Gu refinement plan in such a short period of time. Is this Fang Yuan really an immortal zombie? Could the information have been wrong? Immortal zombies were weak at thinking. The results of Fang Yuan's thinking made Firesmith Dragon Chief, an ordinary Gu immortal, feel ashamed of his inferiority. At once, Firesmith Dragon Chief started to doubt Fang Yuan's identity as an immortal zombie. The match had already ended. Fang Yuan slowly walked down the stage. He did not provoke or humiliate Firesmith Dragon Chief again. This made the latter secretly sigh in relief. Since he had already won, there was no meaning in provoking and humiliating the other party. If Firesmith Dragon Chief provoked Fang Yuan to challenge Fang Yuan, then wouldn't Fang Yuan be shooting himself in the foot? Eventually, Firesmith Dragon Chief led Myriad Dragon Docks group and left dejectedly. Fang Yuan received the winner's reward from Evil Expelling Sect. It was a large number of immortal materials of various types, but the quantity of each type was rather small. Starting from the 8th round, the rewards far surpassed the previous 7 rounds. There were large numbers of immortal materials, immortal Gu recipes and so on. If not for this, how could Fang Yuan have treated the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention as a way to gather immortal materials in his previous life? Fang Yuan put away these immortal materials and rejected Evil Expelling Sect's invitation to stay as a guest. Along the way he gradually arrived at Evil Expelling Sect's mountain. At the mountain entrance, a group of people was already waiting at Crane Gate. Lord Fang Yuan. Seeing Fang Yuan's arrival, Elder Yen Tang and 2 other elders of Crane Gate respectfully welcomed him. Fang Jing was helpless as an elder. He also stood out, but he stood behind the 2 elders expressionlessly and did not take the initiative to greet them. Greetings, fellow sect members. Under the mask, Fang Yuan's gentle voice could be heard. This made the people of Crane Gate very excited. Fang Yuan's arrogance earlier made them feel that Fang Yuan was difficult to get along with. But now that Fang Yuan's voice was gentle, they immediately felt that Fang Yuan's attitude towards fellow sect members was different from outsiders. Fang Yuan first looked at Elder Yen Tang. In the competition just now, this elder had also participated in the competition. Fang Yuan casually pointed, your Gu refinement attainment is not shallow, but your plan has several flaws. These flaws should be dealt with like this. For example, the first one. Elder Yen Tang heard this and felt even more admiration towards Fang Yuan. He quickly thanked him. The disciples behind him had bright eyes. They were filled with admiration and praise. Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards Fang Jing at this time. His voice suddenly turned cold. He said with a tone of exasperation and disappointment, "My brother, what is with your expression? Are you afraid I will scold you? Your performance as always disappoints me. You did not even pass the first round of the Refinement Path Convention. You are simply throwing my face." The atmosphere became tense. The disciples secretly stuck out their tongues, thinking, Fang Yuan is so fierce to his brother. The 2 elders of Crane Gate came to a realization. It seemed that the relationship between these 2 brothers was quite cold. Fang Jing showed hatred on his face. He snorted and was about to speak. Fang Yuan waved his hand, attacking in front of everyone. Fang Jing was a rank 5 Gu master. He was already at the peak of mortals. But firstly, he was an enslavement path Gu master. Most of his battle strength was on the Crane group, and secondly, he did not expect Fang Yuan to disregard the situation and attack him in front of everyone's eyes. Fang Yuan's attack had been planned for a long time. Not only did he use several mortal killer moves, he even used a wisdom path killer move from Dongfang Naganori. While the people of Crane Gate were in a daze, Fang Yuan had already succeeded. He restrained Fang Jing on the spot from a distance. "Fang Jing, you disappoint me. You are still roaming outside like this. why don't you cultivate in peace? With such strength you still dare to show off outside. Where is your sense of propriety? Your parents died early as your brother. I have to fulfill the responsibility of a father and teach you well. Since you are interested in refinement path, from today onwards, you will follow me. I will impart my refinement path insights to you. You must cultivate hard until I am satisfied. Fang Yuan shouted. I don't need you to care about me. I am already an elder of Crane Gate. I have grown up. Fang Jing shouted, showing an unruly and rebellious expression. But in fact his heart was cold. He was no longer under his control. The words he shouted were not what he wanted to say. This was a wisdom path killer move from Dongfang Naganori. It directly controlled Fang Jing's mind and created false thoughts, making Fang Jing's body accept them and act according to the thoughts. This was similar to enslavement path Gu masters controlling wild beasts. But the difference was that enslavement path Gu masters could only control one type of beast group. The wild beasts had simple thoughts. And controlling humans, the thoughts of humans were complex and changeable. It was very difficult. Fang Yuan was a rank 6 immortal zombie. He had to use several killer moves to deal with a rank 5 Gu master like Fang Jing. He could only capture him in one move. No. Save me, someone save me. Master, master. Fang Jing shouted anxiously in his heart. But the spirit incubating flea did not respond. Fang Yuan had already cut off Fang Jing's connection with his aperture. Fang Jing stared fixedly at Fang Yuan, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had never expected Fang Yuan to be so crazy, daring to attack here. This was simply insane. He did not place Crane Gate in his eyes at all. Chapter 850. Hadn't Fang Yuan already formed an alliance with the Crane Gate? Why would he dare to attack the people in the Crane Gate? Fang Jing knew more inside information than the other elders and disciples. Back then he Fengyang and Sang Yu joined hands to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land but failed. Because of the benefits of Guts Gu, they reached an agreement and signed an alliance agreement. Naturally, there was a clause in the alliance that stipulated that members of both factions were not allowed to attack each other. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Jing felt safe. Fang Yuan slowly withdrew his hand. Fang Jing could neither move nor scream. He had no power to resist at all. An invisible force lifted him up and sent him to Fang Yuan's hand. The people at the Crane Gate were dumbfounded. What terrifying strength! Elder Fang Jing has rank 5 cultivation level, but he was taken down without any resistance. Although Fang Jing is an enslavement path Gu master, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Fang Yuan had displayed an unbelievable method, shocking these people in an instant. Fang Jing roared internally, "Are you guys just going to stand there and watch the show? Come and save me. He's no longer my brother. He killed uncle and aunt. He killed the entire clan. He's a demon. He's a big demon." At the same time Fang Jing shouted, "I'm not going to your place. Why should I listen to you? You want to discipline me again? I am the master of my own life. I have my own goals. How can you understand my dreams? I can fight on my own. I can surpass you." He was the living embodiment of a rebellious youth who refused to be controlled. When Fang Jing heard his own shouts, he was utterly disheartened. Fang Yuan sighed and said to the people at the Crane Gate, "During this period of time we have to be careful. This good-for-nothing brother of mine has caused you trouble." "It's no trouble. It's no trouble at all." The people at the Crane Gate quickly waved their hands. Fang Yuan nodded and said, "I will bring Fang Jing to my side. He needed to be disciplined for a period of time. I've already informed the sect master about this matter. You can just go back and send a message." Fang Yuan was full of lies. Fang Yuan didn't even know what the sect leader looked like. The two elders let go of the last layer of hesitation. Regarding Fang Yuan's matter, in order to protect the sect's reputation, Crane Gate had been weaving lies. In the end, Fang Yuan used this lie to deceive the people at the Crane Gate. Fang Yuan carried Fang Jing with one hand and walked away. The Gu masters on the side of the road saw this. They were all very surprised. However, since the Crane Gate did not say anything, why would they do anything? And the target was the refinement path expert that everyone was familiar with, Fang Yuan? Some demon-expelling sect Gu masters were worried and went to ask. Elder Yentang smiled and explained, "It's not a big deal. Lord Fang Yuan and Elder Fang Jing are blood brothers. Right now, the elder brother is disciplining his younger brother." The demon-expelling sect Gu masters were convinced and left. The Crane Gate Gu masters watched as Fang Yuan left, Many disciples looked at Fang Jing with envy. Someone said emotionally, although Lord Fang Yuan's tone is cold, he is actually very caring towards his only blood brother. That's right, with such a refinement path grandmaster nurturing him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Say, the last time Fang Jing accepted a sect mission, he returned as a rank 5 elder. Now that he is brought away by Big Brother, will he become a refinement path grandmaster when he returns? It can't be. That's too exaggerated. Even so, with such an expert's guidance he will definitely benefit immensely. Sigh. Why don't I have such a big brother? A disciple's words struck a chord in everyone's heart. If they knew now. Fang Yuan captured Fang Jing, it was just a preparation for possession. Who knew what kind of expression he would have? Slap. Fang Yuan threw Fang Jing to the ground. Fang Jing struggled, shouting in his heart, Fang Yuan, you demon, what do you want to do to me? You made an alliance agreement with Crane Gate, you cannot kill me, the elder of Crane Gate. Fang Yuan laughed, I did not kill you, why are you so agitated? My good brother, just stay here obediently. Fang Jing showed fear on his face, shouting in his heart, Fang Yuan is not my master, Master Tenchiru, he can actually know my inner thoughts. Fang Yuan smiled proudly, looking at Fang Jing, your so-called master is only a soul now. Even if he is alive, he is only a rank 5 Gu master at his peak. Fang Yuan said, grabbing at the air, taking all the mortal goo on Fang Jing's body. The spirit incubating flea was trembling slightly, this was Master Tenchiru's strong resistance. But how could he resist? If it was on Qing Mao Mountain, 100 Fang Yuan would not be Master Tenchiru's match. But now, Fang Yuan was no longer the same as before, he was a rank 6 Gu immortal. And Master Tenchiru had become a soul. Fang Yuan, even if you don't kill us, capturing us is a violation of the alliance agreement. Capturing us as captives is also a violation of the rules of the alliance. You will definitely suffer a severe backlash from the alliance. I advise you to let us go, you are a Grand Gu immortal, how can you make things difficult for mortals like us? Aren't you afraid that this will ruin our relationship with Crane Gate? Don't think Crane Gate cannot deal with you. The foundation of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is not something you can imagine. Master Tenchiru shouted from inside the spirit incubating flea, he knew Fang Yuan could hear him. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed, Ha, Master Tenchiru, I have to thank you. If you did not attack Qing Mao Mountain, I would not have coincidentally reached this stage today. What can Crane Gate do after I capture you? Since you know so many secrets, you should know that Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are restraining each other, everything is based on benefits. Tell me which is more important, the unique Guts Gu or the two of you? Master Tenchiru was speechless. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a dark light, he mobilized countless Gu worms and formed a soul path killer move. Now tell me everything you know. Soul search. 2 hours later, Fang Yuan walked out of this underground prison. The cell door behind him slammed shut with a loud bang. Fang Yuan's red eyes shined with light as he muttered, Master Tenchiru Guyue's generation, blood path true inheritance. Through the soul search, he learned about the grudges between Master Tenchiru and Guyue's generation. He also learned many secrets of Crane Gate. This Master Tenchiru, is he Fingyang's right-hand man? If I capture him, will he Fengyang come to ask for him? This is quite troublesome. He did not want to possess me, he wants to help Fang Jing. This Master Tenchiru is a person with perseverance. Fang Yuan did not hold back his praise. Although he was a demon overlord, he could still look at and admire this kind of self-sacrificing and persevering to one's own principles. The same rice feeds different people. Different people had different perseverance in life. Towards such people with different values, Fang Yuan could accept and even admire them. If he did not have such an aspiration, he would not have his current accomplishments. If that is the case, Kanyang Laojun also sent the possession method he obtained from Dongfang Naganori back to Crane Gate. Master Tenchiru's memories were not of much help to Fang Yuan. He was only a mortal Gu master, the secrets he knew about Crane Gate were very shallow, Fang Yuan could not make much use of them. As for Fang Jing, Fang Yuan did not let him go, he searched his soul. Fang Yuan planned to keep this brother locked up forever. If he had no choice, Fang Yuan would have to use a plan to possess Fang Jing and revive. But this way he would lose his second aperture, all his strength path Dao marks would vanish. He would need to undergo tribulation again. The losses were huge. Second aperture immortal Gu was refined using many precious immortal materials. Lifespan Gu was included. It could be said that Fang Yuan could not refine second aperture immortal goo in a short period of time. Lifespan goo was hard to find. Even if he found it, with Fang Yuan's current situation, he would probably use it to increase his lifespan. If possible, I should try not to possess Fang Zheng. But if my identity is exposed and I have not revived, I can only possess him. My current target is still the refinement path convention. After getting into the top 6, I will be able to benefit from the infallible inheritance and obtain a chance to refine goo for sure. The infallible inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. What was infallible? It meant that the goo refinement would never fail. Once he got into the top 6, he would be transported to a secret blessed land. Fang Yuan planned to refine the immortal goo change form there. This was a rank 6 transformation path immortal goo. Once he obtained it, Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face would rise by leaps and bounds. It would no longer be the painful version that could only conceal the aura of northern plains. As for the immortal goo recipe of change form immortal goo, Fang Yuan had it long ago. He had to thank the land spirit of Langya for this. Long ago, when Fang Yuan had just obtained wisdom goo, he had made a transaction with the land spirit of Langya, helping the land spirit of Langya perfect the immortal goo recipe. Fang Yuan benefited from this. Not only did he get out of his financial predicament, he even obtained a large number of immortal goo recipes. And the immortal goo recipe of change form immortal goo was one of them. As for the immortal materials needed to refine change form immortal goo, Fang Yuan had almost finished preparing them. Almost half of the immortal materials were obtained from the Northern Plains auction. As for the other half, Fang Yuan asked He Lulan to use her blessed land to communicate with jewel yellow skies. Using the other immortal materials that Fang Yuan had left, he sold or exchanged them. He carried out many transactions and accumulated a lot of them. Only a small portion was left, but after Fang Yuan's 8th round, he obtained immortal materials as a reward. In the following rounds, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack again and again. Using the advantage of his rebirth, he defeated these people one by one. At once, Fang Yuan was in the limelight. Forces of all sizes and countless goo immortals focused their attention on him. Everyone else conformed to the rules and occupied their own territories, advancing safely. Chapter 851. Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, 12th Round. The competition was at its most crucial moment. There were only 2 people in the audience. One was dressed in a black robe, he had a muscular body and a mask, he was controlling the fire in front of him, it was Fang Yuan. The other was dressed in a white robe, his hair was white like snow, there was a vertical line on his forehead, it was Fang Huai. This is a contest between 2 sides. Fang Huai is amazing, he used 3 refinement path killer moves in a row, he actually reduced the gap greatly. Even so, Fang Yuan still has an advantage. He is too amazing, he is truly the number 1 person in this competition in terms of quick thinking. In this goo refinement he has been leading from the start. There are still variables. Be it Fang Yuan or Fang Huai, they both have one use of the ability. As long as they use it, they can reduce a portion of their immortal material. Be it the audience or the audience, they were all discussing. At this point in the competition, the other goo masters had already been eliminated, only Fang Yuan and Fang Huai were left. Fang Yuan's gaze was calm, he was concentrating on controlling the fire in front of him. Fang Huai. He even had the time to glance at Fang Huai on his right, observing his opponent. Fang Huai was also a goo immortal, he was 3rd in this competition in his previous life. He was a wood path goo immortal. Looking at the entire competition, this was the most disadvantageous to him. Fang Yuan came to challenge him, attempting to eliminate him in advance. But who could have thought that Fang Huai would suddenly use 3 refinement path killer moves in one go? There was even an immortal level consecutive path killer move among them. He immediately closed the gap between him and Fang Yuan. This caused the outcome of this goo refinement competition to be filled with suspense again. As expected of 3rd in my previous life. So troublesome, ugh. Suddenly Fang Yuan's expression changed. The fire in front of him. With 2 flaps, half of the blue peacock's head had melted. Suddenly, it turned into ashes and fell onto the floor tiles. This? Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. Oh no, I encountered the probability of failure. He immediately reacted and grabbed towards his right, where the last blue peacock was. But just as he killed the blue peacock and threw its head into the fire, Fang Huai's voice could be heard. I will use my authority to deprive Fang Yuan of the goo refinement material, blue peacock. The elder in charge of the scene. He immediately responded, approved. As soon as he finished speaking, The blue peacock beside Fang Yuan was extracted and left Fang Yuan's side. The audience was in an uproar. Each person only has 2 blue peacocks. Fang Yuan wanted to use the peacock's head to refine a gu, but he failed once. There was originally a second blue peacock left, but in the end this material was taken away. Beautiful, what a beautiful choice. Fang Huai's timing is too good. This time Fang Yuan is in trouble. That's right. Fang Yuan has clearly reached the last few steps. But without the crucial materials he could only change the gu recipe and take a big detour to approach the destination. As for Fang Huai, he was not far from Fang Yuan to begin with. If he can catch up this time he might be able to eliminate Fang Yuan. Is Fang Yuan going to be eliminated? After realizing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Recently Fang Yuan had been taking the initiative to attack, eliminating gu refinement experts time and time again. His strength was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. The outside world's estimation of his strength was rising. Most people thought that Fang Yuan had already reached refinement path grandmaster attainment level. In fact, a small portion of people felt that the strength Fang Yuan displayed had already surpassed refinement path grandmaster level, reaching quasi-great grandmaster attainment level. It was fine if it was refinement path grandmaster, but the evaluation of refinement path quasi-great grandmaster was a bit too high. Paths were divided into 4 levels: ordinary, master, grandmaster, and great grandmaster. There were only 3 refinement path great grandmasters in history. They were called the 3 elders of refinement path. They were long hair ancestor, old eccentric Tian Nan, and old immortal Kongju. Quasi-great grandmaster was second only to the 3 elders of refinement path. Only 4 people in Northern Plains had reached this level. They were Yao Huang, Murong Shuexiang, Lady Wanshou, and Lady Miao Li. These 4 were known as the current 4 elites of Northern Plains refinement path. In terms of refinement path attainment, it was impossible for Fang Yuan to be on the same level as Yao Huang, Murong Shuexiang, Lady Wanshou, and Lady Miao Li. But it was not surprising that people made such guesses. The strength that Fang Yuan displayed was truly too strong. His familiarity with the questions allowed him to leave the second place far behind. How can one's shoes not get wet when walking by the river? This time, Fang Yuan attacked to eliminate Fang Huai, but he finally kicked a steel plate. Ah! Many people were gloating. That's right, he is too arrogant. I could not stand him for a long time. Fang Huai did well. This Fang Huai is too despicable, Lord Fang Yuan. You need to do your best. Many Crane Gate disciples cheered for Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan captured Fang Jing and brought him back, Crane Gate did not react. It was as if they had tacitly approved of this matter. Fang Yuan, I will definitely win this round. Fang Huai laughed heartily. He was full of confidence. It was as if he had already obtained the fruits of victory. Is that so? Fang Yuan sneered. He grabbed the headless peacock corpse beside him. There were 2 living blue peacocks among the gu refinement materials. Fang Yuan killed one of them and took its head, but he failed. The second peacock was taken away. The headless peacock corpse in his hands was left behind by the first one. Fang Yuan opened his 5 fingers. A thick blood-colored fog gushed out of his palm. In a few breaths of time, the fog enveloped the headless peacock corpse. The outside world could not see the situation inside. This is the evil blood refinement technique again. Humph, this is not the first time Fang Yuan has used the blood refinement technique. Why is such a person an elder of Crane Gate? One of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Crane Gate, has also started to fall? Many gu masters saw this scene and started to shout. Someone even shouted, why is such a person not on the demon judgment board? Fang Yuan openly used the blood refinement technique again and again, causing Crane Gate to suffer a lot of pressure. What do you know? Blood refinement is blood refinement. It is just a method. Using it righteously is righteous, using it evilly is evil. Everything depends on the gu master himself. A Crane Gate disciple was indignant. He retorted loudly. But immediately an elder leading the group berated him. Shut up. Don't speak nonsense. This disciple could only lower his head and sit down resentfully. After a while, the blood fog dissipated. Only 20% of the headless peacock corpse was gone. But there was a blue peacock's head. This is a blood path gu refinement killer move. It is so mystical, it can collect corpses and turn them into materials. Other paths also have this method of turning materials, but isn't this speed too fast? Everyone's gazes were attracted again. Fang Yuan threw this peacock's head into the fire. It was thrown into the fire. Under the burning of the fire, the peacock's head started to melt. Moreover, the melted bits and pieces went into the embryonic goo worm at the bottom of the fire. After a while, the bird's head completely melted and went into the embryonic goo worm. Fang Yuan moved on to the next step. The outcome has been decided. Seeing this, someone sighed. That's right, these last few steps have no risks. If there are no accidents, Fang Yuan has already won. The possibility of that accident earlier was very low. The possibility of an accident happening again is even lower. It's almost impossible. So, to think that Fang Huai was not able to stop Fang Yuan. Just as everyone was sighing, Fang Huai was laughing inwardly. That's it, that's it. You think you have victory in your grasp. I have already achieved my goal of taking away your blue peacock and stalling for time. With my final refinement path killer move, I will surpass you and become the final victor of this match. Fang Yuan, I still have to thank you. You came to me on your own accord, I defeated you and all the Goo Masters you defeated before. Aha, this is amazing. Right at this time, Fang Yuan spoke. I want to use my authority to take away one of the other party's materials. The hosting elder immediately responded, please speak. Fang Huai was slightly shocked before smiling coldly, thinking, take it away as much as you want. Fang Yuan glanced at Fang Huai, his gaze was calm as water. Take away his goo refinement material, bull-eye bead. Fang Huai's cold smile froze. The hosting elder, however, was dazed. The audience was perplexed. The bull-eye bead was an important material. Didn't Fang Huai already use it and fuse it into the incomplete goo worm? Fang Yuan wanted to take away a goo refinement material that the other party had already used. This was not allowed by the rules. But Fang Yuan persisted. He said to Fang Huai directly, Fang Huai, are you not going to take out the bull-eye bead that you are hiding in your fire? Are you going against the rules of this competition? Fang Huai's face was filled with disbelief. He had hidden the bull-eye bead, it was his unique method, but Fang Yuan actually sensed it? The bull-eye bead was an important goo refinement material. Fang Huai had prepared a long time ago to use this refinement path killer move to ensure victory. Without the bull-eye bead, Fang Huai was like a housewife without rice. How could he win against Fang Yuan? But if he did not take it out, he would not be able to deceive others. Even if he managed to deceive them for now, if Fang Yuan objected and the refinement path convention investigated, Fang Huai's reputation would be ruined. Thus, Fang Huai had to take it out even if he did not want to. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he gritted his teeth and took out the bull-eye bead from the fire. Here you go. He threw the bull-eye bead on the ground in anger. He then dispersed the goo refinement flame and left. This was no doubt admitting defeat. The audience came to a realization. They went into an uproar again. Fang Yuan ignored these voices. He calmly refined the goo worm in his hand and obtained the final victory. I finally won. This way it will not be a problem for me to enter the top 6. Fang Yuan bathed in everyone's shocked, praising, admiring and jealous gazes. He was expressionless, but he let out a breath of turbid air in his heart. Thankfully, I have my previous life's memories. I know this trump card of Fang Huai's, otherwise he would have won. He looked glorious on the surface, but he was under huge mental pressure. He was only a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Even with the advantage of rebirth, it would be very difficult to eliminate these experts. Firesmith Dragon Chief's situation was a special case. Fang Yuan's victory over these people was not like what the outside world thought of him as having a great advantage. Chapter 852. Central Continent, Celestial Court. The sky was clear and bright. The palace group carved from white jade was shining with a sparkling light. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord slowly pushed open the door of the discussion hall. He walked into the hall with the help of a walking stick. At once, the 20 or so Gu Immortal Wills in the hall turned around and looked at him. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, we have troubled you for the last 100 years. After completing this part of the restoration of Fate Immortal Gu, please go to sleep. Celestial Court needs a doyen like you. There were no unexpected situations in this refinement path convention, right? The Gu Immortal Wills broke the silence and spoke. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord opened his turbid eyes, and after slowly looking around, his gaze fixed on a will sitting on a high seat. At the next moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord spoke. Lian Jiusheng, it is time for you to wake up. This Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is about to reach its end. We need to make some preparations to repair fate. Lian Jiusheng's will nodded and slowly stood up. Next he spoke, to repair fate, just me and Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord are not enough, we need the strength of 2 rank 8s. I wonder who can help? My main body is suppressing the immemorial desolate beast group in Falling Heavenly River, I cannot help. Although I have been asleep for a long time, my soul is still researching the rank 9 immortal goo recipe, it has already reached the crucial point. Let me do it, maybe after I wake up I can encounter some eerie winds from the depths of the earth. The wills conversed for a while before 2 wills decided to wake up. Then let's do this. Lian Jiusheng's will nodded at Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord and flew into the sky. Following his footsteps, there were also 2 other wills. These 3 wills flew into the sky and entered the heavenly gate. Shortly after they vanished, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord turned around and left. Behind him, the discussion hall's door slowly closed. 3 days later, Central Continent, Hairy Foot Mountain. 4 figures suddenly appeared in the sky above Hairy Foot Mountain. They concealed their rank 8 goo immortal auras and looked down at the mountain below them. They were 4 goo immortals from Central Continent's celestial court. Hairy Foot Mountain. The white-haired Lian Jiusheng sighed. Unknowingly, another 100 years have passed in Central Continent. Let's get started. This time I don't have much time. I still have many things to do. Bai Qin Tian urged. All right. Then let me make the first move. Bai Tsang Shui was the only female immortal among the 4. She stretched out her hands and instantly white mist floated in the surrounding 1,000 miles. Immediately after, Bai Qin Tian opened his eyes wide and 2 pillars of light shot out from his eyes towards Hairy Foot Mountain. This Hairy Foot Mountain looked very ordinary. The mountain was small and it was lacking in resources. Even the surrounding small and medium-sized forces were too lazy to occupy it. However, at this moment, being shown on Bai Qin Tian's signature immortal killer move, it showed a mystical effect. The air fluctuated violently, creating countless ripples. The entire Hairy Foot Mountain trembled slightly. Bai Qin Tian's immortal offensive killer move was terrifying to begin with. At this moment it was completely ineffective. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was the third to act, followed by Lian Jiusheng. The 4 rank 8 goo immortals each made a move, but it was far from enough. The goo immortals had expected it. Thus the second and third rounds continued. Finally, at the 6th round, Lian Jiusheng gave a light shout. With a crucial attack, the quantity finally caused a qualitative change. It produced results. Hairy Foot Mountain vanished. A blessed land appeared in front of the 4 goo immortals. This is the infallible blessed land that contains the infallible inheritance. Lian Jiusheng sighed. Bai Qin Tian took a few glances and smiled. There are more mortal failure goo than before. It seems that the scale of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is getting bigger. Bai Tsang Shui took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat on her forehead. Every time we open this place we have to expend so much effort. Lian Jiusheng, can't you just take this blessed land completely? It is difficult. You know that the owner of this blessed land is a Refinement Path great expert who went against Renzu. Lian Jiusheng sighed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord nodded. The Celestial Court has already taken over this blessed land for thousands of years, but can only take 30 invincible Dao marks from it. Every time the infallible inheritance accumulates to the limit, there will be 36 invincible Dao marks. We took 30 in advance. The remaining 6 Dao marks can only be left for those who participate in the competition. Even if they want to take them, they cannot. Lian Jiusheng added, this blessed land is very special, it is perfectly round and has no entrance. It is not that we goo immortals cannot break this blessed land, but if we forcefully destroy it, we will not be able to recreate the beauty of this blessed land. We can only do this for fear of harming the innocent. To take over this blessed land, not only do we need Refinement Path goo immortals, we also need Rule Path great experts to cooperate with us. Unfortunately, be it Refinement Path or Rule Path, there are very few who can cultivate to rank 8. The 4 were silent for a while before Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord spoke. Thankfully, Fate Immortal Goo has been repaired, it can display 50% of its power. Compared to before, there is a qualitative change. We can find more Fate fugitives and speed up the repair of the Immortal Goo. Speaking of which, how many fugitives did we find this time? Have they been executed? Bai Qin Tian asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord replied, we found a few. Southern border and northern plains are too far away, the 2 from Central Continent are already dealing with them. The legends of Renzu recorded that Renzu climbed a giant tree and walked out of ordinary abyss. but left behind his daughter, boundless forest samsara. Renzu wanted to save her, but there was nothing he could do. He had extraordinary achievements, he could not enter ordinary abyss again. Renzu saw that going around in circles was not a solution. He decided to set off again to find a way to save his eldest son, verdant great son, and his fourth daughter, boundless forest samsara. Once again he set out on his journey and began the path of his life. On this day he met a hairy man on the road. The hairy man stopped him, looking very happy. "Oh Renzu, I have been looking for you for a long time." Renzu was puzzled. "I don't know you, why are you looking for me?" The hairy man explained, "It is like this, Renzu, I am the leader of the hairy men in the world. My Gu refinement attainment cannot be matched by hairy men. But recently I encountered difficulties in refining Gu. I want to refine success Gu, but I am not sure if it is a success or a failure." Renzu wanted to continue on his way. But he thought to himself, if this hairy man leader really refined success Gu, if I use this success Gu, won't I be able to save my eldest son or my fourth daughter? Thus, Renzu stopped and communicated with the hairy man. "Then why are you looking for me?" The hairy man carefully took out a Gu. This Gu was like an ordinary rock, covered in thick fur. The hairy man said, "I don't dare to touch it. If it is success Gu, then so be it. If it is failure Gu, I will lose myself the moment I touch it." But Renzu, you are different. You can walk on your own path of life, that proves that you have self-Gu. Once you have self-Gu, even if you encounter failure Gu, you will not lose yourself. Thus, I want you to appraise it for me. Renzu was overjoyed. "So that's it. I can help you, but if it is success Gu, please give it to me. I need it urgently." The hairy man said, "Sure. No problem." Renzu stretched out his hand and touched the Gu worm. He made a wish to this Gu worm, "Please bring my fourth daughter, boundless forest samsara, to my side." At the next moment, the Gu worm shattered. Failure. The hairy man had a dejected expression. "It seems that I refined failure Gu." Courage Gu flew out of Renzu's body. "Oh Renzu, you are a failure. I want to leave you." Saying so, Courage Gu left Renzu and flew away. The hairy man became excited at this moment. "But no matter, I can still modify the Gu recipe. Oh Renzu, wait for a while, I will refine it again." Renzu wanted to chase Courage Gu and make it return. But Renzu wanted success Gu even more to save his children. He thought about it. He decided to wait for the hairy man leader and watch him refine the Gu. The hairy man refined the second Gu. He handed it to Renzu to inspect. Renzu touched it and made a wish. The Gu worm shattered again. "This is still failure Gu." The hairy man shouted, feeling very dejected. Faith Gu flew out of Renzu's body. "Oh Renzu, you are a failure, you are not worth my time." Saying so, the Faith Gu left Renzu and flew away. Renzu stomped his feet and wanted to chase, but the hairy man pulled him back. Don't be anxious, I have thought it through, I will definitely refine success Gu this time." Renzu saw that the Faith Gu had flown far away and he could not chase it. He sighed and said, "Oh hairy man, quickly refine it, I will trust you one last time." The hairy man's third Gu worm was still failure Gu. Strength Gu flew out. "Oh Renzu, you are a failure, you are not worthy of having me." Saying so, it left. Renzu had a bitter expression. He knew it was useless to chase, he could only watch as Strength Gu flew away. But at this time the Self Gu in his heart flew out and bit the Strength Gu. Strength Gu screamed as a piece of it was bitten off. It ran even faster. In a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Renzu and the hairy man were dumbstruck. Self Gu flew back slowly and said to Renzu proudly, "Any failure has value. Oh Renzu, I have experienced repeated failures and absorbed them to become stronger. Just now, I bit Strength Gu, from now on, you have your own strength. I can actually become even stronger, I can devour any Gu worm and obtain their full power." Renzu was shocked. The hairy man leader slapped his thigh and shouted, "I know how to refine success Gu, it is through failure. The more failures I have, the closer I am to success. I understand." He cheered as he flew away, leaving Renzu. According to the research of the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, this infallible blessed land belonged to the hairy man leader. Hairy Foot Mountain was the hairy man leader's former residence. After this hairy man leader died, he left behind an inheritance. Collect the failures of others and refine them into failure mortal Gu. After accumulating enough mortal Gu, one could condense success Dao marks. After the Celestial Court found out, They took down most of the inheritance and used it as a foundation to activate the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, helping the infallible inheritance accumulate failure mortal goo. They then used the extracted success Dao marks to repair fate immortal goo. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.